Africa is a place where the body of the first man was found? My daddy says that makes it a place where all people are. But did you know that Africa is a place where the body of the...
Reparations isn't a remedy for racism. Reparations is a debt that's owed from slavery. Reparations is more than a check. But the very first thing it is a check. And that goes to the living descendant survivors of slavery here in what we now call the United States of America. So stop playing with our money and get us our money.
Did you know that Africa is a place where the body of the first man was found? My daddy says that makes it a place where all people originated from. I'm from Africa, you from Africa, you African booty scratcher.
We make niggas disappear like that triangle by Bermuda. They can't find his body, but they know that I'm a shooter. I say cut my sentence in half, and I spread a little rumor. Damn, well you can look in Oklahoma if you want to find them sooner.
Living day by day in my hood on the spot. See the same old thing, same dope fiends, cops. Just the average day in the streets, California. 5-0, find a young girl dead around the corner. Mommy's on her knees, she had tears in her eyes, and nobody knew why the young girl had to die. People look ashamed, it's been like this for years. Bloody sheets on her body, face wet from her mommy's tears. She couldn't have been over 4 or 5. And if mommy was on base, she would still be alive. But now the street is a place, she could be swallowed by death. Brothers taking each other's lives and going to rest in peace. I wonder if heaven got together. My cousin died last year, and I still can't let go. I walk the streets of my city, of my neighborhood, seeing dope fiends living off canned goods. 15 niggas on the corner, and niggas die young in California. 5-0 get a dope case and flaunt it. Have your ass on America's Most Wanted. But I don't slang or even gangbang. And though my old school homies do the same thing, I still got love cause you gotta live, so you can give and raise a family, G. But you gotta do your best slinging D-O-P-E. So keep a grip on yourself and stay mellow. And welcome to the ghetto. 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 From across the seas comes cocaine. But you never seen a black man fly the plane. Look at the news, a young black death. Was it drug related? Take a guess. I flash when I look in the mirror black, cause my reflection is a 9mm gat. I think about genocide and have thoughts on my homies who died. Everybody backstabbing, but I ain't the one to talk, I'm in the gap. Death give a shit about your color, but yet I see more dead young brothers. I'm going crazy out here, seeing 24 brothers die by the end of the year. And I still gotta deal with the 5-0. And I stopped selling dope in 9-0. But if it came to it, I probably still do it. Put a 9 in my drawers, get straight to it. I hope that I never see the day that I get 20 years for a cake. BKA as a key to open up the door for the more money. But I ain't gotta do that, G. Cause I'm down with the FA to the C, to the U, to the LTY, G-Nut, extra large, and SPI. CE, making niggas feel like Jello. And welcome to the ghetto. Welcome to the ghetto. Welcome to the ghetto. Welcome to the ghetto.
long after those mistakes are made.
Who to say, Major? Who to say? Hachi Yali.
Found a place for you to floor it upstream. It's good and solid up there. Didn't you speak to him in Seminole, sir? That's one of the riddles, Captain. He was born a slave, raised a Seminole. Now he works for the American Army.
I push fudge in my family, only got it, so I trust and bust 50 at those who want to try to cross us. I'll be running /Remedies to Japan. No money, no comprehending. Versus from the black Mexican. Moving yeah every day on your tracks, man. Important, extorting money laundering. I'll be running /Remedies to Japan.
Judges and senators.
What it do, what it do, what it do. It's your host, We Know the Most, back for another classic in the book of the SGI Talks. This chapter right here is looking at the New York State Community Commissions of Reparations Remedies. To tap in and see what they're talking about these reparations up in New York, and see these angles and see what's going on with us. Make sure that you're pulled up and rolled up. You know, I'm glad that you showed up to comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. We are excited to have a packed house here in Utica, New York. Yes, Utica. We are happy to be here. Even though it's snowing, we don't care. We are here to do some important work tonight. So before I get into our introduction, I want to just make time to recognize our commission. And I'll go into detail about the commission, but my name is Dr. Charnel Hawkins, and I am one of the 9 commissioners that serve on the New York State Community Commission on Reparation Remedies. We are proud to have 3 representatives that will be here in person. One of our commissioners, Dr. Daniels, is on his way. He is on Amtrak as we speak. But I just wanted to acknowledge the commissioners. We also have one commissioner online, Linda Brown Robinson. So we will make time to introduce, and then we'll get into the program. But as I said, I'm Dr. Charnel Hawkins, and I am honored to be here today as one of the commissioners. My day job, I serve as the president and CEO of the Urban League of Rochester. So I'm not far, 2 hours away, hoping I can make it 2 hours back and beat the snow. But glad to be here. So on my right, I am honored to work alongside this gentleman, and I'll allow him to introduce himself.
So good evening, Utica. Once again, thank you all for coming out for this wonderful conversation and being here on time and ready and prepared to have this dialogue. We do appreciate that. My name is Tim Hogues. I am one of the commissioners on this commission. My daytime job, I am the commissioner and president of New York State Civil Service and the New York State Civil Service Commission. I am originally from Buffalo, so about 3 hours away, depending on how fast you drive. And I drive fast sometimes. I thought I was late, but I was on time. And so we are glad that you guys decided to host us here today.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown Robinson will make room for you. We can't hear her. I can hear her slightly.
And the room can't hear her.
Yeah, the room can't hear her, just for the audio folks. Hold on, Commissioner Brown Robinson. We want to make sure that we hear you. We can see you, but we can't hear you.
We can see.
I can see you. They can't see her either. Okay. All right. Are we working on the audio? All right. We're going to move on, Commissioner, and then we'll come back to you and we'll get started. And so I want to open this gathering acknowledging that we are on the ancestral homelands of the Oneida Nation, one of the original members of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. The Oneida people stewarded these lands, and we want to honor their history and their sovereignty and their continued cultural, political, and spiritual contributions to Central New York. We gathered today in Utica, New York, a city whose growth was shaped by the Erie Canal, railroads, factories, and mills that connected this region to the wider world. We acknowledge that the economic foundations of Utica and the Mohawk Valley are inseparable from unpaid and underpaid labor of Black people, from enslaved Africans whose forced work made cotton and other commodities available to New York industries, to generations of Black workers whose labor has too often been exploited, excluded, and erased. We remember that while the Erie Canal and its canal towns became pathways towards freedom and sites of abolitionist organizing, including here in Utica, were also deeply entangled into the economy built on slavery. Factories along the canal prospered from cotton produced almost entirely from enslaved people, even as Black freedom seekers traveled the same waterway and settled in the communities along the banks. We remember those lives and the futures that were stolen from slavery, racial terror, and state-sanctioned discrimination. We also remember the Black leaders and community members in Utica who resisted, the abolitionists who gathered, the families who challenged housing discrimination right here and segregation right here in Utica, and those workers who organized fair employment in the face of persistent exclusion. So tonight's hearing focuses on the war on drugs, racially discriminatory criminal justice policies and practices, and this theme resonates profoundly here in Utica, where decades of punitive drug policies have disproportionately impacted Black residents and other marginalized communities. These policies contributed to over-policing, unequal sentences, family separation, economic exclusion, and generational instability. The war on drugs did not produce stability. It produced deep racial disparities that continue to affect neighborhoods right here in Utica. But yet, also Utica is placed with extraordinary strength, and that's demonstrated here by your presence. So we thank you once again for being here tonight. We thank all the advocates, the faith leaders, the educators, the reentry organizations, and grassroots community builders that work tirelessly to support returning citizens, expand treatment and recovery options, and join us in this fight for justice. So we are holding this hearing today. We are grateful to be here at the Carol L. Crooms Becker Center, a vital institution dedicated to education, culture, and community advancement. And we are here on their grounds, and we're happy to work alongside them in this work. We are grateful to the local leadership, Brother Courtney Muhammad and Mrs. Muhammad, for their support and leadership. So let's talk about why we're here. We're here to gather, to bear witness, and to tell truth. We hope to hear your testimonies and your experiences and your insight. Your insight is going to help the commission with its recommendations to the legislatures, and to the governor on how New York State can repair the harms of discriminatory criminal justice practices. And so we look forward to hearing that tonight. So we want to thank you for being here. We want to thank you for your presence. And before I get started and introduce any elected officials, I want to make sure that we can introduce our fellow commissioner, Linda Brown Robinson. Is the mic working for her now? It's muted on her side. No, this is just me. All right. So hopefully we can get that resolved, because we are so grateful to have her here. At this time, I would like to invite elected officials to share their remarks. Are there any elected officials that are here tonight? Oh, we are happy to have Stephen Taylor. Stephen Taylor is here with us tonight. He is the first elected Black 8th District Council person, and we are honored that you are here tonight. We want to give you the podium.
Oh, just like home again.
Yes.
Truly, I want to thank God for my presence here today, and that I was yet able to stand before you and testify to his righteousness and the thing that he has made so much possible in my life. I'd like to, again, thank my brother Courtney and Teoka for their efforts in putting this together, like they've done on so many other things that I've had the privilege of being involved in. To the commissioners, God bless you. Thank you for coming. And just to make you feel more welcome, we made sure we got some more snow and some more cold. and
I appreciate that.
And we got more for you as you leave.
All right.
That's
all right,
okay.
All right.
But on behalf of all the other elected officials, I know Venice and Yvonne are very close to my heart, and they're not here tonight, but Yvonne really in church represented you well. And she says, yeah, if you can be there, be there. So I want to thank you for coming, and I look forward to all these beautiful people and what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We are grateful to you, Councilman. Are there any other elected officials here today? Anywhere? Yes, please. Please come to the podium. We want to honor you. We appreciate you being here.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Maria Nero, and I humbly serve as the town clerk of the town of Greenburgh in the city of White Plains in the county of Westchester.
Yes.
And thank you.
Thank you for coming.
You made it a little hard for me not to come. Thank you.
When I saw it, I'm like, I know who she is.
And I had the honor and the privilege of speaking at this was at the public hearing during Black Caucus.
Yes.
So again, this is my life's work. I'll speak further during public comment because that's where I came here for. But again, continue to do the work. I'm so proud of the commission and just so proud that you actually included me just in a little part in the work that I'm doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to make room for any other elected officials in the room. Okay. With that, I want to tell you a little bit about the commission and why we're here. I want to remind everyone of our purpose. And so if you'll pay attention to the screen. So please bear with me because I'm trying to navigate looking at them. Usually there's a monitor in front of us, but we want to remind folks that despite what we assume, slavery was deeply entrenched in New York State. In 1626, the Dutch first brought enslaved Africans to the Lenape, Delaware territory, also known as Manhattan. By early 18th century, New York State had become the largest enslaving colony in the North, with 40% of white households enslaving Black relatives. Do people know that, how deeply entrenched New York State was in slavery? I'm glad that we all know our history. It's interesting because we're learning so much through this process. And we just thank those that come, and we'll talk about our speakers today that come and share and educate us all. And so thank you. In 1711, a slave market was established at the foot of Wall Street at what is now the intersection of Wall and Water Streets. This market is which Native and Black people were sold, and this remained active for decades, playing a central role in New York City's economy. Enslavement wasn't just a Southern institution; it was foundational to New York State's development. So I want to talk a little bit about the pervasiveness of slavery in New York State. And here we have an excerpt of the 1800 census in New York State, illustrating the pervasiveness of slavery in this northern state. In 1799, New York passed legislation from gradual abolition. Abolition wasn't fully implemented in New York until 1827. The census document shows that how New York counted enslaved persons under the 3/5 clause of the Constitution, which enhanced Southern political power, and is one example of the North's continued complicity in the institution of slavery. So here is emancipation. This slide talks about, it demonstrates 1863, the Thomas Nast illustration of Harper's Weekly, depicting the horrors of slavery, contrasted with the aspirational visions of freedom, including payment for work, which helped to build the reality of post-emancipation in the U.S. I want to remind you all of HR 40 at the federal level, which would establish a national commission to study and develop reparation proposals for African Americans, which was first introduced in 1989 by Representative John Conyers Jr. and has been reintroduced into Congress every year since without passage. For those that don't know, California became the first state to establish a reparations task force in 2020, with their final report issued in the California Legislative on the 29th of June. At this time, this is a map from 2024, and we have some updating to do. But there are 11 states and 22 localities across the United States that are working towards reparations. I just had the honor of coming back from Evanston and attended the first repair symposium and had an opportunity to see 126 individuals awarded certificates demonstrating their reparations. So Evanston is leading the way for us, and we want to acknowledge the work being done there. So here we have how we established the New York State Community Commission on Reparation Remedies, which was established into legislation and signed by Governor Hochul in December of 2023. The bill was sponsored by Assembly Member Szilagyi and Senator Sanders, who will be with us today online. And the commission is tasked with several things. We're tasked with examining the legacy of slavery, subsequent discrimination, and the continuing impacts in the developing, and we're required to develop recommendations for the appropriate remedies. To be clear, the commission does not enact reparative policies. That is not what we're doing. We are providing recommendations to the governor and the legislative body. And how we'll do that is with you today. We look for your testimony. We look to hear your stories and experiences. And so hopefully what we get from you will inform the process. I want to highlight the bill. If you would like to learn more about the bill, you can go to our website at ny.gov/reparations. You can see past hearings, you can read the bill, and you can learn more about the work. If you're here tonight, obviously you're all here tonight, but being here tonight, if you want to share this information with your friends, your colleagues, or even your family members, certainly we want to make sure that they have an opportunity to share their testimony. You just don't have to be here tonight. You can go to the website again at ny.gov/reparations, and you can email your testimony or you can call in your testimony. There is no end time to the call. So if you were to dial 518-473-3997, you can leave your public testimony and it will be entered into the record. So I want to acknowledge the commission. I'll share the core mandates here. So we are to research the economic, the social, and political impact of slavery. I talked about the New York's role, determine who's eligible for reparations, the community impact. We're going to hold public hearings. We've been continuing. This is the 17th public hearing. And so we're really proud of the work that we've been doing for the last year. We'll develop this comprehensive report to the governor and legislative body, recommend policies, and then coordinate with our state and local officials. You also have a role in this. When the commission, I'll give you a little bit about the timeline. The commissioners will submit the report to the governor. It is due in January 2027, I should say. We plan to submit the report in December of 2026. And we will spend the time from January through March of 27 educating the community on the recommendations, gaining your feedback, and hoping that you will champion those recommendations with your elected officials, because it's going to be up to you to make sure that those recommendations are actualized. And so this is why these public hearings are so important, because we are the New York State Community Commission on Reparations Remedies, and the community's voice is critical to this process. I want to acknowledge all of our commissioners that are here, or part of the commission. I shouldn't say that they're here, but our commissioners are Linda Brown Robinson, Laurie Daniel Favors, Dr. Ron Daniels, who will be with us shortly, Dr. Derek Hamilton. To my right, I have Timothy Hogues, myself, Jennifer Jones Austin, Deborah D. Jenkins, and Linda Tarrant Reed. Our commission staff, I want to acknowledge the commission staff. Some of them are here today. We have Erica Rowe Owen, Jesse Adwar, Stuart Mitchell is our parliamentarian. We work with Words Warriors, policy associates, and they act as our research historian and policy analyst. We also have an executive committee that leads the work for the commission, and I serve as the chair, as I've already mentioned. We have our vice chair, Deborah Jenkins, our secretary, Linda Tarrant Reed, and our treasurer, Jennifer Jones Austin. I shared earlier our website. This is what it looks like. I do have to highlight that that is my baby, Zoe, in the middle of the screen. So Zoe was disappointed that she could not be here. She loves teaching about reparations in her school. You can imagine what that's like. But our website is ny.gov/reparations, and there's the official email. If you have artifacts or books or testimony that you'd like to share and you'd like it to be part of the public record, please send an email. You're already here at a public hearing, but we also have business meetings. And the business meetings are when we conduct the business of the commission. We don't typically have public testimony, but we talk about the work that the commission will participate in. Our last business meeting was October 24th, and we plan to have one in January of 2027. So stay tuned. You can watch, 26. I've skipped the year. I'm excited about the work we're doing. Commissioner Hogues keeps me on task. I'm grateful to him. So we'll have a meeting in January 26th. We also plan to be at the caucus in February in Albany. Public hearings, you'll see how they'll work today. We ask that we maintain an environment that's respectful. This information, this topic is certainly charged, but it's also emotional. And we acknowledge that there is a lot of emotion. There's certainly trauma connected to it, and we want to be respectful. But we also ask that you be respectful of the time. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. And within those 3 minutes, we ask that if your testimony is not completed, that you still stop. We'll acknowledge you, and then you can either call in or email your testimony. But we want to make sure that we have time to hear from everyone today. Questions about that? All right. We talked about written comments and how you can get involved. One of the things that we need you to do is share the information. We have social media. You can share information about the public hearings, invite people to visit our website and learn more about New York State's efforts. Typically, we list here where we're hiring at this time. We're almost at this place where we've hired all of our staff. We're getting closer. And so right now, there are no current vacancies, but stay tuned to our website when we have others. So I am excited I want to make one more opportunity to see if we can greet our Commissioner Linda Brown Robinson before we get to our speakers.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yay!
We can hear you.
Yay.
And we can see you.
Thank you. Okay, so hi, as our chair said, I'm Linda Brown Robinson. I currently live in Syracuse, New York. I hail from Mount Vernon, New York from back in 1968. I moved upstate. I'm involved in a lot in my community, and this is one of the things that's important to me. So I'm not going to further anything, but I'm probably somewhere where you can find a little bit more about me. But thank you, Chair, and for letting me introduce myself.
All right.
And so real quick, we always like to take the temperature of the room to see how we are penetrating New York State. And so before hearing about this public hearing today, how many of you, by show of hands, knew that New York State had created a commission and was taking on this work? Okay.
That feels good.
How many of you have attended a public hearing or a business meeting or watched online?
Thank you.
Okay, well, we thank you and we appreciate you. And so of those that knew about it, let me see your hands again. How many of you told someone, keep them up.
feels like
Please. How many of you that have your hands up told someone else about the commission and the work that we do? So if you have, leave your hands up. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So that's the part we really need your assistance in. We do have a marketing plan and we are doing that, but we know that we can't reach everyone. And so this is a very important work that we're doing. And so we need to continue to spread that word and make sure that individuals are aware and educated on the work that we're doing, because we need your testimonies and your stories. And the other thing that we need that is very critical is we need your recommendations, right? And so we've had a lot of stories, but we also need your recommendations and your input on what you think it should look like and what it should be. Is that okay? Oh, y'all like, okay. Yeah.
All right.
Y'all can have call and response. Is that okay? All right, there it is. Thank you so much.
All right. So we want to make sure, just as a reminder, as we prepare for our two speakers, we want to thank them again for coming and traveling all the way from New York City. But we want to make sure that anyone that wants to provide public testimony has signed in, because I will call those your names in order that you signed in. So please make sure you sign in. So thank you again for coming. I just want to do a quick shout out because I see my mother-in-law in the room. And so I want to stay in good graces with my mother-in-law. So I just want to acknowledge that she's there. Okay. So I'm pleased to introduce Tony Smith, a New York State director at the let me start again. I'm pleased to introduce Tony Smith, the New York State director at the Drug Policy Alliance, where she works to advance local and state policies to reduce harms associated with drug use and drug criminalization. Prior to joining the Drug Policy Alliance, Tony was the assistant field director at the New York State Civil Liberties Union, where she worked on campaigns to protect public education and promote racial justice. Through this work, she was named to the 2021 and 2022 City and State New York's Power 100 education list. Tony graduated from Manhattanville College in 2003 with a degree in sociology. And in 2022, Manhattanville College awarded Tony with an honorary Doctor of Humane Letters for her advocacy for human rights and social justice. We are honored to have Tony Smith here with us today. Please take the stadium and let's give her a round of applause. And thank you for making the trip to Utica.
Thing, right? Yep. I don't usually go by Mr., but today I'll be Mr.
Did you say Mr.?
Did I say Mr.?
You could call me something.
Oh, I was going to say, I didn't say Mr.
Whatever, you can use whatever you want.
Sorry.
We apologize on behalf of the folks that made the PowerPoint. But we know that you are Miss Tony.
We all need to be ready for first. You know, this is the first for me. I'm gonna embrace it.
All right.
And here we go. I'm gonna put this down. Good evening. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. Thank you to this community. Thank you to the center. Thank you to the commissioners for inviting me here and also for today's topic. How many of you are excited to hear about the war on drugs today? Hello? All right. It is my pleasure, though, to have the opportunity to contribute to the work to make reparations real and meaningful in New York, for New York, by New York, right? Today, I'm speaking on behalf of the Drug Policy Alliance. And with profound respect for the many years of work my colleagues, my movement partners, my fellow brothers and sisters have done to lay their foundation for the work that I'm able to do today to uproot the war on drugs from our communities, and also for the rich knowledge base that made my presentation possible. Some, or maybe all of this presentation will be familiar to you. And if it is, I hope that experiencing it again today offers new or renewed thoughts, insights, and opportunities for you and all of us. The Drug Policy Alliance addresses the harms of drug use and drug criminalization through policy solutions, organizing, and public education. We advocate, make sure you can hear me. We advocate for a holistic approach to drugs that prioritizes health, social supports, and community well-being. We oppose punitive approaches that destabilize people, block access to care, and drain our communities of resources. We believe that the regulation of drugs should be grounded in evidence, health, equity, and human rights. What is the war on drugs? The war on drugs is a war on people, and it has impacted nearly every aspect of our lives. Rather than invest in communities, public officials invest in surveillance, policing, and punishment tactics that disproportionately target and impact Black and Brown New Yorkers. These tactics have fueled mass incarceration. However, punishment is not limited to the criminal legal system. There are serious consequences in every facet of civil life. This means that punishment is the default reaction to drug use, wherever it shows up, impacting our lives in profound and often unacknowledged or unrecognized ways. We'll stay here for a second. As far back as my family can trace, my African roots spent multiple generations enslaved in or around Georgia, and with millions of others journeyed to the north during the Great Migration. My family settled in Cleveland, worked at the steel mill, found new opportunities in Minneapolis, and then found their way to New York City in 1967. Like my family, New York's history of the war on drugs has its roots in the South. In 1914, the New York Times published an article manufacturing fears about violent, cocaine-crazed Black people menacing the South. This article goes on to say that drug taking had become a, quote, race menace in the South, and that Southern states like Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Mississippi had many more times, quote, insane drug takers than did New York State. That same year, Congress passed the Harrison Narcotic Tax Act, the first piece of federal legislation enacting a prohibition on drugs. The Harrison Act effectively outlawed opiates and cocaine. Experts testified that most of the attacks upon white women of the South were the direct result of the cocaine-crazed brains of Black people. Similar rhetoric was used by Harry Anslinger, the head of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, to outlaw cannabis in 1937. Anslinger claimed that the majority of cannabis users were Black and brown, and that using cannabis induced violent behaviors and would also cause white women to seek sex with Black men. Every time I read this quote, I feel like it should be easily the final piece of truth that causes the war on drugs to fall. This is a quote from John Ehrlichman, counsel and advisor to President Nixon, said in a 1994 interview and not published until 2016. He said, "You want to know what this was really all about? The Nixon White House had two enemies, the anti-war left and Black people. We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or Black people. But by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and the Blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing them both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did." We know these kinds of vilification and dehumanization tactics have been used against Black people for centuries. Retooling them into the war on drugs began to be formalized through, I'll go back here for a second, through Nixon's 1970 signing of the Controlled Substances Act, which classifies drugs into levels of benefits and potentials for harm, and is used to inform law enforcement strategies and severity of criminalization. This classification ended up relying on fear and stigma rather than science. And in Nixon's 1971 War on Drugs speech, he declared drug abuse America's public enemy #1 and committed to providing however much money it took to wage the war. Just 2 years later, New York enters the conversation and passed the infamous mandatory minimum sentences, the Rockefeller drug laws, perhaps the part of the drug war on which there is the most scholarship. These laws became widely seen as a template for states across the country. So here are 3 headlines on the Rockefeller drug laws. One is from 1973, the year of their enactment. Rocky asks for life for pushers. One headline from 1998, which was the height of mass incarceration under these laws, also when I found my young activist voice on the streets of New York City and Albany. And that headline says, critics say Rockefeller drug laws pack the prisons, force plea deals, and hit small timers the hardest. And the final headline is from 2013, 4 years after the final wave of reforms repealing those laws. And it says, the drug laws that changed how we punish. By the 1980s, political pressure and media focus surrounding crack cocaine triggered a wave of federal and state drug laws. The Federal Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1986 enacted the 100-to-1 sentencing disparity between crack and powder cocaine. Although the drugs are nearly identical, the disparity was created because the perceived users of crack cocaine were Black people. Though it was reduced in 2010, the disparity is still 18-to-1. These laws rapidly accelerated the growth of the US prison population. In New York, this amounted to 200,000 people incarcerated under the Rockefeller drug laws, nearly half of them Black. It amounts to roughly 4.5 million drug arrests in the past 50 years. 40% of them endured by Black people. And today, it looks like Black people still carrying the weight of targeted enforcement, accounting for nearly half of all drug felony arrests, despite being roughly 18% of the state population, and despite rates of drug use being similar between racial and ethnic groups. As the drug war is a war on people, our people, it is a shape-shifting war, retooled, rebranded to dehumanize, disrupt, punish, and control us. In the early to mid-2000s, a new face, a white face of a drug user emerged. Out of this came calls and then action to treat drug use as a health issue, not a criminal problem. Not out of a wholesale about face away from the drug war, but out of white families getting a taste of the system built for Black and brown people and demanding, and in many ways receiving, a different system. We're no longer at the height of mass incarceration, but again, the drug war is shapeshifting. State incarceration and supervision continue to maintain control over our people. Our substance use system, our substance use treatment system in the US is tightly linked with the criminal legal system. The criminal legal system is the largest referral source for substance use disorder in the United States and in New York. This slide here is from the New York State Office of Addiction Services and Supports. Legally mandated treatment is a common component of probation, parole, and diversion programs. This means constant monitoring, tracking, drug tests, and punitive consequences, including incarceration, for not meeting the legal mandates of the treatment program, which usually include abstinence from drugs. This punishment and control rooted in the drug war extends beyond the carceral system. It reaches into every part of our lives: housing, education, employment, public benefits, family policing, also known as the child welfare system, and immigration. Drug war consequences can occur with or without a criminal conviction. But for people with a criminal conviction, there are more than 40,000 restrictions, most imposed by states, that limit life opportunities. These aren't specific to drug convictions, but the drug war has vastly expanded the number of people who are now subject to these restrictions. And there are additional exclusions that specifically target people with a drug conviction, such as a federal ban on receiving SNAP benefits for those with a prior drug felony, and the federal law, named after racist Senator Strom Thurmond, that eliminates Fair Housing Act protections for people with a drug sale conviction, no matter how much time has passed. Since 1997, New York has opted out of the SNAP drug felony ban. So folks in New York are not subject to that consequence and punishment. But the federal one strike policies for public housing authorities encourages immediate eviction after suspected drug activity. Eviction does not require arrest or criminal conviction. It doesn't even matter whether the drug use was otherwise problematic or non-problematic. Once someone has been evicted for drug-related activity, federal law requires housing authorities to ban access to public housing for 3 years. These policies have put many families in the impossible position of choosing between giving up their housing or turning their backs on family members. And different public housing authorities across New York State have various interpretations of this and choose how harshly to pursue these punishments. There are two significant harms Black New Yorkers are experiencing due to today's drug war that I want to highlight. The first is the separation of Black mothers from their babies. A May 2024 report of the New York Advisory Committee of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights states, Black people who are pregnant are drug tested and reported to Child Protective Services at higher rates than white people who are pregnant, despite higher rates of drug use among white people who are pregnant. Disproportionate drug screening of Black mothers and newborns without consent adds to the excessive surveillance of Black families and leads to an increase in foster care placements. Starting in 1973 with the passage of the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, and continuing with the escalation of the drug war in the 1980s, real and perceived drug use has been used as an excuse to remove children, primarily Black and brown children, from their homes and from their communities. Our system treats any drug use as a predictor of child abuse and neglect, even though research shows that poverty is one of the highest, right? One of the largest predictors of adverse childhood experiences and outcomes. For newborns who have been exposed to drugs, by the way, there are known practices like breastfeeding and skin-to-skin contact that support and improve health and keep parents together with their newborns. Intervention by the family policing system can lead to adverse education, employment, and mental and behavioral health outcomes among children. In New York, investigations and newborn removals target Black mothers the most, despite similar or lower rates of drug use. Nationally and in New York State, newborns and infants comprise by far the largest share of children removed from their families and into the foster care system. There are much lower odds of a parent reunifying when their newborn or infant is taken as compared with older children. And the harms of these separations have generational impacts, as we know. The second harm is the overdose crisis killing our men. This article is from less than a year ago, and it opens like this. Young Black men in cities across America died of drug overdoses at high rates in the 1980s and 1990s. During the recent fentanyl crisis, older Black men in many cities have been dying at unusually high rates. They're all from the same generation. And this is the trend that's happening in New York right now. As the street drug supply has shifted from plant-based to synthetic, it has become more potent, more unpredictable, and as a result, more deadly. The iron law of prohibition shown here says, the harder the enforcement, the harder the drugs. None of us in this room are new to the realities of medical racism, I know. Similar to untreated or undertreated chronic health conditions, treatment for substance use disorder is harder to access and not as adequate for Black New Yorkers. This increases the risk of overdose death. Overdose deaths are also higher among people recently released from incarceration and people who are unhoused, both circumstances to which Black people are overly subjected. Here's a statewide snapshot of overdose deaths between 2019 and 2023. Deaths among Black New Yorkers have skyrocketed in recent years, mostly men. There are coordinated and collaborative efforts across the state and across the country for and by Black people to uproot the war on drugs and all of its harms from our lives and from our communities. This forthcoming report by Elm Corps Youth and Adult Activities, the National Black Harm Reduction Network, Global Black Economic Forum, Council on Black Health, Black Faces, Black Voices, and the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Disparity Solutions is one effort that is underway. The New York Informed Consent Coalition is another effort. This coalition is made up of people directly impacted by the family policing system, organizers, activists, doulas, physicians, nurses, social workers, public defenders, civil rights groups, and reproductive rights and justice organizations to keep Black mamas and their babies together. Remedies. Conversations about the war on drugs a tiny bit outside of the scope of conversations about reparations often. But reparations remedies must include uprooting the drug war. Some examples of how we can approach this are public hearings, apologies, anti-stigma and public education campaigns, targeted guaranteed income programs, direct cash payments, community reinvestment programs, erasing criminal convictions, restoring civil rights, providing housing and education, establishing healing centers and providing legal support to lift or mitigate the harms of the drug war. And finally, eliminating criminal penalties for drug possession and creating a regulated alternative to the current underground drug supply so people know what they're putting in their bodies and they're not criminalized for it. And eliminating mandated reporting for drug use alone. Commissioners, as you collect personal stories, structural harms, and all of the other information, the harms of the war on drugs is one of many considerations that you have to weigh, and we all have to weigh. And the Drug Policy Alliance welcomes the opportunity to be in conversation about how this fits in with New York's reparations and reparative framework and remedies. The consideration I most want to offer you today, and everyone in the room, is that for New York reparations to be fully realized, however it gets structured, we will have to ensure that the drug war is not retooled to diminish or extract from the material, structural, personal value, and impact of reparations. Thank you.
Thank you. We're actually going to do the Q&A after the second presentation.
Okay.
So thank you. Let's give Ms. Smith another round of applause. Thank you. And then we'll make time for questions and after the second presentation. And so next, I'm excited to have Dr. Divine Pryor. Dr. Divine Pryor serves as part of the People's Police Academy at Medgar Evers. Dr. Divine Pryor is the CEO of the People's Police Academy at Medgar Evers College, where he brings together community leaders, law enforcement, and residents to collaboratively address public safety as a shared responsibility. As a social scientist and formerly incarcerated advocate, he co-founded the Center for New Leadership on Urban Solutions and has served on the National Reentry Policy Council and as the co-chair of New York State's Anti-Gang Violence Reduction Commission. We are honored that Dr. Divine Pryor also took the trip from New York City and traveled all the way to Utica, New York, and we are excited to hear his presentation. Please welcome to the stage, Dr. Pryor. Dr. Pryor, while you take the stage, if I could just stop for 1 second and acknowledge that our one of our commissioners, I should say the commissioner, right? The commissioner. We want to honor him. Dr. Ron Daniels is here and give him a moment to introduce himself.
Well, just want to say hello, and it's like they say with the post office, neither rain, sleet, or snow will keep me from my appointed course. So I'm delighted to be here. That's all I want to say for now.
Thank you. Dr. Pryor, thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
Thank you for inviting me first. Let me acknowledge all of the commissioners, many of whom I know, some of them I don't know, but I think that you guys are doing an exceptional job. I've been monitoring your progress. This is a subject that I hold near and dear. I want to acknowledge everyone in the audience who saw it fit to come out this evening and spend this time on an occasion that's not so happy an occasion, but it's one that is necessary. You know, our bodies are so extraordinary that when we experience pain, what it's telling us is that something's wrong, right? In a very ingenious way, it gives you warning signs. Now, unfortunately, sometimes we don't acknowledge that. We ignore it. We don't go to the hospital. We go to the emergency room. That's a whole nother topic. And, you know, I have a theory that I've been working on. I think that we've been oppressed for so long and so harshly that our threshold for pain is so high that we don't even know we're in trouble until right before the lights go out. So tonight, I want to spend a few moments to talk to you about this issue of reparations, the drug war, and I want to give you a historical backdrop, because I want to talk about it from a criminal justice perspective. Let me first thank my colleague, Tony, for giving such an exceptional presentation. She gave you PowerPoints that had a lot of information. My PowerPoints have no information, they have one sentence on it. In fact, I don't even have my laptop, so when I say next slide, I'm hoping that somebody hits a button and we get to the next slide. Laughter is like unto medicine. We have to do it more often, you know. And it's intentional, because I know that the subject matter that I'm about to address is not the most comfortable, but it's necessary. Let's start off with the first slide. So I want to talk about the foundations of slavery and the prison industrial complex in New York. And I put up there Dutch West Indian Company. Not that it was the only company that was involved in the whole process of enslavement, but it's one that we're familiar. We've probably heard about that company a lot. And what that says to you is that the slave triangle, it wasn't a slave trade, which let's use accurate language. When you trade something, that means two people exchange something of equal value and both of them walked away feeling that they got what it is they wanted. That's not what happened in this situation. There was no trading going on. People were taken. People were tricked. They were manipulated. They were sold into slavery on the other end. And then when they left Africa, they were dropped on different continents. So depending on where you were dropped, you were either Haitian, you were either Jamaican, but we all came from the same common source. And we were a part of a very vindictive system, because people have this nostalgic view that people just rolled up with a ship and started loading, you know, African folks on the ship. That's not how it happened. There were trading posts that were set up there. They're along the coastal line, and they were there so they could learn your strengths, but particularly your weaknesses. So when it was time to attack, to draw you in, they had already understood culturally how to do so. And what we need to understand is that we went in kicking and screaming. This wasn't a voluntary thing. They don't show you that part, that we fought every step of the way. And that's the reason why folks were thrown overboard. And that's the reason why people were mutilated on the trip. And we're going to get there because I only want to spend 3 minutes on each slide. The foundations of slavery and the prison industrial complex happened at the very beginning. What's happening now in the prison system was manifested back then. They were putting what's called the infrastructure in place. How the law was weaponized against the 13th Amendment. So I have to just read it right quick. I brought my glasses, if y'all don't mind. I want to make sure we get it. 13th Amendment, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except, and I want y'all to hold on to that, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Neither slavery or voluntary servitude, except. So what it says is that slavery is abolished, except I want you to hold that for a minute. Except, in other words, the except. We are that except. Here's how it worked. When the 13th Amendment was finally released, when folks who were enslaved got word that they were being set free, many of them, not all of them, but many of them decided that they would pack up and they would leave the plantation and go look for loved ones, brothers, sisters, husbands, wives. That's what they would do. But in doing so, they would have to step off of the plantation. Well, just pause for a second. Before they got the word, there's been some changes in the law or some new laws added. There were slave laws for sure, but now these were black codes, the same kind of law, but more enhanced. The law that said that as soon as you stepped off the plantation, that you did not have a place of residence and you were unemployed, you were arrested. It was against the law for a slave to not have a job and be unemployed. And since you were free and you got word we're free, they said, sure, you're free and you can vote. But before you can do so, you have to first pass this literacy test. And if you pass the test, you were arrested. Against the law for a slave to read. And they had the convict lease laws. Convict lease law said anyone who was convicted, except, you know that exception, anyone who fell in that category could be leased back to the plantation, sometime even before your bed got cold. This is on the books. It's still on the books to this day. The 13th Amendment is still an amendment. It's still on the books. Now, what does this have to do with the prison industrial complex? We're going to get there. Let's go to the next slide. We're going to get there. That's for y'all. That's not for me. The historic Attica Rebellion, where prison conditions were so inhumane, so degrading, so deplorable that the men decided enough's enough. And they decided to get their voice heard that they were going to take over the prison. Now, I'm giving you, there's a whole lot more to it than that. In fact, the rebellion wasn't even supposed to happen that day. But because an incident happened in the yard where a correction officer decided that he was going to bust somebody upside the head, it kicked off a little sooner than it was supposed to. So it wasn't as well organized as it could have been. But nevertheless, it got sparked. We don't call it a riot, we call it a rebellion because these individuals were already planning this. This is not something that happened haphazardly. This wasn't accidentally. This wasn't coincidentally. They knew that they were going to make this move. It just happened a little sooner than they planned. And you might also know that Nelson Rockefeller, governor at that time, bought into this whole lie that they were in there killing correction officers, which was not true. Did not happen. But they needed a reason, like they've always needed a reason. And so they decided that I want you to drop tear gas in the yard. There are civilians in the yard, correction officers in the yard, and incarcerated people in the yard. I want you to drop tear gas, and I want you to go on the roof, and I want you to fire upon the yard until there's no more movement. And that's what happened. I'm giving y'all the real short version because I don't have a lot of time, but I want to hit some points. And those who survived had to run through a gauntlet. I don't know if everyone knows what a gauntlet is, but it's a line with people on two sides. And the correction officers had sticks with nails in them, had belts and whips, and you had to make it through the gauntlet in order to get back to your cell. So many got killed that way. And then after that, there were beatings and were people screaming throughout the night afterwards. This was the kind of punishment. Let's go to the next slide. So the Rockefeller drug laws, you know, they were initiated in 1973. And these were the laws that gave the harshest penalties, the longest sentences. I mean, there were people who were being convicted for 2 or 3 packs of crack. They was giving them 10 and 20 and 30 and 40 and 50. I know a person that got busted with 10 packs of crack and they gave him 10 years for each pack. Under Rockefeller drug. And the war, you know, when you wage a war, that means that you have an enemy. And when you at war with an enemy, the objective of war is for you to kill the enemy, right? You don't go to war to hurt the enemy. You don't go there to capture, because you capture him, that means you got to feed him. That means you got to spend money. So no, you go to war to kill the enemy. So I want you to know that this war was waged to kill who it was targeted to kill. And that was folks who were Black. Now, before I go on, I got to go back, but you can leave the slide there. Yeah, because I want to, that's good. Keep it right there. I want to go back for a second and tell you that there has been a war on Black people since the day one. And it's been a relentless, continuous war. And this is a war that has caused a great deal of harm and a great deal of injury. Injury to, first of all, our humanity. Our humanity has been under attack. You got to understand, and I'm not trying to make comparisons with no other groups. I'm not going to get into that. I'm going to say what happened to Black people during that process, that you were totally dehumanized and degraded. Your culture, your music, your mores, your traditions, your rules, everything that made you who you were crushed. And there was a process of doing this. This wasn't a casual process. In the Caribbean islands, for instance, it was where the breaking down process had to take place, where you were tamed like you tame a horse. And they had to beat you into submission and do whatever was necessary. Those who saw roots, you saw what happened to Kunte Kinte. He said, my name Kunte Kinte. They said, no, your name is Toby. He said, no, my name is Kunte Kinte. And they whipped him and they beat him. They whipped him and they beat him and they whipped him and they beat him, until finally, after being beat and whipped until the skin was dropping off his body, he finally said, my name Toby. Beat him in. And for those who, the children are not yet born, if they particularly had a woman and she was pregnant and they wanted to make an example because she got caught, man, our women were serious. They were grinding up glass in the oatmeal. We were rebelling in all kinds of ways. But if she got caught in a rebellious state, the slave master would take her and he would tie her, to a tree with her stomach sticking out and call all of the slaves to the square to see what happens when someone's disobedient. Then he would pull out the Jimboy knife and split the stomach open and crush the baby's head so that the fear would go into the unborn baby. This is the real version, not the one you see on television, the Hollywood version. I'm giving you the real version. And then we're going to talk about the prison industrial complex. So I just wanted to give you that as the backdrop. That's the intro. So let's talk about the prison industrial complex. Because the math is not mathing. Why do I say that? Because one would think, if in fact it was Black people that were committing the crimes and using the drugs and causing the chaos, then as you're locking them up, you should see a drastic reduction in crime, right? But if in fact you're arresting people and crime is still going up, you got to say, hold up now, something is not right here. If I'm arresting folks and the incarceration rate is going up, the violence and crime rate should be going down, should be an inverse reaction. But if you got incarceration going up and crime still going up, then something's wrong here. And what we should know is that the more people that you incarcerate in a society, in a community, the more likely it is that crime is going to be committed. Why is that? You got less fathers. You got less mothers. You got less social support. All the social control mechanisms begin to, and you have disorder. You don't have the guidelines to be reinforced. You don't have grandma to give you that look, grandpa to give you that look. You don't have the reinforcements there. You don't have the foundation, the rugs pulled from under you. And so this disorganization theory, and it first came out of Rutgers, where they showed that the more people that you incarcerate, the more likely it is that crime and violence is going to go up, not down. And what we need to understand is that this is just a continuum of the chattel slave plantation. How do I know this? Well, first of all, I'm going to say you never want anyone to ever be arrested, even if they decide afterwards mistaken identity. Even if the prosecutor declines to prosecute, which they do from time to time. Even if the judge says, this is garbage, throw it out. And here's why. Because once someone is arrested and they put you through the system, they marked you. How do they mark you? Because when you're arrested in your process, they take your fingerprint and they take your mugshot and they send it to a central repository. In New York State, it's called the Division of Criminal Justice Services. And it creates what's called a cycle on a rap sheet. Rap sheet stands for Record of Arrest and Prosecution. Now, an hour after you were arrested, they let you go. They said, I'm sorry, you were the wrong person. But they've already fingerprinted you. So you've already been marked, which means now you are subject to all of the collateral consequences that are generally associated with a criminal record, although you technically don't have a criminal record, but realistically you do, because your arrest has been documented on the same sheet as the conviction, on the rap sheet. The rap sheet has both convictions and arrests. And so once you are touched by the system, you automatically put your life on a different trajectory. Well, you know, there have been millions of Black men touched by the system, which means that your chances of success now have been extremely limited. Just because you've been touched by it. And I'm glossing it over. If this was a different situation, I would go far more in depth, but I think you get it. There has been a relentless attack in order to put us back in the system. Now, here's the key. When they do decide that you have been convicted of this crime and they want to sentence you to spend time in a correctional facility, they have to initiate what's called transfer of custody. A transfer of custody means you're being transferred from the judiciary to the State Department of Corrections. Once that happens, you become a ward of the state, or boom, better yet, state property. So now they have, in a very insidious way, manipulate and weaponize the criminal legal system so that they can re-enslave you legitimately because you broke the law, allegedly. And let's go to the last slide. There is help coming. There's a non-traditional approach. And, you know, we're going to need everybody. We're going to need everybody in order for this to happen. The non-traditional approach is an approach that was created by some gentlemen after the 1971 Attica Rebellion. New York State decided that all of these men were troublemakers. Some of them were former Black Panther Party members. Some of them were SNCC members. Some of them. So they said, we're going to put them all in one prison. They put them all in Greenhaven Correctional Facility. And when them brothers got to Greenhaven, they got together and started talking, hey, ain't you from around the way? Where you from? Where you live at? You in the Bronx? Hold up. They started doing little stick things and found out that all of them came from 7 neighborhoods. And they did the study. It was called the 7 Neighborhood Study, we call it, but it's called the Non-Traditional Approach to Violence and Crime. And in that study, they showed that 75% of all the men that were in New York State prisons came from 7 neighborhoods in New York City. And that these 7 neighborhoods happen to be the same neighborhoods that have been under attack. They've been underfunded. They've been defunded. Highest rates of unemployment, substandard living conditions, poor quality health care. You know, all of the things that would naturally put someone at odds with the system. And what happens in that process is that if the conditions now don't support individuals' growth and development, that means that when individuals come out, and they do, they go back. You know, the recidivism rate in New York State has moved between 60 and 70% for the last 5 decades. If you use the 60, 6 out of 10 individuals that come home go back within 3 years, and a third of them go back in the first year. If you use the 70%, 7 out of 10. Now, I don't know. But if you were a car manufacturer and you was the person in charge of the line, and 7 out of your 10 cars that came off your line were defective, how long you think you'd be working?
Come on.
Not very long. But it's acceptable that 7 out of 10 of us can come out and go back, come out and go back. See, we don't call it recidivism, we call it reinfection. Because the harm is in the fact that it's a known fact that there's a relationship between poverty and incarceration. There's a known fact between education and incarceration. We used to think it was urban myth. But if you think it's urban myth, go to Google and type in 4th grade reading scores in prison and see how much stuff comes up on there. This is real. The school to prison pipeline is real. But the Children's Defense Fund back in 2006 said it wasn't enough for them to just look at the school to prison pipeline. They went beyond that, and they released a report talking the cradle to prison pipeline, saying they're already predisposing that our kids and our kids' kids is going to be in the prison system because the conditions that we know are ripe to ensure their entry into the system are going to be maintained. I really wish that I had the time to really go in depth, but I'm sure you get it. I'm sure you get it. This has been a perpetual, relentless assault. And the harm and the injury is immeasurable. We can't even, I know that our commissioner is going to do an excellent job and they're going to put together a package, and but it's not about money, but it is, right? At the end of the day, resources are going to have to be made possible to move any agenda we want to move anyway. But the repair, could you imagine 300 years, 320 years of slavery and another 120 years Jim Crow racism, where you were beaten, where you were flogged, where kids were separated, mothers from daughters and fathers from sons, communities were undermined, resources were ripped out, you were hanged, you were hung, and everything that talked about who you were was negative. You know, when the stock market fell, it was Black Monday, right? It's all right for you to tell a little white lie, don't you tell a black lie, right? The good guy wears white, but the bad guy wears black, right? Angel food cake is white, but devil food cake is black. Everything that's about you is negative and distorted, and they use that to try to promote the idea that you are inferior and that you're less than and you're subhuman and therefore you're deserving of whatever treatment that you're afforded. I told you don't look at the PowerPoint because that was for y'all, not for me, because I can't do the PowerPoint. I start getting passionate. I got 2 more minutes, right? We after we were so-called let free, the social workers never came. We still looking for the social workers. Where are the therapists? Because clearly you got to know we're traumatized. 300-something years of slavery, 120 years Jim Crow, and you ain't sent no. You don't think we need no kind of therapy? Now I tell you what. After all of that, I'm sure you're a little off. Excuse me if my behavior is a little peculiar. And I say, if you ain't crazy, you must be crazy. I'm gonna close by telling you a little story, and then I'm out of here. I know they want to open up for Q&A and all that kind of stuff. We, long before the reports came out on the school to prison pipeline, we were working with young men, particularly, but also women as well in the public school system. So we working with little 3rd graders, and we went in there because the principal said they were acting out and so forth, and they wanted us to come in there and do this motivational thing we did. So we came in and we started introducing them to their ancestors and telling them that, you know, we built civilizations and the pyramids, and we had extraordinary mathematical skills, and that you're a genius, that the cure for cancer is in this room, and that you're powerful and you're insightful, and that you are the ones that's going to get us out of this mess we're in. So I'm really got them hyped up, and I said, let me break y'all up into groups, and I want y'all to sit down in these groups, and I want you to draw where you see yourself in the future. They said, okay, yeah, sure. They got the little crown, and they came back with their drawings. And one thing about 3rd graders, don't try to tell them what they drew. Let them tell you. So I look at this thing, but one picture was clear. I didn't have to ask them. Little kids in a classroom with broken desks and old books and so forth, with a tunnel with little stick figures walking from the school right into the prison. I said, what? So I immediately started apologizing because clearly I did a bad job at explaining to them what I want. So I'm saying, I'm so sorry. Let me explain it again. And a little 3rd grader said, Mr. We understood what you said. I said, well, I don't understand it. I'm the one that's got the misunderstanding because you're going to be engineers, scientists. I mean, you're extraordinary. You are powerful. You're ingenious. I mean, out of all the things that you could have drawn, why would you draw that? The little kid looked at me, had this strange look on his face, like I just dropped out of the sky from somewhere. And he looked at the little kid on his left and the little kid on his right, and he shrugged his shoulders. He said, that's where we go, mister. Everybody knows that. So the harm has been so pervasive that they've now not only annihilated our present, but now they've started chipping away at our future. I mean, snatched the very hope out of the little third graders. He said to me, that's where we go. And everybody knows that. Where you been, mister? I wish I had more time, but I want to thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Dr. Pryor. Dr. Pryor, Ms. Smith, phenomenal presentations. We're going to take, we are just grateful for your presentations. If you don't go too far, Dr. Pryor, Ms. Smith, maybe you can, okay, all right. I just want to make sure that we can get you in. I know the room is a little smaller, but maybe we can bring you up closer. Maybe we can make room for Ms. Smith here, maybe make room for Dr. Pryor over here so that we can ask you questions. And typically, we reserve questions for the commissioners, but we'll make room for 1 or 2 questions from the audience members. But I want to make room for my colleagues to my left and right to ask questions first. And online, I don't want to forget that we have Linda Brown Robinson online too. So first we'll hear from our commissioners. I have a question, but I'll wait for my colleagues.
So are there any questions in the audience for our 2 presenters?
Well, we're going to go first.
No, I just wanted to see if there aren't, then I'll okay. So I'll make a quick comment. I don't have a question, but I do have a quick comment, and I do want to reiterate and say thank you. Each time we come to a public hearing, we are educated and we learn something new or see it from a different perspective. So I really do appreciate the work that you do. I appreciate the presentation. I really appreciate the passion, and this is critical. And so this we are tasked with looking at still present harms that are happening. And so this prison system, this issue, this mass incarceration is really, really a critical piece to that. So thank you for your work. And I look forward to following up with both of you and seeing the work that you continue to do.
Well, I too want to join in commending both of you, and neither of you are strangers to me, really. I don't know you personally, but I know of the Drug Policy Alliance. The Drug Policy Alliance, under the leadership of the brilliant Sister Frederique. And I know that you came to represent her well.
And you did.
I'm sure, because that's the way they roll at the Drug Policy Alliance. Because as sisters and brothers in the hood said, the war on drugs was a war on us. And very devastating. And of course, Dr. Pryor, very familiar with your work, and really appreciate that as well. I guess the one question I would ask both of you is, and I unfortunately was not able to hear your presentation, but I know it was great. You used the word harm and injury over and over again. And I'm wondering, is there a reason why you discussed the problems, the pain and the sufferings in those terms? And I don't know whether you both want to answer that or not. And a short answer would be, I'm wondering why you framed it in terms of harm and injury.
All right.
Okay.
We're getting you a mic right now.
Yeah. I refer to harm and injury because there's been a lot of hurt. I mean, I could just talk about just the physical, we're trying to get a number on how many people were lost in the Middle Passage. Some people are using the 100 million number. I mean, how do you even quantify that? You know, I mean, what value do you place on a human life, more or less 100 billion human lives? That's just coming across the Middle Passage. We're not even talking about the pain and suffering while individuals were in their various different geographic locations. How do you quantify that? But then how do you begin to think about the scarring of the psyche, the total decimation of your humanity, the ripping out of your souls? I mean, how do you think about the harm that has done, how that makes a person feel so inferior? They come into a room with folks that don't look like them, and they still go to the back of the room. They're getting on the bus, you still going to the back. I mean, they don't feel they're worthy to sit in the front. And so that's harmful. That has caused serious and severe psychological damage, emotional imbalances. And we're wondering why they got ADHD in school, why they have so many personalities, because the social workers, we're still waiting for them. We'll take them if they come. We're still waiting for, because there's been no healing. So that's why I talk about injury and harm, because there's been no healing. So we have all of these folks, hurt people hurt. And we have all these hurt people who are hurting not only themselves, but other people, because there's been no intervention. There's been no clinical intervention. There's been no therapy. The social workers have not come, that we're still hurting. So there's so much pain. And this is the reason why I'm just so willing to give people the benefit of the doubt, because I understand the pain. And when you got a toothache, you want it to stop. Well, when you're in pain, you don't want to be in pain, and you do what it is you feel you have to do or you know how to do. And that's the reason why I'm always talking about the harm and the injury and the damage that was done. There's no amount. If they turned every dime the U.S. had over to us, it wouldn't even be a 1% of what is deserved. I don't even know. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know. You guys have a difficult job. The package that you have to put together to address reparations in New York State, my God, that is a monumental task. Anything that I can do to help, please. And Dr. Ron Daniels, thank you for thinking of me, finding me worthy to be a part of this gathering. Anything that I can offer, anything that I can give, if I have to come back again, send something, writing, do whatever, I will do it. Because you guys have a big task in front of you to attempt to even quantify it.
We thank you for that. I have a question for you both. Again, thank you, Ms. Tony Smith.
Thank you.
Oh, you want to address that?
Yeah,
Yes.
I do first, and then I definitely
Yes.
want your question. At the Drug Policy Alliance, we do talk a lot about the harms of drug use and drug criminalization. And we know that drugs is a hard subject, right? Like most people, most of us, definitely me, we bring our own family stories, neighborhood stories, experiences into the conversation, right? I'm thinking about family members. I'm thinking about harms that might have been interpersonal, right? Sometimes the harms are between us. Sometimes the harms come from the state upon us. But then, as Dr. Pryor was saying, then that creates more harms. Exactly, hurt people hurt people. And so the harm, I think the way we use harm gives room to really be expansive in how we identify what's hurting. And I mean, Dr. Pryor talks about this, right? But you coming home from incarceration, there's an expectation that you get a job, you get housing, right? Like you get all the markers of success, and there's very little emphasis on what you have access to heal inside, so that you can actually be happy, healthy, right, thriving in your relationships, in your communities, and all of that contributes to community health and well-being. And so we want to make sure that those definitions are integrated into how we're thinking about what our communities need, because it's not just material. We want the material, right? But we want to make sure that we have the conditions that are going to support the full value of those material things.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I wanted to just share, staying on the harms, that our work is to review the impact of slavery and the present day harms. And so you started to talk about a policy recommendation, but I wanted to hear from you just maybe quickly. The work that we have to do are to, for those that don't know or came in later, that we have to submit a report of recommendations to the governor and the legislative body on what that redress and recommendations should be. And so we're talking about the war on drugs. What's one recommendation that you have for the commission to submit with this report that we have to submit?
There are a lot that we could propose, right? And there are a lot of ideas that I shared. I think for the war on drugs, what is uniquely killing our folks that I don't think exists the same way in most other areas is the shame and the stigma and the ways that we are often participating in the moralizing about what people deserve and who deserves. And so on this issue, a public redress, the acknowledgement of the harms, right? The release of the moralizing, the recognition that it was systematized and structural, and it still is really important, because as long as we don't address that, the drug war will keep being retooled over and over again in new ways that we don't identify immediately, because it's like, oh, we're not incarcerated anymore, but we're all under some other kind of supervision, and now we're failing at that. And now we, let's say you get material resources, but now because you have X, Y, and Z consequences, you now can't get a loan, or you have higher interest rates, or right, like you are excluded from certain civic spaces. And so I think that the public recognition piece is really critical on this issue, I would say.
Thank you. Dr. Pryor.
Yeah, I have a couple of things.
Just one, Dr. Pryor, please.
I love.
You
I
can
love
submit
my
the rest
people.
in writing.
I swear to God, I do.
Yeah.
I love us. I would like you guys to recommend a list of offenses that young people should never get arrested for. Stealing because they're hungry, jumping on a turnstile. I mean, there are a whole slew of things, and I'd be more than happy to help you with the list, that they not be arrested for this. You don't destroy somebody's life because they were hungry. You don't just totally decimate somebody's identity because they did something stupid. All of us did something stupid. I'm not even going to ask for a raise of hands, but I'm sure that if I said, well, a raise of hands, everybody who did something that had you got caught, you went to jail or got arrested, we might have a lot of hands go up, and that's just the reality. We got certain people in certain communities that they do other things, right? I'll say this, and I promise I'll stop. I had a chief of police who happened to be white from Suffolk County. He retired, he was moving to Florida, and he came to a town hall meeting in Brooklyn to say something he said to me that I asked him to say to them. So when he said it to them, he said, I don't know why Dr. Pryor thinks it's such a big deal. I just simply said to him that in Suffolk County, we don't arrest white youth. I said, what do you mean? Wow. What do you mean? He said, we don't do that. The only way we would arrest a white youth, he'd have to really do something really serious. Otherwise we take them to the clergy, we take them to the boys club, we'll take them to the precinct, we'll have a talk to them, we'll call his parents. I mean, he just was running off all these different things that they do before they even consider arresting a young person. So we know that it can be done. So let's put that list together and let that be one of your recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chair Hawkins.
Do we have a question in the audience? First of all, let's give Dr. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Linda Brown Robinson, our commissioner. Yes.
Hi. So my question, I heard the first presenter, but I didn't hear all of Dr. Pryor. Dr. Pryor, you and I actually know each other from another place and space, and that's on the executive committee for the New York State NAACP. So welcome and thank you. So since I could not hear all of that report, is it possible that we could have both of those transmitted electronically?
It will be on the
both
website.
The presenters.
Yes. It will be on the website. So this presentation will be on our website.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give Tony Smith a round of applause and Dr. Pryor, and thank them for being here today. I know we have one question, but I just want to thank them once again. We'll get 2 questions, and then what will happen is we'll take a break of 3 questions. Well, we're going to try. We're going to try because we want to make sure that we have time for public comment. That is most important to us. So if you could come to them all, you have the mic, state your name, and thank you for being here tonight. We are grateful that you came. Utica, give yourselves a round of applause. It is a packed house in here tonight.
Good afternoon. I'm a little sniffly, so I'm gonna keep the mask on.
Okay, we're gonna get the Clorox for the mic too. All right.
My name is Hilda. I'm Jordan. And as we think about the youth in the next generation, I would ask you, how can we educate them on the horrors and the realities that we have while building up their hope and resilience to respond to them?
So our speakers can come to the mic up here. to respond. Please and thank you.
So young people speak a different language than we do, right? So the first thing you have to do is get around some young people and let them bring you up to date. And you know that their language changes every couple of weeks, and it changes based on geography. And listen, I couldn't even, when my kids were teenagers, I couldn't keep up with them. My son said to me, "Oh, Pop, you don't even know the texture of the material." I'm like, "What are you talking about? I wear good suits." He's like, "Oh man, see, I told you, man, you need to get it together." Young people have a different way they look at the world, and they grew up in a different world. And we're stuck, and we're trying to force them to do it the way we did it, see it the way we see it. It's not happening. That's not how that works. What you have to do, first thing, I spoke to some kindergarten children a couple of weeks back, and when I came into classroom, the first thing I did was sit on the floor. You know why I sat on the floor? Because I didn't want to be looming over them, right? I didn't want to look like I was bigger than life. I wanted to come down to their level, and I wanted to look them right in the eyes. And then I just sat there and I listened and I let them talk, and I said a little bit, and we started laughing, told little jokes. You got to come with your whole tool belt until you hit the right nerve. And eventually you're going to hit the right nerve. And young people, what they want to talk about, Eventually it somehow moves its way over to sex somehow. This is just, they're fascinated with this, So, but it gives you a chance to do sex education, right? If you got the right tools. So yeah, we have to think young again, because some of us, I'm closer to 70 than I am to 60. Let me just say that. And some of us have to learn how to go back and remember that we was young at one time. And we said some stuff that didn't make sense, and that was stupid, and that was ridiculous, and was silly, right? We did that, right? Now we want to be so stern and act like we so perfect, like we never made mistakes. And that's why the young people are rejecting you. You got to let them know you human. You make mistakes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. And then we'll only have time for one more question, and I apologize, after Ms. Smith. Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
I'm glad you brought up sex ed, though, because young people want accurate information, right, on all the hard topics. And they do really smart things with accurate information, right? Like as an adult, I'm like, why didn't anyone just tell us this? I could have made better choices. So that's a huge piece of it. And also, the presentation that I did today was a lot on here's what's wrong, here's what they're doing, here's how the war on drugs operates. But I could have done a whole nother presentation on here's how folks have resisted. Here's how every step of the way we resisted. We fought back, right? The whole campaign to end the Rockefeller drug laws, the whole campaign to end the SNAP felony ban in New York State. And so for young people, it's really important that when we're giving them the what's the problem, we're always giving them, and here's how people resisted, and here's how you could do the same and come up with your own ideas, because you're going to figure stuff out that we haven't figured out because none of us have cracked the code yet all the way.
Thank you. Last question. And just as a reminder, as we're preparing for the next question, if you have not signed up for the public testimony portion, please do.
Who has a question?
Question.
Who was it?
Okay, there you go. We're ready for you. We can hear you. I think we can hear you.
You just got to project. If you just state your name for us.
Hey, my name is Kamal. How you doing?
Kamal, thank
This is for
you.
Tony, right? Yeah. Okay. You said 40,000 restrictions for people that's on.
Oh, yeah.
What is the state doing about that? How are you going to live? I mean, I'm feeling it. So, but 40,000 is a huge number.
Yeah.
What is?
And that's across the board. So New York State, that's not just New York State, that's across the country. Like different restrictions exist in different states. I don't have the exact number on how many of those are applicable in New York, and they're always changing. There are always new ones, they're shifting, the technicalities with the restriction is shifting. And so it's hard to keep up. It's hard to know what you're going to be subjected to.
And I'm assuming you're talking about getting jobs and how.
Yeah, education, housing, health insurance, life insurance. I mean, it just goes on and on. If you had a license to practice medicine, law, you lose that. You
Barbers, license, beauticians.
I mean, yeah, exactly. So, and the thing about it is, and I just got to say it because I just believe it's true. The reason why it hasn't been addressed, it's not to the advantage of those who want to maintain your oppression. I need to make sure. In fact, I don't even want you educating yourself, because you get educated, then you want to stop killing each other. I don't want to do that. I need you to continue to sell each other drugs, kill each other, continue to protect perpetuate this cycle, this very toxic environment, because I got to make sure that your son gets his 25 years of life, and my son can get his 20 years sentence. And then you make sure that your child goes to the state pen while mine goes to Penn State. That's not to my advantage to eliminate those factors.
All right.
All right. Dr. Pryor, Ms. Smith, thank you. Let's give them another round of applause. I just hope that we've panned the audience for Utica because we have a packed house here. I see my family, my sisters here. I'm grateful that so many people showed up tonight, and we're looking forward to this next portion. And so if we're going to take a quick break, we're going to take about a 5 to 8 minute break, and then we'll come back and have your part, which is the public testimony. So we will start with Senator Sanders, who is going to join us online. And remember, he's one of the co-chairs. He will be with us. And then we'll have our public
time for individuals to present their comments. So if we could start to settle down just a little bit so we could present. How has it been so far? Great? All right. All right. So I'm just going to wait for our chair to make her way back to the platform, and we will get started momentarily. Thank you once again. Thank you so much for showing up. And I'm hearing that the snow is coming down outside. Pretty is it? No, I'm just saying what I heard, because I'm going to ask, could I spend the night here?
All right. Well, with that said, I want to prepare for the next section. And this is the public testimony. This is the part where we hear from you. And I'm excited because we have a variety of speakers tonight. We have artists. I just got to see some of the artwork here. And it reminds me of the work being done in Evanston, where they involve the artists as well. And so I am grateful for you all being here tonight. And I'm going to introduce our senator. Senator Sanders will be with us. And I want to make sure before I begin to introduce him that he is here online. Can we confirm that? You don't see him? Okay. I'm going to come back. He's not on. Okay. So he's not on. So we're going to keep moving. And so I want to acknowledge, first of all, we are grateful to be in this great space today. And we want to acknowledge Mr. Courtney Muhammad, who is here. Brother Muhammad, we want to thank you for making space available. I bet you he's in the back doing some good work. But if you could let him know that we called his name, and that we wanted to give him an opportunity for testimony. We have some invited speakers today. One was Senator Sanders, of course, Mr. Muhammad, and then we also have, and we're excited to have, Divine Prince of the U.S. Freedmen Project. And so here we have Mr. Muhammad. If he's ready, he can take the stage. If not, we'll go to Mr. Prince. But it looks like you're ready. Let's give Mr. Muhammad a round of applause. Thank you, Brother Muhammad. Yep, that's it.
In the name of God, the beneficent, the merciful, however you may call his name, Allah, Jah, Jehovah, Yahweh, the Father, the Creator, the Sustainer, the one who gives us life, and he's the ultimate cause of death. If I was here amongst the disciples of Jesus, I would say, Assalamu alaikum to my family, Shalom alaikum, or peace be unto you. Thank you all from the depth of my heart for coming out on this cold day in Utica, New York. It's not just a street in Brooklyn.
You know that, okay.
Dr. Pryor, Manhattan makes it, Brooklyn takes it. I'm gonna stop right there. And I'm gonna go
Be careful what you say about Brooklyn now. You know, that's my hometown. Don't go too far.
But my wife is from Brooklyn.
Okay, that's right. That's right. All right. So you know.
So Utica takes it. You know, and I'll be very brief. Heal, helping to elevate all lives. Heal. My mother, a strong Black woman, has touched this community, but she left this community as a child of 4 years old, growing up in the projects that are no longer here, you know. And I watched how they erased everything that we had our hands on. So very little do we see of the Black excellence that was in this city. But she was one that went down to New York, Harlem. And during the Harlem Renaissance, during the time that Marcus Garvey and all of the greats were down there, she drank in life. And because she had to come back and forth between her mother and her father, she brought that life back to Utica. So I'm never one when someone comes from outside of Utica and offers us anything to reject it. I open my arms to it, and I'm thankful for anyone that comes to help us to rise and to grow into our greatness. But she also laid a lot of memos on me. And one of the things that I'm mindful of is that it's not, she was always a person that worked behind the scenes. And sometimes when we start talking and talking and talking, we don't get much done. But this is a day in which the talking is just about over. God walks in the flesh today. And I see these commissioners that are here in the commission that we have. And I don't think that this is something of a coincidence. Those that believe in God don't believe in coincidences. Just like you being here today, it's not a coincidence. This is a long journey towards greatness. And I've seen some of the videos of the past commission sessions, and I see our people pouring out pain, pouring out frustration over a reality that we have been placed in that has taken away from us our humanity. And now we need healing. And the reality for me is that we have to allow our people to vent, to get out what they have, and to do whatever this dysfunction that was placed on us, allow it to come out so that now we can start to fill it in with something that we know always works for us, which is love. So I thank you, Timothy Hogues, for being here from Buffalo. My sister, Dr. Chanel from Brooklyn.
Yes.
I love Brooklyn.
Yes.
And Dr. Ron Daniels, I'm one that had a Black bookstore in Utica, New York. And I followed all of the greats through my time and over the last 25, 30 years. And to have you here sitting with me in this place, it's really rewarding. The last time we were together was down in New York. Please give Dr. Daniels. I would tell people that he's someone that if you were Mandela or Louis Farrakhan or Dr. King, they would have his number. Mm-hmm. And some people don't understand what we have amongst our ranks in our community. And it spreads beyond that. But everyone needs to be heard. I thank you all for coming out. I thank you for being a part of this. Me and Dr. Chanel said that if you really feel passionate about this reparations, which is really repair, we want to start a study group to help the commission so that we can talk like Dr. Pryor does, man. Mm-hmm. We can run down what we see that we need. And it's more than just saying a dollar bill and a paycheck, which is okay. We can get that. But if God has said that he's given the whole kingdom to us, we just have to be qualified. We have to have the requisite knowledge. We have to have the young people that understand the suffering, the pain, and what we've gone through. And then there's some things that we know about who did this to us that is slowly but surely coming out. But we see the world changing in this hour that we will be free. No question. And I'm not talking about physically. I'm talking about mentally and spiritually. Thank you so much, Commission. Thank you, family, for coming out. Thank you, speakers, my sister and my brother. And let's move on. The next one.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Muhammad. We are grateful to be here at the Carol L. Crooms Becker Center. And we just want to honor your queen because she first of all made us feel at home and the food was good. I just want to say somebody's eating good at home. So we want to thank you for your hospitality. Certainly for me, it is a homecoming here in Utica, New York. With that said, we want to make room for our next invited speaker, Divine Prince. He is the president of the U.S. Freedmen Project, and he is here to grace us with his presence and recommendations today. Mr. Prince, you have the floor.
That just goes to show you I am great at following directions. More direction. That's what it's about. So I'm really excited to be here and be before you guys. I'm excited that my name was so close to Dr. Divine Pryor. I thought she was gonna call me. So I'm thankful for that as well. And these comments are in the spirit of getting it right. We understand that the justice claim is what the justice claim is. We know reparations is a debt owed, and we know it is a just claim. But there are rules, unfortunately, to the game that we're playing in the system that we find ourselves in. So my name is Divine Prince, and I'm the president of the U.S. Freedmen Project, a nonpartisan organization committed to resurrecting the abandoned missions of what we call the Freedmen Acts of 1865. They established the Freedmen's Bank and the Freedmen Bureau. And we're the only organization in the state of New York advocating exclusively and solely for those Black American families that survived enslavement and Jim Crow and all the badges, incidents, and vestiges of slavery. I have to begin by thanking the Black American grassroots for making this testimony here in Utica possible. They raised the funds necessary to make a trip from New York City for a Tuesday night public hearing possible. I'm also from Brooklyn, New York, and I'm glad to see that Utica is not just a street in our city. See, the white philanthropic foundations in this reparative justice space, like Liberation Ventures, the MacArthur Foundation, and others, do not fund those of us fighting for lineage-based reparations. They do, however, fund organizations that are fighting for race-based, unconstitutional reparations. And we all need to ask ourselves why that is. But I digress. I want to use this time to present recommendations for this commission. So number one, demand as a commission that the authors of this bill that created this commission, Senator Sanders and Assemblymember Salages, make amendments to the bill based on language from Assembly Bill 5603 for reparations remedies so this current bill and thus this commission can produce constitutional results. Y'all gonna hear me say constitutional a lot. I'm gonna explain what I mean by that. Number two, here at the state level, we should not be content with being outdone by what's taking place at the city level. I mean, we all work together in conjunction, but in the spirit of friendly competition, we shouldn't allow them to outdo us. And so if number one doesn't get done, at the very least, we need to follow the lead of the city level and separate racial justice from reparations. They sound the same, but they're very, very different. I'm seeing some head nods, so I'm in the right room. This commission should create a racial justice subcommittee that solely studies the racial justice for people of African descent and have a separate committee solely focused on reparations for who the debt actually has to be paid to. Those Black American families given the status of freedmen after winning the Civil War. Number three, African Americans is defined as everybody and anybody with origins in any of the Black racial groups of Africa. That means continental Africans are African American, Afro-Caribbeans are African American, Afro-Latinos are African American, Afro-Asians are African American, and then Black Americans, or who I've said and labeled as American freedmen, are also African American. The second part of that trick bag is that we're the only category that's labeled a racial group. I'm gonna get to that in a second. So this leaves Black Americans without an ethnic group recognized by the federal and state governments with which to write legislation or receive specific set-asides, resources, or contracts. We recommend that this commission demand that Governor Hochul support and push the disaggregation of data in New York State. Number four, the last time Black Americans had legislation and institutions exclusively for our people was those Freedmen Acts of 1865. We are looking for this commission to support a state-level Freedmen's Bureau and/or agency. Black Americans are the oldest, if not the oldest ethnic group in the country. We built the foundation of the state of New York and do not have a single institution in New York solely for our people like the Office of Immigrant Affairs or the Holocaust Claims Processing Office. Black Americans have more than earned an office that serves our people as well. Number five, what we know is that due to the badges, incidents, and vestiges of slavery, Black Americans have always been the #1 victim of hate crimes in the USA. Because of the definition of the African American racial category, an anti-Black or anti-African American crime bill would be unconstitutional. That's why we're calling on this commission to support an anti-Freedmen hate crime bill. In line number 6 with the anti-Freedmen hate crime bill and the theme of both presentations you heard tonight, what we find is that the system of white supremacy has used immigration as a weapon against Black Americans since emancipation. So we find a number of immigrant groups that have committed those hate crimes against us freedmen, like the Irish during the draft riots, or the crimes due to the Italian mafia, or the Jamaican shower posse that brought drugs and murder into Black American communities during that war on drugs. We recommend this commission bring in Andre Barnes of Numbers USA to present on the effects of immigration on Black Americans. And in closing, I want to make the final and more informal recommendation to the commission. I actually implore that this commission make the decision on getting on the right side of history. Politics based on race or blanket Blackness are not only a thing in the past, but race is a tool of white supremacy. Audre Lorde told us that the master's tools will never be able to dismantle the master's house. The Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment prohibits any policy based on race. It was designed to protect us against the policy of whites only, right? But that sword cuts two ways. It also prohibits policy for Blacks only. See, so the future of politics is based on advocacy, based on lineage/ethnic groups, and building coalitions on respect wherever possible. If any of you saw the movie Sinners, which just garnered a number of nominations, cheap plug, the director Ryan Coogler called it a display of foundational Black American culture. See, there is a foundational Black American Renaissance taking place where justice and cultural autonomy is at the heart of it. So, commission, I beg you, please don't become yet another tool of white supremacy that we have to overcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prince. With that, we will open the floor to those were invited speakers. And so now we will open the floor to those that have signed up for public comment. If you have not signed up for public comment, you still have an opportunity to sign up. So I want to apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name. You're writing with your handwriting. And some of them are difficult to read. So I apologize. But when you go to the microphone, if you can correctly say your name and where you're from, we'd appreciate it. So I'm just going to call the first name. Okay. Liz Marie, you are first. So Liz Marie, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the New York State Reparation Commission. My name is Liz Marie Montemayor Robles, and I represent the New York Civil Liberties Union's Racial Justice Center. I'm a community organizer based in Syracuse. My work has included leading community forums, grassroots capacity building, and serving as a research assistant for community engagement. Through my work, I've learned that there is a historical through line from slavery to lead exposure. And tonight, I'm here to highlight the impact of lead on Black families across New York State, where toxic exposure has created a host of health and educational impacts. Lead is a powerful neurotoxin that can cause permanent damage to the brain, heart, bones, and kidneys. It is also known to cause reproductive problems, nerve disorders, seizures, and in extreme cases, death. Children are especially vulnerable as their brains and bodies are still developing. We have seen exposure in children cause lifelong learning disabilities. Exposure happens in familiar places through soil, dust, contaminated water, and lead paint. But the burden of exposure is not evenly shared. In 2023, Black, Asian, and Latino children in New York City made up 85% of children under age 6 with newly identified elevated lead levels. And exposure also happens outside the home. A 2022 study found that even after improving lead fixtures in schools, Black children were still more likely to attend schools with lead-contaminated fixtures. Levels of Black children living in racially segregated neighborhoods remain higher than in children living outside those communities. In Syracuse, lead poisoning is a crisis for Black families due to its aging and poorly maintained housing. More than 13% of children in Brighton, a predominantly Black neighborhood in the south side of Syracuse, had elevated lead levels. And in 2024, over 195 Black children in Onondaga County were found to have elevated lead levels compared to 70 white children. Similarly, in Buffalo, Black residents overwhelmingly reside in older housing with deteriorating paint. In 2020, the city of Buffalo accounted for 3 of the 4 zip codes in New York State with the highest percent of elevated blood levels. According to a 2018 study, children living in predominantly Black neighborhoods are 12 times as likely to be poisoned by lead than children living in white neighborhoods. And right here in Utica, the neighborhood of Cornhill was home to a mostly Black community by the late 20th century and was called a red zone by health officials for its dangerous lead levels. These are just some of the cities in New York where Black communities are overwhelmingly burdened by lead. Reparations are not only about amending the past, they are about reinvesting in communities to improve the health and livelihoods of current and future generations. The state must acknowledge its actions, which contributed to the disproportionate exposure of lead in Black communities, as Black children deserve homes that nurture them, not poison them, and the history of New York State demands nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you, Lise Marie. I just want to remind folks that we have a 3-minute testimony. There will be a clock that will go off. I think it's running, but just thank you. Remember, if you hear the clock stop, if you could kindly stop, and then you can call in your testimony. You can go right to the back, call in 518-473-3997. We can put that number up. Oh, there it is. Or you can email your testimony just in case you run out of time. We are honored to have Lisa Marie Nero, who is here, an elected official, and traveled all the way from White Plains, New York. And you will also see that she was our poster person. I don't want to say child, but our poster person for this hearing. So we thank you for traveling and supporting the commission.
Thank you. 3 minutes, go. Hi, my name is Lisa Maria Nero. I'm a doctoral candidate in education in Long Island University. My dissertation is on HR 40, Heal or Repeal. My study focuses on why 25% of the Black population does not want reparations. We know why whites do not want it, but we want to know why Blacks, there's so much pushback. I'm here to provide a researcher's view on the war on drugs and examine the vast differences in the response on the war on drugs versus the opioid crisis. And of course, this was so in detail by Dr. Tony Smith and Dr. Pryor. Let us examine the funding resources between both the opioid crisis versus the broader war on drugs. We are looking to collect data and by race, by geography, substance type, and then that will reveal the blatant disparities. We need to compare the health outcomes, treatment, access, also versus criminal justice outcomes. Use these findings in these studies to guide integrated policies that combine public health responses and fair and proportional enforcement. On a second note, after 36 years, we are still trying to create a viable solution. Beyonce gave us the answer in her song, My Power. This is that kinfolk. This is that skin folk. This, that war, this, that bloodline on the front line, ready for war. Plantation owners encourage enslaved women to bear children to maintain their labor force. And this relationship was marked by significant power and imbalances in exploitation. Thank you. The relationship varied as slave girls could be the object of older children of the owners, of the brothers and the cousins, the non-family whites, in contact with the slaves as such as an overseer. Thus, slaves could be the children, grandchildren, or the uncles of slaves, as well as unrelated whites. What I suggest is that for feasibly to calculate the reparations and compare it to the generational wealth of white children, and then you compare that to the child support due the Black children. And at that point, your millions of those who were raped follow the bloodline, and then you follow the money, and then that's one recommendation that would make the determination at least 17% is due. And when you look at the lifespan of that child and the family, and the government owes each individual and that descendant of that 20 kids, then guess what? That's your repair.
Thank you. We thank you. So this writing is super small, but I know it's Natalie. So Natalie, thank you for being here. I think so. If you write smoke, Natalie Williams. Okay.
I don't know. I wasn't even sure exactly what to say, but I will say that I've been volunteering with uticaphoenix.net. It's a digital magazine, and I'm here to write about something that happens through this or because of this. I'm inspired to see that there is activity regarding reparations. I spent a lot of time in Brooklyn too.
All right.
All right. I've been to a lot of these sessions with a lot of Black people asking about something, talking about something, trying to value the epic experience that we have gone through in this country and other countries due to slavery, discrimination, and everything in between. And yeah, looking at this neighborhood, in any Black neighborhood you go to, because we, if we travel, we'll travel in very specific circles. It's been designed for us to be penned into these neighborhoods. This neighborhood in particular, you just go down the block, there's a place called Hope House that is a place where people eat, but it is become overrun with this obvious drug problem that has taken over this city. And then the next thing you see is all of these sirens and police and a giant hospital. And it just seems like we keep on getting trapped in the same milieu, the same cycle, the same thing over and over and over again. But yeah, it's upgraded, but it's not, but it is still a plantation. And I don't know how we get off this plantation and actually be free. Walking in here, I was talking to a white man, and I actually, I said, well, we started to, where are you going? I'm going to, this event. It's going to be on reparations. And, we started this whole conversation, and it was all about, well, there's lots of people. The Japanese got reparations, and what about women? Why women should get reparations? I was like, well, I invite you to organize on that, okay? So the conversation goes a certain way when we are surrounded by each other, but when you are in conversation with somebody who is outside of it,
Thank
you. Time's up.
Well, time's up, but you are welcome to submit your testimony or call in. You can go to the back of the room and call in your testimony and finish. But we thank you for being here, and we hope you share in the Phoenix more about the work that the commission is doing. We invite you to go to our website at ny.gov/reparations. So thank you, Ms. Williams. Next, we will hear from Kamaz Fardan, and I apologize if I've said your name incorrectly, but you'll correct us at the microphone.
You ready? My name is Kamal Fardan. I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York, and I came up to Utica about 30-something years ago. So real quick, I just want to start out by saying welcome, everybody. It's good to see this crowd here. Wow, I'm 70. I turned 70 this year. Wow. I've lived to see a Black president. I've lived to see marijuana legalized. And now we're sitting here talking about reparations. This is historical for me. I don't know about anybody else. Yes. There's so many layers to our issues. For me, the root for me is self-hate, which was instilled during slavery. I don't think if we don't address the self-hate that we have, we're always going to have issues. We out here shooting each other. We're hating each other. We're pulling each other down. We're not helping each other grow. We need that to grow as a people, as a community, as a family. And as long as self-hate exists, I don't see it happening. That's the culprit. That's our enemy as a people. And it's funny, it's a deep-rooted mental health issue, yet we don't get no credit for our mental health. You know, we got people going to court, people of other colors, they get their mental health conditions and sentences reduced, not with us. And it was purposely done to us to have these mental health issues. So for me, that is the root. When it comes to prison reform, I just have to speak on that in light of what happened right here in this area with Robert Brooks. It opened up a Pandora's box. I'm formerly incarcerated. I know if anyone had told their families that this was going on inside, they wouldn't have believed us. But you saw them body cam. You know, God is great. He's great because he exposed it in a way that you cannot deny it, right? There's something called, there was a law called Santiago versus Miles inside of the prison system where things had to be, so if there was 40% blacks in the prison system, then they had to be 40% in the honor block and the good jobs. We need that out in the street now. We need to hold people accountable in these communities. We have some agencies here that have no black people working for them. How's that possible? I'm just gonna throw this out here. I think people in recovery and people that's formerly incarcerated, we need to develop a voters block. I'm saying it here first. So we can have a voice. That's the only thing that this government understands is having a voting block for a few reasons. And what's taking them so long to give us our vote? The Indians got it, the Israelis got it. What people from what's taking us so long? Thank you for
Thank you, Kamal. So next, I see Larry's still here. And so Larry, for now, is Larry still here?
I'm still here.
Yeah, I was looking at you. Still want to speak? Floor is yours. All
Hello.
right.
Hello, I'm Larry Fennell. I'm also from Brooklyn.
All right. Brooklyn's in the house. Thank you, Brooklyn, for representing. Always, always.
All right, hey, hopefully your time didn't start yet.
Yo, it started, but
No, okay,
I only got a couple of minutes.
Reset,
Yo,
rewind.
Brooklyn in the house.
Let me see how many other Brooklyn folk is in this house. Wow. Okay. My goodness.
Oh man.
All right, let's rewind the time for Mr. Larry.
We are three.
I'm not gonna be long.
All right.
I would like to say it's a blessing to have you guys come up here, because I think what the problem is up here is that we don't talk about reparation up here. And one of the biggest things that I've known about this community and being here for 20 plus years is that we are being wiped out in Cornhill. And it's very disturbing to me. What I've seen is that, yes, we have a lot of refugees and immigrants coming to the area. And we're forgetting about the Foundation of Black Americans. So with that being said, with this reparations committee going on, I think we need to focus on Foundation of Black Americans, because we are the ones that build this nation. And if it wasn't for us, there would be no civil rights, it would be anything else. So what I want to say is that we have to bring the reparations committee here. I think that is very important that we watch out for the language that we use. We got to stop crowbarring people into this reparations thing, because this reparations is about the descendants of slaves. And I think we forget about this is the descendants of slaves. So that's all I want to say. 150, I got 150, so I appreciate you allowing me to speak, but I was not coming up here to speak. So
I'm glad you did. Thank you, Larry. So next we have Elder Patricia Brown. I apologize. Elder Patricia Brown, we are so glad you're here. Again, for those that want to speak, if you have not signed up, please sign up and they'll bring me the paper. But thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. I am not from Brooklyn.
Okay. We still love you. We still love you.
I am, however, from Queens.
Okay.
I'm from Queens.
All right.
My best friend is from Brooklyn, so I've been in Brooklyn a lot. But I just wanted to say it. I don't live in Utica. I live in Rome.
Okay.
Which is the next town over. And I've been able to do some things in that community in Rome. We're the minority there in Rome. So I've been able to, by the police commissioner, I was able to go in and speak to the police officers about racism and various things there, answer questions that they had there. But I really want to focus on the fact that for a number of years, I worked in Proctor High School, which is the high school right here in Utica. And I specifically worked with kids with disabilities for the most part. And the thing I just wanted to say is that what really came out of it for me was the humanity piece. We have a lot of statistics and a lot of numbers, but I looked at faces every day. And the children that were in Proctor at the time that I was there, I was one of the workers that came into Proctor. I was the only one of color that came into Proctor, and I was the only one of my age. We had a lot of young people that were there working with the kids, and it was kind of a shocking thing to have someone with a little seasoning in lives to come in there and work with the kids. What occurred was that I became an auntie to so many of them. And as a result of sitting down with the kids and letting them know how much I appreciated them, every time I saw them, my face would light up. I made sure they knew that I appreciated them. And it opened the door for me to be able now, not just to speak to them, but they started introducing me to their parents, who many times were on drugs. Many times were on drugs. And it opened the door for me to go in there and to start to speak to them and to work out certain things with them in the community also. So I'm talking grassroots here. That's what I'm really talking about, is grassroots. And to put together some things where we go into certain places and just be us. Just go in there and share who we are, so they can see our faces, and to build on relationships with them, not just do one-shot deals, but relationships with the kids. I've worked from preschool all the way through in suggesting things to teachers of how to deal with our kids. So that is really all I have to say, that we just need to really sit down and think about it. The doors will open. I believe that. I'm a preacher in Rome, and I know God's got this thing right here.
All right.
I know God's got this thing, and we are just going to continue to walk through the door that he opens for us, and no man can shut a door that God opens.
All right.
God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, Elder Brown. Yes, just trying to get some logistics.
There's a timing on when the sign up shuts off. It's a half hour.
Half hour,
Okay.
yep.
So at 8:30,
We're going to close the sign-in sheet.
if you haven't signed up and you want to speak, you want to sign up before 8:30.
So Chantel Williams is next, and we have plenty of time. So if you are encouraged by what you heard and you still want to get up and speak, you have time. So please go up to the back and sign in so that we can hear your testimony. But we're glad you're here, Chantel. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the New York State Reparations Commission. My name is Chantel Williams, and I represent the New York Civil Liberties Union's Racial Justice Center in partnership with New Yorkers for Reparations. Black life in Utica has been shaped by one consistent truth. The state stripped Black people of their humanity and then used that same dehumanization as a reason to criminalize them. That pattern began in slavery, and its logic remains alive in our institutions today. In 1806, a newspaper right here in Utica ran an ad that read, "Negro wench for sale, a strong, healthy wench, about 24 years of age, capable of any work. Apply at this office." Black people were treated as commodities to be sold. That mindset was reflected in the foundation of Utica and in Utica's early power players, such as Arthur Breeze, the first surrogate judge here in Oneida County, Jonas Platt, the first county clerk, and later New York Supreme Court Justice, both of whom were enslavers. These are the people who helped build the legal and political foundations in this region. So from the start, Utica's institutions were shaped by a belief that Black people were property, not citizens deserving of protection. And we see that belief operating even after the end of slavery. In 1837, 2 Black men living free in Utica were seized under the Fugitive Slave Act and held in a local courthouse by slave catchers. Black residents broke down the courthouse doors to free them because they likely knew the men would be transported into slavery no matter the evidence presented. Because the legal system was designed around the priorities of enslavers and monetary gain, not the protection of Black people. And that logic didn't end there. You can still see it in the data today. In Utica, despite making up only 15% of the population, Black people make up 49% of people arrested. From 2013 to 2023, Black people were 4.6 times more likely to be arrested for low-level offenses, non-violent offenses, than a white person. These numbers are not accidents, they are predictable outcomes of generations of policies that targeted, surveilled, and criminalized Black communities. And that same foundation shapes all facets of Black life, including the conditions in which Black families have been forced to live in today. You heard my colleague speak earlier about the effects of lead poisoning in Utica and how many Black people here have been impacted by lead poisoning, likely impacting brain development and impulse control. So what I ask the commission to recommend is that the criminal legal system take into consideration these harms, such as lead exposure, as a mitigating factor in sentencing. Thank you.
Thank you. Chantel, if you would be so kind, if you can also email your testimony, that would be helpful to the commission. But thank you. Next, I have Venus Reddick. If Venus is still here. Venus, we're excited about your presentation because she's an artist. So we'll have you take the mic.
Thank you.
Yes, we're Chanel, and we're going to give you the microphone because everything has to be on a microphone. So if someone would be so kind to hold the microphone for Venus, and maybe Venus, if you can go to the middle of the room. I know. Okay. Can we get her on camera? We just want to make sure you're on camera as well.
I don't know. I'm holding this upside down. Thank you. Am I holding this upside down? Okay. All right. So this piece right here, I created. It's a prophetic piece I call Gratification Deferred. And it is it's an illustration of a lot of the injustices that we've already experienced and been given promise that we're going to have restoration made. And then it got taken back, as you can see, by the rejection in the corner with our lady who shackled to the desk. But this piece was what was based on 2 Corinthians. Oh man. It's in 2 Corinthians, but right now my brain is frozen because I get a little stage fright. But the concept of this is that this too shall pass. So God does make promises for us, and sometimes the promises of people can't be kept, but He is sovereign and He does have our backs. So as apprehensive as I am, as much as I just want to say, what's going to stop you from taking this promise back too? I just wanted to stand up here and say, we got to trust God for the ultimate victory.
Can you turn, Venus, can you turn it around for the commissioner, please?
Just hold it like for that camera right there. Oh yeah. Like maybe can you?
And I believe that's 2 Corinthians 4:17.
That is it. That's
Thank you. All right. Thank you for sharing your artwork with us. Next, we have Jerome McKenzie.
Hello, I'm Jerome McKenzie. Most of you all who are from Utica know me. I am not from the city. I'm born and raised right here in Utica.
Utica's in the house, yes.
I'm a proud resident of Utica. I've been around the planet a couple times, but decided to come right back here and raise my children. I want to thank you all for coming here and sharing your information. I didn't know how to feel about people coming here and talk about reparations. That bean soup was good, y'all, and hot, and very hot. But I didn't know how to take it because it had been mentioned so many times that I wondered how can people get serious about it when they come talk about it here in Utica, New York. But just real quick, so you know a little bit about me, is I'm a 6-year councilman. I did 6 city budgets here in Utica. I've been a New York State delegate 2 times to nominate Barack Obama for president on both of his elections. So I've been in the political field a good bit, so I understand the politics of what it does. When I talk about reparations, everybody says the children of slaves and things of that nature. I did the research on my family right before my father passed away. He said, "You're a Moor, don't you know what that is?" And I didn't know what it was. So I researched who the Moors were because my grandfather is a full-blooded Moor from Morocco, and my grandfather on my mother's side, his last name is Carter. So as I researched where my people were from so I could find out who I was, because we're talking about reparations. Well, who are you going to repair? And so what I found out was that my grandfather is O.D. Carter, and my grandfather's sister is Willie Mae Carter, who married a Lewis. So my grandfather's nephew was John Lewis. Congressman John Lewis is my first cousin. And so not only that, but what I found out about Carter is not the original name in this country. Carter is properly pronounced Choctaw. Choctaw. Choctaw comes from Chiroctaw, and Chiroctaw is Cherokee. So everybody who deserves reparations are not descendants of Africa. I am not a descendant from Africa. I can't find any family member who came here on a ship from Africa. But yet and still.
Well, thank you, Mr. McKenzie. We are interested in learning more. You can submit your testimony. You can go to ny.gov /reparations, or you can go to Reparations Commission at reparations.ny.gov, and you can submit your testimony, because we'd love to hear more about that, because I think you have some important things to share. Next, we have Brooke.
Hello, everyone. I just get right to it. I must correct Dr. Pryor. Nations such as Nigeria, Ghana, Benin, and Burkina Faso were not innocent bystanders in the transatlantic slave triangle. They were willing participants. When European slave purchasers informed African suppliers that enslaved captives had overthrown ships, those suppliers responded by starving, drugging, and spiritually subduing the captives to make Europeans' journeys easier and rebellions less likely. On current tours of dungeons today, Africans themselves admit that they held our forefathers there and performed rituals meant to erase the captive's memory from this life and the next. What was left unsaid is that Black mothers have suffered not only from drugs that they may have taken, but also from drugs administered by the hospitals during childbirth. And let's be clear, there are no poppy fields in New York. There are no fentanyl labs here. The US government has allowed waves of immigration that brought drugs into freedmen communities, fueling destruction alongside gentrification, erasure, and removal. When Black Americans began to fight the war on us using drugs with acupuncture and other healing practices, the US government criminalized them, framed them, and locked them away. Once imprisoned there, they were subject to the same processes of control and erasure that the scholars spoke of earlier. Governor Kathy Hochul supports convict leasing and wants to expand it with private companies. She signed a bill to expunge the records for good behavior, but what she doesn't say is that she wants to lock you up first, remove you from your family, and put you behind bars. Then, if you behave, she pretends it never happens. The tragedy of Khalif Browder's suicide and his mother's death from heartbreak shows us the damage is already done long before any record is clear. But reparations are not about Africa's role or even the symptoms or what is called badges of slavery. Reparations are about what this government on this land do to a specific group of people, legally referred to as the freedmen or foundational Black American, as the title that we named ourselves. And so to piggyback on Dr. Ron Daniels' earlier statement regarding his desire to be here tonight, neither friend nor foe, nor rain, nor snow, nor obstacle, may be it foreign or domestic, will stop the freedmen from fighting for our reparations claim and receiving our long overdue reparations. I just want to end by saying thank you to the Foundational Black American Grassroots for supporting us and funding us in our tireless efforts in standing up for our birthright from this government called reparations. Thank you.
So I want to just make room to see if there was anyone else that signed up for public testimony, because that was the last one on my list. So while Jesse makes time, makes an opportunity to go back, we just want to double check. Okay, I've got more. Thank you. Thank you, Jesse. All right, so next we have Sparkle Anthony.
Wow, humbled. So thank you. My name is Sparkle. So I am here now, but by way of Canarsie, Brooklyn.
Okay.
Nigeria. The only Utica I know is Utica for the dollar cap. All right, let me. So I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy everybody else is here. So I also wanted to state something called Pangea, when United States in America was actually one. So the land that we're talking about is actually still here. We're all still here. If you look at it geographically, if you look at the shape of the map, it's the same shape as the United States, but that's another conversation. So good evening, my name is Sparkle Denise. I am a community advocate, birth worker, and co-founder and host of Reality Speaks TV, where we elevate conversations on civic power, justice, wellness, and real lived experience. I thank the commission for this opportunity to speak, and I'll be remiss not to state the Carol L. Kroom Center right here, the Business Education, Cultural, and Activity Center. Thank you for hosting this. I'm here to talk about why reparations, this conversation is actually inspired by Venus the artist. So I'm here to talk about reparations tied to the war on drugs. It must include permanent no take back protections. And I speak not only from policy, but from personal experience, because I have lived the double standard of this so-called war. When addiction affected Black and brown communities, it was treated as a crime. It brought prison, it brought family separation, it brought criminal records, it brought generational poverty. Now that addiction affects more white communities, it is treated as a mental health crisis. Same disease, different response. One side gets handcuffs, the other side gets counseling. And the damage done to our communities was not temporary, it was generational. So when we speak today about reparations for racially discriminatory criminal justice policies, including the war on drugs, the real question is not just will the state make it right? The real question is how will the state make sure it can never be taken back? Because this government has made promises before and then quietly reversed them. Excuse me. A promise without protection is not justice. It is just a delayed betrayal. Reparations connected to the war on drugs cannot be built like a temporary program that disappears with a new administration. This must be built like permanently into legal rights. That means permanent law, not executive discretion, locked and funded, not yearly budget fights, court enforceable protections, not political promises, and once repair is received, it must become a legal property right, not a benefit that can be revoked. Because what is given as repair for state-sanctioned harm must never be subject to political mood. We must also be honest about the real danger. The danger is not always loud repeal. The danger is quiet defunding, slow delays, narrowed eligibility.
Thank you, Sparkle. but please submit. Sparkle, while you have that pulled up in your notes, go ahead and send it to the email there. If you can do that now, we appreciate you being here. And let's honor Utica woman. We've made a lot of jokes about being from Brooklyn, but let's honor Utica. So thank you, Utica, for coming out tonight. I am grateful for Utica. I have a lot of great memories here in Utica. So Jamal Williams is next. Jamal. I'm sorry, Jamal. Jamal, thank you for being here. The floor is yours. We'll wait till you get to the mic before we start your timer. All right, Jamal, thank you.
Peace and love, everybody. It was hard for me to come up with an idea since it was just so sudden. So I say reparations calls for common ground. Growing up, I seen a lot of division within our people. Me being a victim of that, saying I grew up on the east side, so on and so forth, gang activity, whole bunch of misled education, I'd say. So I feel like sourcing the higher knowledge to our people, even my generation, because I'm only 22, I feel like I've been here for a long time still. So, like I said, just finding common knowledge to our future generations, our past generations, the current generations that's here now that are still looking for education or needs education. It's a song that I like. It's a Kendrick Lamar song. It's called Sing of Me, I'm Dying of Thirst. So thirst being the knowledge or the love or the feel for our people to find better days. So that's pretty much where my mind is. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamal, we thank you for your testimony and thank you for sharing that with us. Next, we have Neek Dean. And again, I apologize for any mispronunciation. Okay.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Is that the bean soup?
No, it's cool.
Okay. I was going to say, save me some on my ride home. All right. Let's make sure we start her time at 3 minutes.
No, I got it. Thank you,
All
though.
right.
I want to thank everybody for coming out today. I want to thank you guys for thinking of this place to hold this event. And I actually want to thank Jamel because I kind of forced him to come up here. And I did not tell him what to say. I told him to think of something. And it was the perfect segue to what I was about to come up here and say. So look at God, right? So my recommendation for the committee is that what should be included is that the foundational Black American people in America should be able to autonomously educate their children. We should be able to set up independent schools where we decide the curriculum and which way we want to direct our children without the Department of Education micromanaging what we teach them. As we know right now, I work at a community center right here on James Street, rebuilding the village. I also work for an organization called the Street Team of Central New York, as you see on my jacket. And what we find is that kids in the 10th, 11th grade can barely write legibly. They can't spell. I had a kid teaching them how to fill out an application, and he asked me what spouse meant. And we are made to believe we're unable to educate our own children, but I would have to give honor to Brother Courtney and Sister Tioka, who have educated their children and have a daughter in Howard University, have a son that's a doctor at the Wynn Hospital over here.
Yeah.
He went to medical school at 16 years old, educated by his parents. So we have the power to educate our children instead of sending them to schools where they're taught they're nothing and their history is nothing and something to be ashamed of. Because I don't know about anybody else in this room, but I'm not ashamed of my family's history and where we came from. As a matter of fact, I'm proud that they were able to endure and maintain and sustain so that I could be here talking to you all today. So I would like to thank y'all all again and again give honor to Sister Tioka and Brother Muhammad. Oh, I also want to mention that I also homeschool my children. I pulled them out of school. My oldest two, my youngest children have never been to school. But my oldest two, my son is a nurse, my daughter's in nursing school. She graduates this May. So we can do it. We can raise our own children. And we can teach our own children and put them on the path that we want them to be on. And just so y'all know, I was born in Brooklyn, raised in the Bronx.
There is a theme tonight. We know that Brooklyn is in the house. All right. Thank you, Neek. Next, we have Janet Bennett. And after Janet Bennett, there'll be Robert Lucas. And then we'll hear from 3 individuals on Zoom.
Hello, how you doing? I'm Janet Bennett. I've been in this community over going on 50 years. I grew up Spanish Harlem, and I came here to go to school. But my job is I'm a retired teacher, but I'm always a teacher. So I was just saying something you could do today for the youth is they need employment. They need other ways to make money besides fast food or the streets. And a lot of programs have dried up over the years. And through getting employment, so I'm basically asking you if you can write to some of the other state agencies, like you were saying, our kids go to jail, the farmers, they go and, get retirement. Okay, so for our children to go into state employment and some of the county jobs around here, if we could talk to like the Department of the People for Disabilities, the Division for Youth Programs, and get Hochul to get some money and funding for our youth. We have businesses that students can work for. At the same time, we get to educate them. Once we get them in our grips and they're making some money, we're also training them, and they can also go to school and BOCES and get a skill. So I'm looking to you to write letters or contact our governor and just say, can you put some money in these communities for youth for employment? So that's the way they could get their reparations now, and create. You see, I don't do a lot of public speaking, but create some productive citizens. You know what I'm saying? And we can also have our influence over them as Black people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Janet Bennett. We are grateful that you joined us today. The last speaker here tonight, and then we have 4 online, is Robert Lucas. Thank you, Mr. Lucas.
First, I would like to say it's beautiful to see a bunch of color in this room. So I want to thank everybody that's here because it's definitely wonderful to see. And it should be promoted a lot more in the city, and it's not. So with that being said, my name is Robert Lucas. I'm the president and founder of a nonprofit organization that goes by Voice of the Voiceless. Today is actually the anniversary for justice for Robert Brooks, what I'm most known for policy. I attack policy. So for me, I can't say reparation without saying incarceration. I can't say reparation without saying policy. When I say policy, I mean, for the instance, like, we got to deal with solution when we're trying to help our kids. We can go a couple houses away to spend our money, but we can't go a couple houses away to feed our kids and show them that they can actually earn a living. So my thing is, reparation means we have to be tactical. We have to be innovation. We have to change what has been the old and get ready for the new. And the only way we could do that is to challenge ourselves. So my idea of reparation is, like I said, challenge, of innovation. Things like I said, the block to block initiative, where you get all of these corner stores that's overpopulated in all our communities, that's taken away from our abilities to be that in our community. Y'all here already. But what we need y'all to do is apply that resources for our kids. So for every store that's a block radius from our community, we should have to be able to have at least 1 or 2 children that could work in that store. You see how much jobs we could provide just that quick? Something that simple can provide so many different revenues and show our kids that they don't have to go beyond to actually be successful or have some type of gain of employment, even at the lower levels of education. So my idea of reparation, and I'm sorry, I'm unprepared for this exact point, but just off of the top of head, like I said, it'd be attack incarceration, because the mind is one of the things that we're neglecting. We allow people to be caged in the prison system for long periods of time without actually giving them responsibility. Then we push them in society and expect them to have responsibility. It's the same thing that our parents do. Get out the house, no credit, no funding, no idea of how you're going to actually provide. Then you come into a generational understanding of county recipients. So again, for me, reparation would be tactical and innovation and really being hands-on with our solutions. Thank you and have a wonderful night.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. So if you all that are in the room, if you can continue to sit so that we can honor the people that are on Zoom. So next we have Keisha Forrester. If Keisha Forrester would join.
Thank you for inviting me to speak. I come from a descendant of foundational Black Americans who lived through the era of slavery in the state of New York. When many people speak about slavery, they look south, but New York was deeply involved in the institution for over 2 centuries. My ancestors lived in a state where enslaved Black people cleared land, built infrastructure, worked on the ports, maintained households, fought in the Civil War, and generated wealth that flowed directly to New York's economy. Enslaved labor was embedded into daily life. New York City once had one of the largest enslaved populations north of the Chesapeake. Even after gradual emancipation laws were passed, freedom in New York was not guaranteed or secure. Many free Black people in the state faced constant threat from organized kidnapping rings. These so-called kidnapping clubs would seize free Black men, women, and children from the streets, the docks, and even from their homes. Some were lured with forced job offers. Others attacked outright. Once taken, they were transported south, sold into slavery, disappearing from their families forever. Court records, newspaper reports, and community petitions from the time show how widespread and terrifying this practice was. Families like mine lived under double fear, the trauma of enslavement itself, and the knowledge that even freedom would be stolen at any moment. The kidnapping of free Black New Yorkers was not a rare event. It was a system supported by corruption, weak legal protections, and the economic incentive of selling Black bodies into bondage. I listened to a lot of testimony tonight, and I have to say this over and over again. It is a disservice and an injustice to try to grandfather clause other groups onto a reparations claim. Reparations is for services rendered to those who endured that system. And we, the descendants, foundational Black American freedmen, deserve reparations. No other group, no other ethnic body, and no program will satisfy that. We have studied our lineage, know exactly where we come from, know our people who were enslaved, and just the mere fact that on both sides of my family, two to four persons fought in the Civil War, of which I have documentation from the African American Civil War Museum. I don't want reparations going to anyone for anything other than the descendants of foundational Black American freedmen. Period, point blank, the end. Enough of the grandfather clausing and stop looking for programs. Programs will never save Black people. And I'll land there.
Thank you. Thank you, Keisha Foster. Next, we have Dr. P. Washington.
Good evening, everyone. Commissioner, the community of Utica, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be able to speak this evening. I am Dr. Patricia Washington, and I am a Utica native. On behalf of myself, my family, my community, I felt most certainly compelled at the invitation from Courtney, a family member of mine, to come and speak out. So again, thank you for the invitation. One of the things that I wanted to speak about this evening is the urgency to focus on 2 areas with regards to reform for reparations for you all to consider. One is the removal of the criminal history of individuals who have been impacted after being released. And so we all know for decades, New York State criminal history policies have functioned as a lifeline punishment for people with past drug convictions. Even after serving their sentence, they continue to be blocked from housing, blocked from employment, education, and/or public benefits. This is not justice, it is permanent exclusion. In our community, we see people turned away countless times from stable housing because of old, non-violent drug charges. We see qualified applicants denied jobs even when they have years of experience. We see students discouraged from continuing education because certain financial aid programs are treated as if they are a disqualifier. These barriers don't keep communities safe. They keep us stuck. They keep us blocked. They keep us stagnated. If the state truly intends to repair harm, it must eliminate criminal history, screenings, in areas where it only deepens racial disparities. Housing, employment, public assistance, and education, I'll continue to echo. The second thing, expungement and record sealing. New York State must also take immediate action to automatically expunge or seal drug convictions, particularly for non-violent offenses. Many of these convictions are deeply tied to the war on drugs, a set of policies now widely understood to be racially discriminatory and ineffective. I think we all can agree there. People should not have to navigate a complicated legal system. In closing, in New York, and if New York is serious about repairing harm and addressing the legacy of racially discriminatory drug policies, we must remove those barriers that continue to criminalize our people long after they have been released. I also want to say a couple things. True reparations must be restored. What was taken, and dignity and opportunity and access are essentially part of that restoration.
Thank you, Dr. Washington. You can please continue that testimony via email. If you can go to our website at ny.gov/reparations. I just want to say that there is one more person that signed up before the deadline. And if there's anyone else that's in the room that wants to speak, we want to make room for you. We have Reverend Stuckman, who will be next, and then we'll have Ian Graves and Ernest Russell. And I'm sorry that we missed you,
It's
Reverend.
okay. I wasn't going to say anything, honestly, but
We want to honor your testimony,
no problem.
please.
First thing, I want to thank you all for coming, for being here. This is beautiful here. One of the things we should put on the commission is there should be money placed aside. I know everybody talked about the kids, but a lot of the programs and the buildings that they could actually go into in the after school and things like that was taken away from our communities. And if we can put that into the plan where we don't have to ask for people to actually put those things back in, that we actually can have a place for the kids can actually go to after school, where we can actually mentor and do a lot of our programs out of, instead of having to try to find places to actually have programs from. We can actually have a building set up already for our children so that we can work with our children through that. That's okay. But one of the other things was policies. We talked about policies, and as we know, systematically throughout the past 4 to 8, 12 years, they've been, everything that was put in place to protect Black people in the law has been systematically removed from the laws so that we can be put back in jeopardy of what they was able to do before the laws came into place. And if we can start looking at putting that back in place, because as much as we appreciate them listening to the reparations, trust has to take time to be built. And if we can get the laws put in place to protect us, that would be good as well. And one last thing, and then I'm going to close. And this is something totally different. It's more about us as people, and that is, I love the fact that we're all here, but the one thing is we got a lot of programs, we got a lot of people doing a lot of great things, but we're not unified. We're not together. Everybody's got their pocket here, they got a pocket there, they got a pocket there. But the thing is, when we were able to actually get some traction and get some stuff really done, was when we as a people were unified as one. We had one voice, one sound, one march. And until we get back to that, we're going to constantly be running around trying to figure out what we can get instead of getting what we really need. God bless you.
Thank you, Reverend Stuckman. Anyone else in the room that had signed up? I just want to make sure we didn't miss anyone. And we'll go back to our final two on Zoom. We have Ian Graves. I think it's Graves or Grakes. Is Ian still there? To our media team, is Ian still on? Okay, how about Ernest Russell?
Hello. Go ahead.
Is that
it's on you.
Ian? Are you Ian? Can you introduce
I'm
yourself?
here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Ian. So you can introduce yourself and then you can go ahead.
Okay, yeah. What's up, Ern? Oh, listen. Okay, all right. All right, listen. Yeah, I'm actually in Georgia right now, actually, but I'm part of a group of freedmen, multiple freedmen organizations who are collectively working for reparations for freedmen. And I just wanted to give a testimony in terms of we need a Freedmen's Bureau, right, to handle reparations when it comes, because we don't want the money to be in the hands of any specific group, right? I do want to make a distinction between a freedman and other Blacks outside of the diaspora. What we have to understand is that being a freedman is not just about skin color. It's also about consciousness, right? There's a book written called The End of Blackness. And in that book, the lady was talking about ending the concept of Blackness. But the problem with that is when you end Blackness, you kind of are ending the cultural lineage, right? And the historical lineage of what we went through in this country, which is different from other groups, right? So you have infant mortality, right, in America for Black women, in America, freedmen women in particular. Understand that other countries of women, even though they are in these third world countries, their birth rates are higher than ours. You know why? Because they don't have to endure the same level of scrutiny and white supremacy that we have to endure here in America and that we've had to endure for centuries. But what the study said is that when these same women come to America, these other women outside of the diaspora, they end up having the same low birth rates that freedmen women in America have, because they then come under the subjection of this white supremacist power here in America. So we have to make a distinction and understand that for generations, we've had to suffer the harms under this empire. So we have to get reparations specifically for ourselves, because we have to repair those harms that come generationally through our ancestors, right? Which other groups, if they want to heal, they can go back to their own country. And that is something that is an option that we simply don't have. We must heal ourselves here. And so we have to be made whole through reparations, where other groups, they have family lines and lineages that they're connected to in other countries. So I just wanted to posit that and make sure that we make a distinction and understand that when they write books called, forget that. Well, understand protest psychosis. Look up the book Protest Psychosis, right? They start labeling Black people who protested against violence, against white supremacy.
Thank you, Mr. Ian. We are grateful that you shared your testimony. You can go online and finish your testimony at ny.gov/reparations. Next, we're going to have Ernest Russell. Ernest, you have the honor of being our last public testimony for tonight.
So, Chair, I'll just say that there was some other people in the Zoom call who had their hands raised before the deadline. It's just that the chat was disabled before they could be acknowledged. And so I hope that didn't take away from my 3 minutes, but just wanted you to know that
we'll restart the timer for you.
Okay.
And so
Net John, King Tremaine, Michael Jordan, and a few others on this chat, and they would like to speak, but again, they missed the opportunity. I'll say, as far as my comments, right, and I'll keep it germane to criminal justice. This is a real complex topic for me, because I am somebody as a descendant who has been directly impacted by discriminatory policies in the criminal justice system by way of things that have actually impacted my family. But while I'm writing to you guys, or while I'm speaking to you guys, I want to speak on behalf of families who have endured generational harm, born in slavery, sharpened by the Black codes, and carried forward through modern policing and mass incarceration. We firmly believe that these harms did not fall upon all people equally, which the data will show. We believe that it fell upon descendants intentionally, systematically, and without interruption, which I think the speakers there could speak to. Now, as far as how you guys address this issue, I wonder, how do we meaningfully tackle criminal justice in America without creating a universal policy that is far beyond the bounds of reparations? Let's be clear. Eliminating cash bail is not reparations. Decriminalizing petty offenses is not reparations. And expanding universal sentencing release is not reparations. These are all good policy proposals and maybe even necessary policy proposals that should be explored. However, they do nothing to provide remedy for those families who were shackled to poverty by state-designed incarceration that has continued since the exception clause in the 13th Amendment, specifically those American freedmen families. And so, as you guys navigate through this, we are sending you 3 questions by way of our call to action that we want you to consider for this specific area of focus. And those questions are about ways that you can meaningfully provide repair to descendant communities without creating some sort of universal or racial-based policy that is beyond the bounds of providing direct relief or restitution for injustice in this country as it relates to our the laws of our very own justice system. And so the last thing I'll say is a remedy must be targeted. It cannot be tangled. It must be specific, not universal. And above all, it must be rooted in generational harm suffered by descendants, not temporary circumstances of anyone who had to enter a courtroom and maybe suffer from discrimination in America's, let's just say, legal system. I think reform for criminal justice is for the future, but repair is for the past. And when we think about that past, it lives on every single day in the lives of those descendants who have had to bear the burden of generational costs and discrimination. And so with that, I land.
Thank you. We appreciate your testimony, and we appreciate you advocating for the others that were on. So I'm just waiting for those names for those other, I think there are 3 others that we can take in the time that we have. Do we have anyone ready? Are there any, to the media folks, is there anyone prepared now so we can make room for them? Michael Jordan. Okay. Michael Jordan.
here,
are
I'm
you-
here, I'm
Okay.
here.
All right. We don't see him. So if we can get Michael Jordan. Go ahead, Mr. Jordan.
Video right here. You see me?
Yes, we see you.
All right, thank you. So I am Primetime Friedman, and I would like to make some recommendations. So all proposals and recommendations from this commission and task force must include and be exclusively for the American freedmen of New York. I know the language of the bill is racial, but there is still unlimited policies for justice. Although the state has the racial language, the U.S. Constitution's American Freedmen Amendment, known as the 14th Amendment, compels this commission and task force to recommend race-neutral remedies due to the Equal Protection Clause. That being said, moving forward, the eligible community should have 0 racial identifiers to determine eligibility. This is a positive because it also compels you, the task force, to identify and grant remedy to the American freedmen class citizenry for the entire state of New York. Every and all recommendations must be exclusively for American freedmen class of New York. I love the disaggregation bill proposals. I would suggest you identify the eligible recipients on the disaggregation proposals as American freedmen and define them in terms of the American Freedmen Inquiry Commission, the Corpus Juris, volume 27, page 895, 1922 edition, and the 13th Amendment. And to help you, I'll even say this. A term, the American freeman is that class of persons and their descendants who were emancipated by way of within the United States. I heard the speaker Devon speak on the American Freeman Amendment, known as the 13th Amendment, Section 1, but he did not speak on Section 2, known as the Enforcement Clause. And the Enforcement Clause mandates elected officials to eradicate the badges incidents of slavery for the American freedman class and demands this task force to use race-neutral, unconstitutional remedy for the American freedmen. In that, you should include direct cash payments for American freedmen, capital investment for business exclusively owned by American freedmen. All contracts, set-asides, and workforce must be at 100%. That number may be arbitrary, but it's not. My mentality is to aim for the moon, so if you miss, you will be a star. And all 100% proposals will make all American freemen stars. The American freemen have been as bright and righteous as the North Star that guided our American freemen ancestors
Thank
to
you,
freedom
Mr.
and
Jordan.
justice.
If you'd like to finish your testimony, you can email it to the commission. Thank you. So we want to thank you all for being here today in Utica. We have to honor Utica. You certainly came out and you came prepared with recommendations, what we've been asking for. So you heard the assignment and you achieved that, and we are grateful to you. Let's give Utica a round of applause. I want to make room for the commissioners as we prepare to close for any final remarks. So I'll make room for Dr. Daniels and Commissioner Holmes. And Linda Brown Robinson. Thank you for that reminder.
Well, I think the applause is certainly warranted. I am so glad I was able to come through the snow and all the other obstacles I ran into to be here. There was so much brilliance in the room. There was so much joy in the room. And there was certainly civility in the room. And I unite with, I think it was Jamel, who talked about divisions and his soul thirsting for harmony. We don't all necessarily have to agree, but it's the way in which we discuss issues that becomes important. And so I just found it very powerful. There was so much joy and so much togetherness and so much love in the room. This is how we ought to proceed in terms of our hearings. And I hope that this hearing will serve as a model to the other hearings that we've had, that we will have around the state. So thank you, Utica, for providing the blueprint for our future hearings. Thank you very much.
Yes, Utica.
So I echo a lot of what Dr. Daniels just mentioned. Once again, I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I appreciate the thoughtful preparation of comments and recommendations for us to consider. I will give you another challenge, is to reach out to individuals in your circle and your sphere of influence and ask them to submit comments and recommendations to the commission, right? And so as the chair said, you don't have to attend a public hearing to be able to participate, because we have multiple ways for you to participate. So please continue to help us get the word out, to educate individuals, and be prepared when that final report is submitted, because we're going to need just as much energy, if not more, just as much education and passion. And like someone said earlier, you know, it is important because you are a voting block. And so for those individuals that are elected officials that may not want to support that, you know what you have the power to do, because your vote is really your voice. And I want to thank our brother again, our host. They not only hosted us, yeah, they not only hosted us, but they helped get the word out about the public hearing today. And there was not an empty seat in the place. They actually had to pull out more chairs to accommodate. And so kudos once again to that effort. We appreciate it.
Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Brown Robinson. Are you still on, Commissioner Brown Robinson? Okay. Well, she's not. Well, I want to just say on behalf of the New York State Community Commission on Reparation Remedies, thank you. Thank you, Utica. Thank you to you all for being here tonight and coming prepared with recommendations. As Dr. Daniel said, you set the bar for future public hearings, and we plan to have several more public hearings, so stay tuned to our website. We cannot leave this room without honoring our guests that traveled far to get here in the snow. So Miss Tony Smith, let's give her a round of applause.
So that's the first little episode right there. About what they're talking about in the commissions. There's some good little spots in there. And I'm gonna go on and keep it going for a cool little minute today. So we're gonna jump into some other ones. And I want to do a deep dive on the commission, but as far as on the New York commissions on reparations, just to see exactly what they're talking about. You know, I think it's just them in California. It's the only ones that's really saying something right now about reparations. So that's definitely something that I'm going to be tapped in on over here. We're going to be getting a lot of more information about reparations, what's going on in the state. So make sure you code up and rolled up. You know, I'm glad that you showed up. Comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again.
Can everyone hear? Oh, now it's on. It's on. It wasn't on before. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. I am just thrilled to be here. You're here. We're in Brooklyn. We're back. We're back in Brooklyn. So thank you, everyone, for those that were here in August. We want to thank you for returning, and we're excited to be here. We are the New York State Community Commission on Reparation Remedies, and I have the honor of serving as the chair of the New York State Community Commission on Reparation Remedies. Thank you all for joining us here today at Bethany Baptist Church. And I want to say the historic Bethany Baptist Church. I'm going to open this public hearing on the beginning with a honoring the ancestral homelands of the Canarsie, a Lenape band of the Muncie-speaking Lenape Delaware Nation. The Canarsie people lived and cared for this land long before European colonization, including what is now known as Brooklyn. We know this land as Canarsie. They were among the first indigenous communities to face forced removal and displacement from these shores. We honor and are grateful for the Canarsie and Lenape Delaware people's enduring connection to this land, and we recognize the continuing struggles of all indigenous nations for sovereignty, justice, and survival. The story of Black Brooklyn begins with the story of the Native nations who were here first and are still here. Today's hearing aims to gather insights and testimony on the matters related to the New York State Community Commission on Reparation Remedies, with particular focus today with the themes of redlining and gentrification affecting Black New Yorkers. This hearing itself is part of the reparations work. It's truth-seeking, truth-telling, and it's part of the satisfaction of one of the 5 forms of reparation under the United Nations legal framework. We do this work in honor of calling out the suffering and pain of enslaved Black New Yorkers and the structural trauma that Black New Yorkers face and continue to face due to anti-Black policies and structures. Our agenda includes brief remarks from elected officials, a short presentation from the commission, educational presentations from subject matter experts, and there'll be time for the commissioners to ask questions. The testimony from the members of New York's from the state of New York. And so you will have an opportunity to provide testimony. So I want to thank you for being here today. I want to thank you all for respecting an environment that fosters constructive dialogue And if you want to speak during the public testimony, please make sure that you sign up, add your name to the sign-up sheet so that you can have an opportunity to speak. So again, thank you all for being here. At this time, before we invite any elected officials, I'd like to give the commissioners an opportunity to introduce themselves. So I will begin with the commissioner all the way to my right so that she can introduce herself.
Good afternoon. It's great being in Brooklyn, and welcome. I'm so happy to see so many of you. My name is Linda Tarrant Reed, and I am a historian, author, and just really into the history of Black New York. I wrote a book called Discovering Black America from the Age of Discovery to the 21st Century, which really documents our narrative. What makes me so happy is to be focused on New York State. As you know, New Amsterdam was the second colony. The first was Jamestown. So we have a long history of Black history, Black abuse, and all kinds of disenfranchisement. So with this commission, we are going to tell that story and create the opportunity for recommendations for reparations. So thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Hogues. I am the Commissioner for New York State Department of Civil Service and the President of the New York State Civil Service Commission. Thank you for welcoming us back to this wonderful place. We apologize for what happened in August. It was beyond our control with the rain, but I see that individuals are filing in, and I'm excited about that. I learn every public hearing that we have from testimony, and so we are excited to hear from each and every one of you that want to and have signed up to participate in this important work. This is an historical moment. We believe that it is necessary, and we believe that we can do it with your partnership and your help. And this is just a piece, one part of the commission's work. And so thank you all for being here. If you can, tweet and text and let other individuals know that we are here so that they can come down and join us and be a part of this. So thank you. Yeah, press this button. Press push.
Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Dr. Ron Daniels. I'm president of the Institute of the Black World 21st Century, convener of the National African American Reparations Commission, and co-lead a task team for the Global Circle for Reparations and Healing. It is a particular honor to be in this space, the historic Bethany Baptist Church, where one of the great faith leaders of our era presided for so many years, the Honorable William Augustus Jones. And in my capacity as an organizer and activist, I can recall having some very powerful meetings in this space. People organized and worked to do major work in the community. So it's very appropriate that we're here. It's also appropriate that we're here because of the subject matter, because of the changing nature of our communities, the whole issue of displacing Black people and Black culture, which is, of course, an appropriate discussion for the whole notion of reparatory justice. So we look forward to hearing from you and from our experts and making sure that what is recorded will be a vital part of the record of the New York Reparations Commission. So we're looking very much forward to hearing from you this afternoon.
Thank you, Commissioner Daniels. I'll offer myself a brief introduction. First of all, as I said earlier, I get the honor of serving as the chair of the commission, but my day job, I serve as the president and CEO of the Urban League of Rochester. And so proud to be here with you all in my hometown of Brooklyn. So it feels good to be in Brooklyn. Yes, when we go around the state, Brooklyn is always in the house, but now we are in Brooklyn, so it feels good. So thank you, Brooklynites, for being here. So we're going to begin, and we want to make sure that we make room for our elected officials. And so first, yes.
Linda Brown Robinson is on.
Oh, I did not see you, Chair. Commissioner, so glad to see you.
Thank you.
All right, let's give you an opportunity to introduce yourselves.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Linda Brown Robinson. I hail from downstate originally. I was born and raised in New York, lived a short time in Crown Heights section of Brooklyn. So we hope to do some good work, and I hope the weather today is a lot better than it was for our last hearing. I offer my comments only briefly. And I hope that we have a great hearing today, and we hope to do you good work and give you some justice that has been long denied. And I don't want to take any more time because I'm sure we have a lot on the agenda. Thank you all. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown Robinson. We're glad to see you. And so want to make room. We have a speaker from the Office of the Public Advocate of Jamani D. Williams. We are grateful that he did send a representative, so I want to make sure we make room for her. If Veronica Avius is here, Ms. Veronica, are you here? He is coming. Okay, well, we'll make room for him when he arrives. And I want to briefly share a little bit about the commission as we prepare for our guest speakers. But I want to remind you all there's a sign-up opportunity because the most important, we do a lot of learning opportunity and education at the public hearings, and we all learn as commissioners, but we also learn from you. And so we're excited to hear your testimony. In our last meeting, we talked about prioritizing voices we haven't heard before. So we'll ask you if you've spoken before to make room for a person that has not spoken before. But if there's only folks that have only spoken before, we're going to make sure that everybody gets an opportunity. And that is our goal, to hear from everyone. But we do want to make room for new individuals that have come to the public hearing. So thank you all for being here today. So briefly, I want to share a little bit about the commission. All right. So contrary to what many assume, slavery was deeply rooted in Brooklyn's early history, if you didn't know. In the 1600s, Dutch settlers enslaved both African and indigenous peoples to build the colony of Brooklyn. And that's spelled Breuck. So, that's the pronunciation, not like Brooklyn. But Brooklyn and the surrounding towns of Flatbush and Gravesend. By the early 18th century, Kings County had one of the highest proportions of enslaved people in the state. More than 30% of the population in some towns were enslaved. Enslaved labor built roads, farms, and foundations of the neighborhoods that we know today. Now, across the East River, the New York City slave market operated at Wall Street and Water Street, but Brooklyn had its own sites of bondage and resistance. Enslaved Africans were sold at public auctions, worked at farms along the waterfront, and resisted through flight and rebellion. Brooklyn later became a center of Black self-determination, home to free Black communities like Weeksville, founded in 1838 by formerly enslaved people who sought land, safety, and autonomy. Weeksville remains one of the most powerful testaments to Black freedom dreams in New York's history. Just want to share a little bit about, with this slide, the pervasiveness of slavery in New York State. Here we have what you see, this excerpt of the 1800 census in New York State, illustrating the pervasiveness of slavery in the northern state. In 1799, New York passed legislation for gradual abolition. Abolition wasn't fully implemented in New York until 1827. Now, this census document that you see shows how New York counted enslaved persons under the 3/5 clause of the Constitution, which enhanced Southern political power and is one example of the North's continued complicity in the institution of slavery. Just quickly want to share this slide about Emancipation Day. It shows the horror of the slavery contrasted with the aspirations and the visions of those that were enslaved with their vision of freedom, including payment for work, public education, home ownership, very much like what we're talking about today. I want to share this slide here about the federal level. You've all heard about H.R. 40, which was established as a national commission to study and develop reparation proposals for African Americans. And it was first introduced in 1989 by Representative John Conyers Jr. and has been introduced to Congress every year without passage. As a reminder, California became the first state to establish a statewide reparations task force in 2020, with their final report introduced in 2023. And this map shows just the reparations actions that have been taken across 11 states and 22 localities across the United States. And so, as a reminder, the commission was adopted. The commission was the bill S16 3A adopted in January of 2023 by Governor Kathy Hochul. And of course, we want to thank our bill sponsors, Assemblymember Michele Salages and Senator James Sanders Jr. And the commission was established in December of 2023. And if you want to read the legislation, you can go to our website, and it is newyork.gov/reparations. And here are our core mandates here. And to research economic, social, and political impact of slavery and structural discrimination on Black New Yorkers from 1626 to present day, determine who's eligible for reparations, hold public hearings to gather community input. And if you want to make testimony today, please sign up at the desk, and develop a comprehensive report outlining the harms and reparative measures, recommend policies and programs and restorative payments, and coordinate with the local, state, and national collaborators to ensure that we have alignment with broader reparations initiatives. And so on the screen, you see all of our commissioners, and I want to just list them all. And I'm going to make room for one of our commissioners who walked in, to make room for her to introduce herself. So I'll hold her last, but you've already met Linda Brown Robinson, Laurie Daniel Favors, Dr. Ron Daniels, Dr. Derek Hamilton, myself, Timothy Hogues, Dr. Deborah Jenkins, who is our vice chair, and Linda Tarrant Reed. And I will make room for our commissioner, Jennifer Jones Austin. So thank you.
Push the button.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone, and my apologies for being late. I am, as we all are about the business, and so I had some business before this business for the people, for the community, and that's why I'm late. I'm honored to serve on the commission alongside my fellow commissioners, and I am delighted. I'm thrilled. I am excited. Yes, to be home. Bethany Baptist Church is my church home. The pastor, Reverend Adolphus Lacey, is my pastor, and the late Reverend Dr. William Augustus Jones Jr., who saw fit, goodness, I guess now going back nearly 60 years ago to erect this edifice, is my daddy. And so when I come, I'm always delighted to just feel the warmth of the community. And this has been, if it wasn't said, perhaps Dr. Daniel said, Bethany Baptist Church was the epicenter for the civil rights movement and social justice work in the church community in Brooklyn, New York. It was the home of the Saturday morning social Southern Christian Leadership Conference, Dr. King's Conference, Operation Breadbasket, which was the economic justice arm of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Dad served as chair at the New York level and then at the national level of SCLC and Operation Breadbasket. So the place in which we sit is all about justice. It's about faith-based justice, and the work that we do as Reparations Commission members is about justice. And we know that our faith is rooted in it, whatever our faith may be, but this belief that we all have a right to exist and thrive, and that people of African descent have for far too long been denied that right. So I'm just honored to be here, and I'm grateful to the community for coming out and bringing your whole selves, your voices to this work. Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. And once again, we thank the leadership of Bethany Baptist Church for hosting us here today and giving us such a warm welcome. I also want to thank our staff. The commission consists of the 9 appointed commissioners, but we also have a dedicated team, which is growing. And so we have Erica Rowe Owen, who is our interim operations manager, Jesse Adwar, who serves as our executive administrative assistant. We have Stuart Mitchell III as our parliamentarian. Words Warriors is our communications team. Policy Studies Associates serve as our historian and policy analyst teams. And so we want to thank the staff, and we're continuing to grow our staff. If you want to learn more about the staff and that they're hiring for, they're actually consultants. You can go to our website and learn more. We also have an executive committee that serves the commission as well. I serve as the chair, as you already know. We have Dr. Deborah Jenkins in her absence, but she serves as vice chair. Linda Tarrant Reed serves as secretary, and you've already heard from Jennifer Jones Austin, who serves as our treasurer. So I want to thank the executive committee for their hard work, and we appreciate the work they do on behalf of the commission. Okay. And so I'm excited because we have our public advocate in the room. So we're delighted to see you. So thank you. And so without further ado, we'll make room for Jamani D. Williams to take the microphone and bring greetings. So thank you for being here. Can you go up that? Can you get in?
Peace and
It's
blessings.
tight.
Thank you. I got some prepared remarks.
All right. Yes, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Peace and blessing, love and light to everyone. This awesome, esteemed commission. It's just an honor to be here. Thank you so much. This amazing work is being done. And I know our people are very easy to work with, so I know it's been an easy ride thus far. Good afternoon. I want to begin by thanking the members of this commission for your courage and commitment to truth and justice. What you're doing here is historic and it is necessary. When you learn that the first commodity traded on Wall Street was not stocks or bonds, but human beings, people who look like me and my relatives. The truth changes you. It forces us to face what too many still try to deny, that New York, not just the South, profited very much from slavery. We have to learn from the parts of our past we too often try to think about, the harm that has been brought on Black communities in our history and reverberating from it. It's something we need to address not only individually, but as a government. Many of the financial and insurance institutions that exist in New York City today directly profited from enslaving people. From Domino Sugar, Brooks Brothers, to our elite academic institutions, a generational wealth that keeps these businesses open today was generated from the labor of enslaved Africans. The wealth of this city and state was built on the backs of enslaved individuals, and the echoes of the injustice still shape our systems today. Reparations are not about charity, they are about justice. They are about accountability. The harm of slavery did not end when the law changed, and more than the benefits and privileges of such wealth despaired from those who profited from slavery. It continued through segregation, redlining, mass incarceration, and the inequities that define our economy, our schools, and our health outcomes today. These are not accidents. They are the results of purposeful choices and policies that can and must be undone. As so many places across the country try to erase or rewrite our history, New York has a chance to do something different, to confront the truth and act on it. That means centering the voices of those most impacted, the descendants of the enslaved and the Black New Yorkers who continue to experience systemic harm. Policy should never be written for people, but with them. Reparations can take many forms: direct payments, investments in housing, education, land ownership, small business support. Whatever form it takes, it must be bold, tangible, and sustained. And local government must be a partner in turning recommendations into reality. This is not just about looking back, it's about moving forward. It's about building a future where equity and dignity are not distant goals, but everyday truths. When we repair the harm done to Black people, we repair our collective humanity. And remember, the U.S. government has paid reparations in the past to the people who were enslaving. The District of Columbia Compensated Emancipation Act paid $300 per person to slavers, not to the people who themselves were enslaved. That is the work that is before us, and it's work we can do together. Those are my prepared remarks. If I can just add, there's a lot of going on around the discussions, and frankly, a lot of folks arguing about money that's not even here yet. What I hope is that we can at least get people on the same page saying that reparation is something that's needed and necessary. I also know that, whether it's American descendants of slaves or Foundation of Black Americans, there's a big concern about who's in the front making these decisions, who gets a check. I am a son of immigrants from Grenada, and so I'm very clear if there are direct payments to be made, mine should probably come from England. And so I'm very clear that people whose lineage can go way back should be first in line getting the largest checks. I am concerned, I would say, of how you define who can show and prove that lineage, because there's a problem there. The second part of that is anti-Blackness, which is not necessarily the lineage if you were directly enslaved. Anti-Blackness from the inception of this country has been here and impacts all Black folks who are here. So I think there has to be a conversation, not just about direct payments, which are deserved, but the way we make the communities whole, whether it's developmental aid, restorative justice, structural reforms that can be made and should be funded to make sure our schools, our hospitals, all of the institutions that make people whole in our communities get the resources that they need. So I think there's different parts that we have to look at to make folks whole who can directly show their lineage, who should, as I said, be in the front of the line. If there's checks, at least get the biggest ones, but there has to be some restorative, structural, and developmental aid that I think has to go to make sure we compensate for the anti-Blackness that has occurred because of slavery and just that is ingrained in this country from the beginning. I often say that if our quote unquote forefathers woke up, they would say, I'm not sure why you have women voting or why you have a Black president, but other than that, you did a pretty good job of pushing forward the systems we put forth. And to me, this is about really trying to change that and make sure that we understand the communities. And people sometimes try to use individual success to downplay communal impact. But the communities that are mostly up and the communities that are mostly down are very, very intentional and goes right back to that. So thank you to the enslavement of Africans. So thank you so much for giving me an opportunity. I know you have a very, very hard job to do. Thank you for doing it. It is important. And I'm honored to be here with my colleagues in government, Assemblyman Zinnemann and Senator Jabari Bridgeport as well. Thank you so much. Peace and blessings, everyone.
Thank you.
Last thing I always try to make sure I mention, because people hear different things. Whatever color, religion, faith you are, it's important to know that none of us created this. We were born. And I think our job is to make sure, none of us created these systems, but our job is to change it for the next generation that has come. So nobody here alive is responsible for having created this. And I want to make sure people hear that, because sometimes people hear things that are not being said. We just all have a responsibility to change the unjust systems that were given to us at birth. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Public Advocate Williams. We are honored that you joined us today. First of all, we want to give him another round of applause. So thank you again. And most importantly, you're here and we want to hear from you. We hope to hear your suggestions for remedying the harms of slavery and subsequent anti-Black structural discrimination. We hope to hear your testimony today. So if you have not signed up, please do so. So let's prepare for our first presentation. Just want to remind you that there are some opportunities to hear from you. There are public hearings. I'm trying to just rewind back. Yes, I'm going to ask. So in order to hear, we have many opportunities to hear from you. You can attend a meeting or a public hearing, but also there we have our business meetings. And if you attended via Zoom or via online, last week we had a business meeting last week on October 24th. And that's where we conduct, the primary focus of the business meetings are for the commission to conduct the business of the commission. And so we have to have at least a quorum at those meetings and we discuss the work that we have to do. Just quickly on the timeline, we discussed our timeline. The commission has to provide a report to the governor and legislative body, and that report is due in January of 2027. And so that is the work that we're doing. If you want to learn more, I'm not going to go into that detail. You can go to our website and look at the business meeting from October 24th. I want to make room to find out if there are any other elected officials in the House, because we certainly want to make room for them. Oh, please, yes. Certainly, we want to make room for our elected officials. So if you would like to take the microphone and make remarks, certainly want to do that. Yes.
I did it wrong.
Your way is always the right way.
Okay. Yes, yes. Hello, how are you? Yes, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. How are you? How are you, family? It's great to be in this room with this panel having this discussion at this time. I am New York State Assembly Member Stephanie Zinnerman. I represent Bedford-Stuyvesant and Northern Crown Heights and what we call the People's Republic of Brooklyn, but this is the Vibrant 56. So welcome to each and every one of our commissioners and those of you who have joined us online and in person to advance this work, this necessary work. I just want to share a little bit about my background before I start my remarks, and because I think it's important. Certainly, you know, I show up as a Black woman, so you can see that. I affirm that I am a daughter of Brooklyn, a granddaughter of the South, and a great-granddaughter of the continent, West Africa to be specific. I serve as the vice chair of the New York State Black Legislative Task Force, and I am a member of the Black, Puerto Rican, Hispanic, and Asian Caucus, and it was with pride and privilege that I helped push this bill so that it could be passed, so that we could be standing here today having this discussion, furthering the work of justice, racial justice specifically, that we have been trying to achieve since the original enslavement. So I too, like the public advocate, thank each and every one of you for your work, each and every one of you in the audience for your diligence and your focus. We do have a lot of work ahead of us, but we have laid the foundation, and certainly our ancestors and other states have done the same. Our job is to understand that Black print and follow it as we continue to create some other things, because our forefathers have set us up for this time. The commission shared with you the 4 things that they are responsible for, and while I want to speak with the commissioners themselves, I also want to speak to you all directly about the work. I often tell people and share with them the role of a legislator. We have three components to our job. One, you all know, is to write legislation, which is how we got here today. The other is to provide resources for our community based on legislation, but also based on the number one and the most important part of our job, and that is to listen to the people. And so for those of you who are here today, exercising your right, sharing your ideas and your voice with this commission, you are doing the work of participatory democracy. We cannot do this work without hearing from each and every one of you, and I'm very happy that you have chosen to do so. So we want to make sure that you know that there's more than one way to submit information to you all, certainly coming to the hearings, certainly to share with other people that this is going on, and making sure that they know that they too, right? You don't have to be an elected official, right? You don't have to have a special title. If you've had the Black experience in New York State, we want to hear from you, yes? The research that they are charged with doing is going to come from you and your families. We want you to share your history. Go into those family Bibles and documents and understand that there's a blueprint there. I used, because we had different religions in our families, we use the obituaries, right? This is how we find out who lived where. and who proceeded and who was related to each other. So you are a part of the body research that they're going to need to do the work in order to complete that report. So we want you to be very assured that your information, your documentation is as important as any scholarly paper that we might come across regarding this topic. Determine who is eligible for reparations. So I really appreciate the public advocate, Jamani, for being as fearless as you all are and just kind of putting it out there, because this has been a difficult discussion. I've held reparations conversations at Medgar Evers and other places, and there's been disruptions because people disagree about who is eligible for reparations in New York State. What I would like us to consider is that if we affirm that we are people of African descent, then we deserve reparations. We don't have time at this point while we're in the research phase to decide who should be at what part of the line. If we affirm that we are Black and we have been harmed by the enslavement, and we've been harmed by Jim and Jane Crow, that we are being harmed by the ongoing scourge of racism, then we all deserve reparations. And so if we could settle ourselves there, it's a good place for us to start. So the eligibility will come, but again, it's the documentation from you that is going to help this report inform the work moving forward. Thank you again for holding these public hearings, and certainly we look forward to reading the report, and know that once that report is then turned over to the governor, then the legislature then gets a chance to review that document, and then we have to do this again, right? We have to then decide based on that information, what laws do we need to change, what resources we have to allocate in order to deal with these harms. So the work continues, but please know the work cannot continue without you. So thank you again for your participation, and thank you all for your very, very hard work.
Thank you, Assembly Member. We are so glad that you're here. Okay. Yeah.
Just really quickly, I mentioned that I'm the vice chair of the task force, and some of you may have been a part of our statewide listening tour that we, I think we have 2 more stops before they're completed. This is the type of work that we are doing to make sure that our communities are whole. And so we procure $30 million to make sure that our not-for-profits, wherever they may be, have funding to, again, they advance the work of helping people of African descent. And so it's important, and it's challenging, but it's also daring and courageous in this time, because, well, we know what's happening and we know who's doing it, but guess what? We are defying that because we're saying it is our time. The repair must happen. We've put everything in place to make it happen, and we're going to get this done. And so as you follow this, please also support and follow the second decade for people of African descent. The UN has declared a second decade because the first decade, looking at the plight of people of African descent across the globe, we know that racism is alive and well. And the only way that we can eradicate it, as a card-carrying member of the Brooklyn NAACP, we need to also make sure that we are working diligently to eradicate. Eradicate it. We cannot continue to accept it as a fait accompli or just the way it is life in America. There's too many of us who are here, who have given blood, sweat, and tears and buried our children along the way in order to make this country as great as some people think it is. But it will be greater when we can all breathe free and live free in this country as Black people. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. We are grateful to you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, be careful. Next, we'll hear from Senator Bridgeport. We are grateful that he is with us today.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I'm very grateful to be here. It's been a long path walking until we got to this space. So I definitely want to start by thanking the commission, one for choosing Bed-Stuy to hold this event. We are so glad to have you here. For choosing Bethany, like Dr. Ron Daniels was saying earlier, a very storied faith institution with a very rich history of activism. And I want to thank Reverend Lacey too for hosting us today. I want to thank all of you for being here. And as a legislator who helped pass this, I do want to talk more about what it took to get us here. You know, when we were fighting to get this bill passed in the legislature, there were other legislators who do not look like the people in this room, who raised the concern, who said that they thought reparations might be divisive. And that's when we had to give them a history lesson. Because to reiterate, like the public advocate said earlier, the very first people to receive reparations in America were white slave owners in DC in the 1860s who were paid reparations for 1863, in reparations in exchange for the slaves that were emancipated. After that, in the 1890s, the families of Italian immigrants also received reparations in response to some lynchings of Italian immigrants. And perhaps the most famous case of reparations in America is reparations paid to the families and victims of the Japanese internment camps in America. So it's less a question of, is reparations divisive? Or why is it that so many groups have received it so far, except for those of us impacted by slavery? So we passed this bill, despite the concerns of some legislators. We passed it in June. It was then a fight to make sure it was signed. When a bill is passed, the governor has until December 31st to sign it. It was thanks to community pressure and pushing that we got her to sign it. She signed on December 19th of 2023. Thank you all for the work in that. And now we have this incredible commission that is going around the state, doing incredible research, listening to the rich voices of our people, of our communities, to make sure we get this done. I'm so happy we got to this place. I'm looking forward to the discussion, the voices that are about to be shared, and ultimately the results and recommendations of this really esteemed commission, both here at Bethany and also online. I'm not sure which way to look, as maybe it's here for hello on Zoom. But thank you all for being here, and have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. We appreciate both your advocacy for the support of the commission and the work that we have to do. But it's going to be important that you all, as the people, when the commission does submit its report, that you all do the advocacy work to make sure that the recommendations come to fruition. So we want to thank all of our elected officials once again for being here with us and their support of the commission. So thank you. Okay, now I'd like to move to the subject matter experts. And so I'm grateful that we have our subject matter experts with us today. I ask that you all continue to be respectful and share your energy with them as they share their expertise. We look forward to learning from them as we do at each public hearing. We all are learning so much, and this has been a great education for us as a commission. So we will have a Q&A session for the commissioners following the speakers. So I want to get to our first presentation, and I am pleased to introduce Marquise Taylor from the Department of History at Northwestern University. Mr. Taylor is a fifth-year history PhD candidate at Northwestern University, and in 2023 and 24, he was awarded the Mellon Public History Pre-Doctoral Fellowship, where he worked for the Tenement Museum in New York City. Mr. Taylor served as the lead researcher for the museum's latest permanent exhibit, Union of Hope, 1869, which centers the experiences of Black people living in the Civil War era in New York. His expertise in Black New York history makes him an invaluable voice for our work today. Mr. Taylor, the floor is yours. And I have to say, he's coming back a second time because he was with us when we were rained out in the Heights at the library. So thank you again.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much to the commissioners for having me, and thank you for the community for being here. My name is Marquise Taylor. I am a PhD candidate at Northwestern University, but I'm also a son of Brooklyn. I was raised in Canarsie. My dad and my grandfather grew up in this neighborhood. I went to elementary school at 308 in Bed-Stuy. On my mom's side, we go back to living in this city up until the 1890s, right? And so I am a tried and true New Yorker. So it's an honor and a privilege to be here with you all today. I'm going to ask that my slideshow be, okay, it's on the screen. So today I'm going to be giving a presentation talking about a Black community that existed in New York City during the Civil War era. So really throughout the 1850s all the way up into the 1870s. And we know that neighborhood today as Soho, south of Houston. But back then it was known as Lower Manhattan's 8th Ward. And the reason why I'm going to be presenting on that neighborhood is because it had one of the highest concentrations of Black New Yorkers in the city at the time. And it's a really interesting story about how, not necessarily redlining, but how eminent domain, and we'll talk about that, how that affected the lives of Black New Yorkers. And it's a part of our story here in this city. Oh, I'm sorry. Big button forward. The big button, okay. I'm sorry, I can't see. And so I'm going to get us started by listening to a video from a Black New Yorker. Her name is Gina Manuel, and she had written a letter to the Tenement Museum in 1989. And it's a really powerful letter, especially when we think about the importance of storytelling, keeping our history alive, and thinking about what reparations may mean or even look like for Black New Yorkers. Can you play the video?
The Tenement Museum, 97 Orchard Street, New York, New York, 1989. Ms. Ruth J. Abram, curator, The Tenement Museum, 97 Orchard Street, New York, New York. Dear Ms. Abram, I am a longtime listener at WNYCAM Radio. What a delight as an old New Yorker to hear that at last the history of my family, 1989. Ms. Ruth J. Abram, curator, The Tenement Museum, 97 Orchard Street, New York, New York. Dear Ms. Abram, I am a longtime listener at WNYCAM Radio. What a delight as an old New Yorker to hear that at last the history of my family and my old New York will be preserved. After hearing that the records in the old Customs House and Boss Tweed's building were either lost to us or already lost to us, I am overjoyed to hear of your work and that of your group. Having said that, I would like to relate a few facts. My ancestors go back in this city as far as oral history goes, to the 1700s. I and my mother, uncles, and cousins remember that grandmother and great-grandmother and father were dwellers in the tenements of old New York City and lived on Minetta Lane, Prince Street. The men worked at the old South Street Seaport, and they attended the St. Patrick's Church. Some were born in St. Joseph Church's infirmary. They related to us how water came in by wagon from upstate. They related how the department stores, Macy's and others, were downtown. We lived in tenements with gas lights and coal stoves. They were African Americans, and their names were Lawrence, Nolan, and Downing. They lived in the tenements on the old Bowery and related to us about the old Tong gangs and how the first Catholic church, they were Catholics, was St. Anthony's in the Village. They were pushed out by the new immigrants in the beginning of the century and moved from the Lower East Side to Hell's Kitchen, Chelsea, the Tenderloin, West 40s, and finally to the West 50s, which was called Old San Juan Hill. Grandpa got out the vote for Tammany. So when you are planning your museum, I beg of you, please, please don't forget them. Their spirits walk those halls, and their bones lay in the earth there, and we remember them. Most of society seems to write us off when they look at the history of New York City and America. But my people were part of New York City long before it was a city as such. Some of them, like my great-grandmother, told us about the Civil War riots when they burned down the old colored orphanage, when Lincoln Hospital, the old building, was for sick and poor slaves. They did laundry, swept chimneys, laid bricks, tarred roofs, and did serve in the Army in all the wars and deserve to be remembered. Sincerely, Gina Manuel, Assistant Circulation Manager, Literary Department. P.S. Forgive typos on coffee break.
Isn't that a great letter? I I like the letter for a lot of reasons. The first is that she talks about the fact that her family has been in this city since the 1700s. Some of the labor that they performed and how the work that they did was crucial to the development of New York City like it is today. But another thing that she talks about, which is going to be very prominent throughout my presentation today, is this idea of displacement. So Gina Manuel talks about the different neighborhoods that her family had lived in. She talks about the different neighborhoods that her family had lived in throughout the 1800s, right? And the reason why that's really important is because she talks about this history within a 40-year span. She talks about her family living on the Bowery, which is Lower Manhattan, how they then went to Chelsea, right? How they were then in the Tenderloin district, they were on San Juan Hill, and eventually that they got to Harlem. So 40 years, all this displacement that's happening to Black New Yorkers. She names how European immigrants came into New York and how Black New Yorkers were not seen as the landlords were unwilling to rent to African Americans at the time, and that's why they were pushed out. But also there were things like eminent domain that the municipal government used at the time to push Black New Yorkers out and to have Black New Yorkers removed from the particular communities that they were living in, right? And so we're going to talk about that today. I want to give us a sense of how difficult it was for Black New Yorkers to have housing at the time, right, during the 1860s. We'll talk today about how housing in New York was not legally segregated, that there were no laws prohibiting where Black people can live. However, there was a culture of racism that prevented Black people from living in certain areas. And that's why you'll have pockets of Black people living in highly concentrated areas, one of them being Soho, which we know today as Soho. And so one Black New Yorker told the New York Times in 1869, "We find it so difficult to persuade anyone to rent us a decent place on account of our color. Hundreds of us would gladly pay twice the rent to live in some more respectable neighborhoods." What's really interesting about this quote is actually Black New Yorkers did pay twice as much than regular or non-Black tenants, right? However, we were given substandard housing, right? And I think that's the point that this quote is talking about, right? That Black New Yorkers were not given the best housing and we were relegated to particular parts of the city. We know Soho now to be a very nice neighborhood. However, it was very different in the 1860s because it was along the docks, right? There were ideas about crime, vice, and degeneracy that really cemented these ideas to that neighborhood. And so much so that that was not the best neighborhood to live in. However, that's what Black New Yorkers were given. And as Black people do, we take anything and we make it something beautiful, right? So on this idea about how Black New Yorkers were overcharged for rent, there was a newspaper article that was published in 1851 by the National Anti-Slavery Standard, which was an abolition-leaning newspaper. And the point of this article was to talk about a particular housing tenement in the 8th Ward named at 17 Lawrence Street, the same address that Gina Manuel's family actually lived at in the year 1870. And it talks about how in the rear of that building, there's a back lot which costs about $2,500, and that there's a total cost of $6,000 for both of the buildings. But over time, because Black New Yorkers were charged on an average $7 rent during the 1860s, which is a lot of money, right? And we're going to talk about how much Black New Yorkers were making because of the limited amount of work opportunities. What we can see is that Black New Yorkers from this were overcharged for rent, right? And so the end of this article says, here's a clear profit to the landlord of $985 per year above the interest and expense of the building. So what was common for Black New Yorkers to see is that they would be given substandard housing, but they would be overcharged for rent, right? And so we'll think about this idea that someone would pay $7 in rent per month, and we'll juxtapose that against what we see here, which is an employment ad from the 1850s, and it notes how much Black New Yorkers would have gotten paid for the various professions that they could have had. And so if you look at these different professions, you see things like a cook, a housekeeper, a laundress, a chambermaid. For men were typically waiters or coachmen. And this is generally more service-based work. And at the time, the city is becoming very industrialized, and Black men and women are removed from those industries. So Black men and women were intentionally removed from higher earning wages and instead relegated to jobs in which they got paid less, right? And so the most common profession for Black women at the time was either a laundress. So Black women on average could make between $7 and $10 per month, or they could be in-house domestic, and they can make anywhere from $6 to $8 a month, right? And for Black men, the most common professions were a coachman, and coachmen can make anywhere from $20 to $30, or you could be a waiter and you can make anywhere from $14 up to $20, right? And so we think about how much rent is alongside other expenses that people have to pay. And like today, Black people are paying a lot in rent and typically receiving less desirable incomes, right? And so this gives us a sense of the sort of challenges that Black New Yorkers are up against during this time period. Okay. And so this is a picture of Lower Manhattan's 8th Ward, just so we can get a sense of the geographic boundaries. So on the south side of the 8th Ward is Canal Street. It's bordered along the west side of the Hudson River, on the north side at Houston Street, and on the east side along Broadway. And so this is the 8th Ward. And at the time, like I said, for the decades of the 1850s, 60s, and 70s, it had the highest concentration of Black New Yorkers. There were so many Black New Yorkers that lived in that area that they referred to it as also Little Africa, because there were so many Black people. Okay. And so here we have a census record from 1870. I think it gives us a sense of the sort of geographic and ethnic diversity of a Black tenement apartment in Lower Manhattan's 8th Ward, right? And so the highest concentration within this building were people that were coming from the South. So about 42% of people in this particular tenement building came from Southern states such as Georgia, Virginia, Maryland, and then about a little bit more than 25% came from New York, right? 26.9% came from New York. We're not sure based on the census enumerators notes of these people were born in New York City or if they came from other parts of the state. As you can imagine, there were greater job opportunities in places like New York than in more smaller, like remote parts of New York, like along the Hudson River and things like that. And so we're not sure if these people are they're specifically from the city of New York or just the state writ large, right? But then the third highest number is about 20%, which come from other northern states like Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Connecticut. And then about 10% of the people that lived in this tenement building were foreign born, right? And they were about 7% of them were from the French West Indies, which is at this time Saint-Domingue, which we now know as Haiti, Martinique, Guadeloupe, and about 3% were from the Anglophone West Indies, which Jamaica, places like Trinidad as well. So we can get a sense of New York at this time is a very still cosmopolitan and diverse place, that you have people who are born both in this city or in this country, and also people coming from all over a Black diaspora, even as early as the 1870s and even earlier, right? I want to give us a sense really quickly of the neighborhood and some of the institutions that were there. If you look at New York Times articles from the 1860s and 70s, they talk about this neighborhood and call it Rotten Row. They talk about it being a neighborhood that's filled with crime, vice, degeneracy, in the same way that, oftentimes people might talk about people who are not from our communities might talk about our communities today, right? But I want to show the fact that this neighborhood was robust. It had a lot of businesses and different institutions. That this was a community of people who had particular sets of social, political, and economic goals at this time. And so one of the people that I want to highlight is Madam Ann Magnan, who was a teacher at a Black public school in the area. And she, in addition to being a teacher, she also taught lessons in Spanish guitar and singing at her residence at 154 Sullivan Street. And here's a picture of her tenement building in 1927. The building is actually still up, just to give us a sense of the fact that, like Gina Manuel said, that the halls that these people walked are still there, right? That they're still standing. Madam Ann Magnin is not a standalone woman, right? There's a conglomerate of Black women who are owning different businesses like confectionaries, ice cream saloons, oyster bars at the time, Black men who are similarly engaged in similar types of work as business owners and entrepreneurs. Here's a picture of Colored School number 2, the school that Madam Ann Magnin worked at. The school was in Lower Manhattan's 8th Ward, and it was actually described as, by the New York Times, one of the most flourishing schools for colored children in the country. And it noted that the school had about 300 Black students. I want to talk really quickly about Black schools at this time, just a quick sidebar. Like I said, housing in New York was not segregated legally. There was a culture of segregation, but education was segregated, right? Schools were segregated based on race up until the 1880s. 1873? Okay, thank you. And so that's how long that these public schools were segregated until. But this is really interesting because what you'll find is that the Black schools at the time, they were filled with students, right? Because African Americans made an emphasis on education. Now, students would typically be removed from school when they got a little older to help their families earn income. But it was very known within not even just the Black press, but also the mainstream white press as well, that Black parents were sending their children to school. So much so that a bunch of Black educators in New York came together and petitioned the New York State Assembly for more funding or more equitable funding for Black schools, because they said that Black students, compared to other European immigrant students or other non-immigrant white students, went to school at greater rates, right? And it's so interesting to see that the New York Times, which often talks about Black New Yorkers in an unappealing light, actually say something positive about a Black school at the time. So I think it just shows how much Black people and Black New Yorkers are putting into these schools and into these institutions, right? And these schools were all taught by Black teachers, and they were led by Black people, because Black New Yorkers in the 1830s said, we want Black educators, right after an white educator, suggested that Black people should essentially move to Liberia and move to different parts of Africa, and that we had no place in this country. Okay. So one of the things that eventually leads to Black New Yorkers being pushed out of New York City and Lower Manhattan's 8th Ward actually starts in 1863, and it is the New York City draft riots, right? And so in 1863, after men in New York are drafted by the Union Army into the Civil War, white New Yorkers, both native-born and European immigrants alike, burn down the draft office building. And what they do is, over a three-day period, they unleash harm and havoc on Black New Yorkers. Black New Yorkers are lynched, beaten, maimed, killed over a 3-day period. So much so that President Lincoln has to send in federal troops to quell this insurrection. It's estimated from historians that about 25% of Black New Yorkers ultimately end up leaving New York after the draft riots, because it was such an egregious moment. They went to places, they were coming to, some of them who had a little bit more money came to places like Williamsburg and Brooklyn. A lot of people went to places like Providence, Rhode Island, or Boston. But they ultimately left New York, so much so that a Black newspaper in 1863 urged Black New Yorkers to come back, and it says, "Come home. We earnestly hope that those of our friends who have sustained losses and who have fled the country will return immediately to the city, that they may receive immediate aid and reimbursement for such losses." Okay, and so now I want to transition to eminent domain, and how is it that Black New Yorkers ultimately end up getting removed from this neighborhood? And so I'm going to give you the sort of textbook definition of eminent domain, which is the government's legal power to seize private property for public use, such as building infrastructure like subways, highways, bridges. This process is often to support urban development and revitalization projects, which are, that's gentrification, right? People have seen that. I'm sure I've seen it in my lifetime in this city. People have seen it in their lifetime with the erection of things like highways and with people like Robert Moses. But during the 1870s rather, this was used to ultimately get Black people out of Lower Manhattan's 8th Ward to further expand the city's infrastructure. And so what you have in 1870 is that the aldermen essentially come together in New York, and they say that we want to improve the flow of traffic from lower Manhattan to upper Manhattan. So we're going to create a larger thoroughfare, which means that they're going to take Lawrence Street, right? That's the same street that we've been talking about. It's a part of the 8th Ward, and we're going to expand it. And so expanding it means that they have to demolish hundreds of houses or tenement apartments along Lawrence Street. And so they do so. And there are different newspapers that capture this. One of them is the New York Herald, which says one of the city's bookeries raised sunshine and air to get a chance in the 8th Ward, the widening of Lawrence Street, what has been done and what will be done. And so many people outside of the community, but within the mainstream white press, thought about this expansion to the city's traffic a thoroughfare as something that was a necessary thing, right? People believe that for the city to improve, it meant that Black New Yorkers had to be displaced from their communities, from their homes. Whereas, as we can imagine, city planners could have done the same thing, let's say on 5th Avenue, right? They could have done the same thing on 3rd Avenue. However, those communities were composed of more elite people. They were composed of white people. And so that is why those neighborhoods did not get touched. And Lawrence Street in particular got, it was eventually raised, and the tenement apartments along Lawrence Street were demolished. Here's another newspaper article that talks about Rotten Row is no more, the widening of Lawrence Street having utterly demolished it. And again, just to affirm this fact that at this time, the mainstream press, the New York Times, the World, the New York Daily Herald, they saw this right outside of this community as something that was necessary. What ended up happening with the expansion of this neighborhood is that proprietors of the building actually got money. The city paid about $60,000 to the proprietors who had tenement apartments all along Lawrence Street. So all white people, none of the people that lived on Lawrence Street were Black homeowners, because that neighborhood was composed of working class people. $60,000 in today's money is about $1.5 million. And so people who actually, it's so interesting, when I was doing the research for this presentation, there were people who were receiving checks who were like living in London, right? Because they owned property in this Black neighborhood and they were not even living there. They were living their own life, right? And just to show you the fact that people were benefiting at the same time that our people were losing out on so much, right? I want to talk really quickly about another example of eminent domain and how it's been used in this city's history. I think more of us might be familiar with Seneca Village, which is a Black enclave that was established in the 1820s. And it was actually established in the 1820s in response to an act of the New York State Legislature that said that all men in New York State can vote, except for Black men, unless you own $250 worth of taxable income, which is a lot of money. I don't even know if I would have that in today's money. It's so much money. And so Black New Yorkers who had a little bit more of a stronger financial background, people who were businessmen and women, bought these houses in Seneca Village. They also bought houses in Weeksville. Weeksville is another community that was created in response to that law. Sandy Grounds on Staten Island is another Black community enclave that was started in response to that law. And so Seneca Village is a Black community. It is now where Central Park is. And it was the same thing. In 1853, when the city decided we want to build the greatest park in the city, we want to build Central Park, those people, right, in their neighborhoods, they were ultimately removed from their communities. And Seneca Village, like Lower Manhattan's 8th Ward, also had several businesses, institutions, churches, right? I just want to show you the primary source that in 1853, the New York State Supreme Court put out basically a cease and desist for public land to let people know that this is something that's going to be happening, that between 59th and 106th Street, from 8th Avenue to from 5th Avenue to 8th Avenue, that the city would take that land. They would acquire that land from these people. And so other examples of eminent domain in New York City is San Juan Hill, which Gina Manuel talked about. San Juan Hill is currently where Lincoln Center stands. When I believe it was Mayor Wagner said that he wanted to make that area in New York the greatest arts district in the city. We're creating, would having Juilliard be there and having Lincoln Center be there. That meant that Black people had to be displaced as well, right? So Lincoln Center is another example of that. Columbia University and their aggressive expansion across West Harlem, which is, I mean, gentrification at like an all-time high, which we really see the, I mean, I'd say early 2000s to present. It has an earlier history, but the sort of aggressive nature in which people are responding to, right, 2000s to present, and then Prospect Heights with the creation of the Barclays Center. And I'll reserve the rest of the time for questions from the commission and I guess the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. We are grateful for your energy and your sharing your expertise. Certainly we have questions, but I'll yield to other commissioners first. But before we do that, if I could please introduce our commissioner that joined us, if you would just take a moment to introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everybody. Larry Daniel Favors, pleasure to be here. And I do have a question, if I may, Madam Chair. I was very curious. Thank you for the presentation. I thought it was really insightful. And I was very curious about the slide that demonstrated in District 8, where the origins were for the population of that district. And if I interpreted the slide correctly, approximately 26.9% of the residents of that district were from New York, meaning their roots began in this space. And which indicated that the vast majority, even in the 1860s, I believe that was the time period of the slide, were Black New Yorkers from outside of the state of New York. Can you extrapolate for us what we know about the origins of Black New Yorkers during this time period? I'm very curious about this because this is immediately following, if I looked at the time correctly, the end of the Civil War. So if in this district, nearly 75% of the Black residents were not native New Yorkers, what do we know about the origins of Black New Yorkers outside of that particular district? Because I think that's extraordinarily pertinent to our work.
Yeah. And so thank you for that question. So what do we know about Black New Yorkers at this time that are from New York City and New York State? It's a really sort of interesting dynamic, right? Because you have people like, let's say people like Gina Manuel's family, right? Who we started with, who in the 1870s, her family had been here for about 70 years. So there's a very long history of people actually being from New York or the New York, at least area. But then also too, there's also a strong influx of people who have come to New York City, particularly between the decades of the 1790s, 1800 and 1810 from the French West Indies. Because the Haitian Revolution was one of the largest revolutions in the Atlantic world, we do see a significant population of people coming here from Saint Domingue, which is Haiti, from Martinique, and from Guadeloupe, because as you can imagine, race was a little different in the French Caribbean. You have maybe Black people who were a part of a petite bourgeoisie class who was concerned about the fact that insurrection might mean that they might be murdered in the revolution, so they came to New York. But then you also have a significant population of white enslavers who are bringing their enslaved people to New York as well. So it's complicated in that regard, because it's like, when do we talk about the origin of these people, right? Like I'm saying with Gina Manuel's family, I mean, because her family, like she said, they can go back to the 1790s, but as well as her family, they also immigrated to this country, some of them. And then I'm sure some of them have origins probably in other parts of this country as well. But we do know that have been a strong Black community in this city that have been here from Dutch occupation, right? And a lot of those people who, let's say, were not enslaved were maybe able to maintain their residence in New York. But as you can imagine, with people who are enslaved under Dutch law or even English colonial law, you go wherever your enslaver goes, or you'll go wherever the slave market takes you. So it becomes complicated to like really pinpoint a number and aggregate it, because Black people are moving so much in transit, whether it is that they're trying to make sure that they are not taken into slavery, like free Black people taken into slavery, or whether they are enslaved Black people in New York and their enslaver wants to send them somewhere else or sell them somewhere else. Let me know if that answers your question. I'm sorry.
Just as a follow-up, would it be a mistake to take from your data and understanding that the present levels of diversity that we see within the Pan-African community, both here in New York City and New York State, it seems, if I'm hearing you correctly, that's not a new invention. That's something that has always been a fundamental part of the Black experience in this state. Is that accurate?
I would say undoubtedly. And I think that Black New Yorkers, people talk about in primary sources the fact that there is this sort of diversity, right? You have a lot of Black people. So at a certain point during the during the antebellum period, New Orleans is one of the largest slave markets. Some free Black people make their way to New York, and they talk about the fact that they're in Black Catholic churches with people from Saint Domingue, right? That there is this sort of diversity that exists in New York at this time. And so I would say it's representative. This is from a particular building, so I don't want to say that it's for the arrogant for the entire community, but I think that this building and other buildings in this neighborhood as well reflect the same thing, that you will have a mix of people, that there are Black people from the West Indies, and that there are Black people from the South, that there are Black people from other parts of the state coming to New York during this time as well.
Thank you.
I have a question.
We all have questions.
Well, great. I'd like you to talk a little bit about James Weeks. He is the founder of Weeksville, and we're in Brooklyn, and he founded and established Weeksville in 1838 and created this incredibly thriving community. The first Black policemen, school teachers, all kinds of wonderful people who contributed to Black culture and history.
Yeah. And so what I'll say about Weeksville, and thank you for that, because I mean, you hit the head on the nail. Weeksville was a thriving Black community. It was started by Black men, and James Weeks is from Virginia. So he's a Black man who has origins not in the city, but he comes to New York City, as a lot of people do during this time, because they believe that it's would be more economically prosperous for them. He starts this community for Black New Yorkers to own property, right? And it's in response to this law that says that Black people have to have taxable income, and that there are a few places in which Black people can do that. And so what's interesting about Weeksville and about even Seneca Village is it all starts from white people saying, this land is not really advantageous for us, and we'll sell it, right? And then what you have in response to that, people create this. So Weeksville has this really robust community. Black schools are there. In Brooklyn, they call them, in Manhattan, they call them the colored schools. In Brooklyn, they call them the African schools, Black schools, essentially. All different types of churches, AME Zion Church, Black Episcopal churches. And what's really unfortunate about the story about Weeksville, and we know this because it was rediscovered, right, in the 60s or 70s, is that essentially, as Brooklyn expands, right, and we're talking about expanding during the turn of the 20th century, the same thing sort of happens with gentrification, that Black people essentially get priced out, and that this neighborhood is not even seen as something that is worth keeping, not in our eyes, as in our communities, but by city planners and by other proprietors who don't see this as something necessarily valuable. And I believe that there's just 3 buildings of Weeksville that still stand. But it's an important, I would say, testament to the fact that Black people were in this city owning property, landowners. Like I said, Weeksville is one example. Seneca Village is another one. Sandy Grounds is another one that's out on Staten Island. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think it's important for us to note that eminent domain is law that is not exacted upon people in communities of color only, right? It is the law of the land of New York State, the nation, and it has impacted white communities as well. But what you're speaking to is perhaps the disproportionate impact upon Black communities. I raise that because I think about, as we begin to think about, how we've been impacted, to what extent, and what reparations may be available or should be available, there would be the legal challenges, quite possibly, that, well, you're talking about reparations for eminent domain for Black communities, but what about white people who have been impacted as well in their communities? If you take, say, Prospect Heights, just as an example, there are many white families who lived in Prospect Heights when they decided to build the Brooklyn Atlantic Yards and Barclay Center. Have you seen examples? And I'm just raising because we have to be concerned about the legal challenges. Have you seen in your research, have you come across examples of where we have been centering on eminent domain as it has disproportionately impacted Black households, Black families, where there have been actions taken that have held up. Have we seen that yet?
And thank you for your question and also that clarifying point. Yeah, so I do want to emphasize that in this presentation, I was talking about the disproportionate amount, particularly within Lower Manhattan's 8th Ward, that on that block as well, there were white people, but there was an overwhelming majority of Black people. And I think that that's sort of the logic that went behind choosing Lawrence Street in particular and not another street, right? Because as you can imagine, in Manhattan, you have all different types of avenues that you can place people or that you could place a thoroughfare through, but Lawrence Street, right, because they're tying it so much to this idea that it's Rotten Row, and it's Rotten Row because it is has a lot of Black people in it. That, you know, that's why it was chosen. But to your question about have I seen this in my research, I've not seen within, and because my research is the late 19th century, too many people making these particular claims about eminent domain. And largely because in this case, with this research, the people who have their properties or their apartments taken away from them are not land owning people. These are people who are renters. And so they don't have the same sort of legal basis to make these claims. And I chose this community in particular because I do think that it is a very complicated thing for us to work through, or at least you all to work through, and for all of us to work through and think about, what does it mean for people who might have experienced trauma, have lost something, who are not homeowners. Most Black people in the city do not own homes. I mean, there's people do, but the majority do not. So what would that look like for people? And how do we begin to qualify and even quantify what that might look like? And so that's why I chose this neighborhood opposed to Seneca Village, which those people would have been landowners and they would have received some form of compensation for the loss of their land.
Mr. Taylor, we have one more question, and we thank you.
I just wanted to do a follow-up to the question of Commissioner Daniel Faber. In relationship to the composition of the 8th Ward, you talked about the Francophone or the French-speaking people who came, but you also noted that there was a significant number of people who came from the Anglo side, right? From Jamaica and places like that. So I guess my point is that they were in this community, they were in this 8th Ward, and so therefore they were subjected to the same discrimination, the same harsh treatment as those who were native born or those who migrated in. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, undoubtedly, I agree. And I mean, I think today, like in the past, it would be hard for people to discern, right? So people are all vulnerable, all Black people are vulnerable to anti-Black violence, prejudice. So much of early New York City Black history that you would even think about, a lot of these leaders within the Black community, like I'll talk about, like a man like Charles Reason, who was a leading Black educator within the colored school system. He was a man, he was born in New York, but his parents were from Guadeloupe. I mean, there's so many people who are coming from all over the Caribbean. I mean, and you know, in this country as well, the South, we know, but these people are also a part of the community and we're subject to the same racial discrimination and anti-Blackness at the time as well.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. We appreciate your presentation and you sharing your expertise with us. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Let's give him another round of applause as we prepare for our second speaker. So next, I'd like to introduce Mr. Michael Partis. And so Mr. Michael is an executive director of the Red Hook Initiative, a Brooklyn organization facilitating social change through education, youth development, and local hiring. He previously served as the executive director of the Bronx Cooperative Development Initiative and director of the South Bronx Rising Together. He's also the co-founder of the Bronx Brotherhood Project. He's an academic career. His academic career includes serving as a professor at CUNY Borough of Manhattan Community College, CUNY Brooklyn College, and Long Island University. His courses include African American history, cultural anthropology, and urban studies. Mr. Partis, the floor is yours, Mr. Partis. And I apologize for the mispronunciation of your last name, if I have.
You don't have to worry about that name part. We're good.
All right.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
This evening, we started in the afternoon, but thanks to many of the things our ancestors did, no sundown towns around here. We can still congregate. We can still be in community. We can still be in fellowship. We can still be together. And I think that is a wonderful thing to recognize. So the Red Hook Initiative, who are we? I want to center with that really quick. The Red Hook Initiative is a youth and community development organization that facilitates social change with public housing residents in Brooklyn, New York. The Red Hook houses has 6,500 residents. Estimate, it's probably like 10,000. And again, on the official number, it is 53% Black, predominantly African-American, predominantly came to Red Hook as a part of the Great Migration, right? And part of the story here is how that number has declined actually over the decades. But that's the Red Hook that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the back. I'm not talking about Van Brunt. I'm not talking about that Red Hook. I'm talking about the 6,500 residents in Red Hook houses east and west. That's who we serve. That's who we facilitate change with. That's who we organize with. That's how we build movements with. And at RHI, that is a holistic model. It's one of youth empowerment and community development, which I think is important for our reparations framework. The reparations framework that we're developing and building out, that holistic piece is important as a community, not RHI specific. And that work that RHI does accesses after school programs, paid local internships and jobs, urban farming. Last fiscal year, we engaged over 300 youth and young adults in programming and socio-emotional support. 90% of that 300 identify as Black. We pay out over $400,000 in wages and compensation to our teens and young adults. We are also proud that we've distributed over $100,000 in emergency funds and provide over 15,000 pounds of fresh produce to community members. And in fact, last month, the Red Hook Initiative announced our 2026 Red Hook Initiative Community Scholarship, and that's a $1,000 investment into the 529 plans of every kindergarten student in a district or charter school who lives in Red Hook, Brooklyn. And this scholarship is the first of its kind in a Brooklyn NYCHA, and it's a powerful investment in Red Hook's future. So RHI's work, and why I'm up here in part, is significant because it centers on those Black public housing residents, their self-determination, their self-directed leadership, and their dreams that are undaunted by any systemic or structural challenge. But this type of self-efficacy, community leadership, and as we say at RHI, bold hope, this is something I'm personally familiar with. I'm a Black New Yorker, if you couldn't tell. I was born in the Bronx. I was raised in government subsidized housing by my grandmother, whose union job as a home health aide raised 2 generations of Black New Yorkers. And she raised those Black New Yorkers through the deindustrialized 1970s. She raised that family through the drug economy of the 80s and 90s. And she continued until her dying day to support me and my sister and my family through the neoliberalization of political economy in the 2000s. That Black girl magic. But also more simply, I come from a family that is intimately familiar with public housing in particular. Not just my job and the title and the things I said and the things we do. But I grew up in Castle Hill houses as a child. My father grew up in Brownsville houses and Penn Wortman houses. The structural inequality, the systemic inequality that in a day job we're trying to address as a room of people today as a community, we are building a movement to repair and restore. This is something familiar to me, familiar to us, familiar to black folks in New York. And so RHI as an organization recognizes what types of injustice, what types of systemic issues, and what types of structural problems created the very things that we are trying to overcome. And fundamentally underline, bold, and highlighted, it is systemic racism. It is an anti-Black approach to policy and legislation that then comes into the private sector that does this. And so for the Red Hook part of this, I just want to share 2 vignettes on environmental racism and anti-Black geographic segregation. Red Hook is a community, Red Hook, Brooklyn, that suffered decades of environmental racism and injustice. And it also has a geographic isolation that was created by the Brooklyn Queens Expressway, the BQE. But one other thing that's interesting is that there's been a long history of environmental injustice in Red Hook. And that 53% of that public housing population has been fundamentally harmed by that environmental injustice. And in the late 1920s, the prime example of this was the Columbia Smelting and Refining Works factory on the corner of Lorraine and Hicks. From at least 1933, and pardon, I'm reading directly from the EPA report about the brownfield site. I'm reading directly from that report. From at least 1931 through the late 1940s, Columbia Smelting operated a secondary lead smelter. What does that mean, smelting? What are we talking about? Secondary lead smelting plants like Columbia refine scrap and use lead materials into metallic lead of a higher purity, as well as specialized combinations of metals called alloys. Some of the materials that the Columbia Smelting Factory used included cable lead, lead plates from batteries, soft lead, type lead, pewter, and other metals. In short, it's terrible, horrible, horrific. Now, the thing is, the smelting factory closed around the early 1940s. But in 1939, New York City and New York State opened its second largest public housing campus in New York, Queensbridge being number 1. And in 1939, the Red Hook houses East and West. The Red Hook houses East and West were built right adjacent to the smelting factory. 27 buildings, 2,528 apartments, and at that time, 5,600 residents. So the smelting factory was 58 acres of lead poisoned land that the second largest public housing development in New York City was next to, a predominantly Black public housing development. We with me? Follow? We with me?
Yeah.
So there's the EPA, and do a doctoral dissertation. You can find this online. Do a doctoral dissertation, and then several other process steps. By 2012, it was recognized. This smelting land was recognized as a brown site. The problem was that after the smelting site was closed in the 1940s, and before the 2012 beginning of the brownfield site, those years in between, that almost 70 years in between, that was ball fields. There were baseball fields and 2 cricket fields. And if any of you from that part of New York, you will remember people go play soccer, people go do all type of things down there in that part of Red Hook, right? It took until 2012 to recognize it as a brownfield. So, past injustice exists today. Those historic points create challenges and problems that are multi-generational today. What does that look like? Recently in Red Hook, since the pandemic, we've seen 6 new last mile distribution warehouses be constructed. So last mile is basically the last point, right? How does a package get to you? And those trucks that deliver it often are diesel, right? And diesel is poor for the environment. And that 6 last mile distribution warehouses, where now there's all these freight trucks coming, compound that with the BQE, which is creating a tremendous amount of air pollution, compounded by a historical brownfield where smelting was done and was not remediated for over 70 years. That's every day. That's what happens when you wake up and you're like, man, like, you know, did they put like the boiler or something wrong? Like, you know, a little tight in your chest, little cough. Like, what's that cough? What's that going on? Like maybe, and you know, you go to the doctor and they say, oh, you got to take this, you got to take that, you got to drink more water, eat more vegetables. No individual behaviors, right, can accumulate enough to a solution to something that profoundly systemic and that profoundly multi-generational. It does not excuse or absolve us from doing everything we can to overcome it, but it is not in aggregate sufficient for the demand that is equivalent to the problem it created. So that's environmental. I want to talk about the BQE for a minute again, and geographic segregation. So the other kind of results of what happened is when the BQE was finalized in 1954, it created this geographic segregation. You know, Red Hook is far to get to, all on yonder to begin with, right? But this BQE really separates it from a neighborhood that is created. And that eventual neighborhood that's created is called Carroll Gardens. Now, the thing about Carroll Gardens is that for years, Red Hook community members felt unsafe leaving Red Hook and going to Carroll Gardens, which was a predominantly white ethnic enclave. And still is, no debate. And I mean, 2 examples. One in 1997, 4 white men from Carroll Gardens chased Kevin Teague, a 26-year-old black man from Red Hook, whom the white men did not know. They chased him out of Red Hook and beat him up. This is a New York Times article. You could Google it. It's still on Times article machine. You could read it. This BQE is also dangerous. Now think about these multiple generations of African Americans, of black folks who've been living. And if you know anything about trying to cross that BQE, it's horrendous. Imorne Horton in 2021, 31-year-old man from Red Hook was killed in a hit and run at the intersection of Hamilton Avenue and Court. People are dying, long-term dying from this environmental injustice, and then a physical infrastructure problem we have now with the BQE, not just as a transportation artery, but as something that is literally a symbolic marking, right, of the residential racist segregation, and further, that it creates a physical hazard if you try to cross it. The people speak better than me. I want to tell a story real quick. This is Vanessa McKnight, one of our elders in Red Hook. Vanessa is a grandparent now. And when we were doing some participatory action research in 2019, and we were doing a neighborhood tour, she wanted to tell a story about growing up in Red Hook in the 60s and 70s. She went to a middle school just north of Hamilton Avenue in Carroll Gardens and had to cross this bridge. There's a crossover bridge to get between Carroll Gardens and Red Hook. And here's the story. This is from Vanessa directly. Every day was a serious challenge on racism. We would come across this bridge and there would be white guys there. Not even ones that are our same age, but like older, 17, 18 years old, with bats and chains and rocks. And they would beat, especially on the black young men. They would beat on them. So the boys stopped going to school. A lot of people stopped going to school for a long period of time because that was the only school we were forced to go to and forced to come and either drop out in junior high, and they were only like 11 or 12 years old. It was very difficult when we would get out of school, wherever they would hide, they would just let us get there, and then, you know, you would hear them say something like make a noise, and next thing you know, you would hear the chain. And you would have to run for your life over this bridge to get back to the projects. We couldn't even walk on Court Street. The woman could do it early during the day. Like mothers would come out very early and they would go over to Court Street because there was nice delicatessens and, you know, fish markets. And in fact, the check cashing place was there. The bakeries were there. But what about everyone else? Can you imagine getting up every morning knowing you might get beat up just because you're Black? So this bridge for me, I haven't been over this bridge since 1973, 74. This interview is 2019. Sorry, pardon for a minute. This interview is 2019. Vanessa McKnight is a grandmother at that time. And she's telling us, she hasn't, quote, sorry, back to this. I haven't been over this bridge probably since 1973, 1974. You get the point. So I'll conclude with a few things, right? I think one, this story from Vanessa McKnight and this history is important. You know, one of the things Red Hook was more, for complete lack of a better term, notorious or known around in the 1990s was when this principal at PS-15 was shot in the head in Crossfire. And then afterwards, in the 2000s, our schools, our middle school and high schools got reconfigured due to declining enrollment and a lot of challenges around dropouts. So all the things you heard about RHI doing, the Red Hook initiative that I started with, some of it is in response and in an answer to this continuous disinvestment, right, and redlining. Your education, when the state hasn't protected that, there's something deeper happening, right? There is something deeper happening to people's choices and the things that we see as outputs and outcomes and make quick stories about that really blame. We need people outside, right? With the touch of a historian, with the touch of a policymaker, with the archives, with the oral history knowledge, to say, no, the problem is deeper than that. And the solution needs to be as deep, as wide, and as bold. So let's land this plane. Bold. I think there's two things as frameworks that's important as we think about restorative reparations. One, democratizing the economy through community-led processes. I think this is something to keep in mind. I think there are two models that people of African descent can look at and begin to build from. I think the Bronx-wide plan, which is a coalition of organizations and groups in the Bronx, is one place. I think we also could look to Kensington and Philadelphia, where they are co-creating a community wealth building plan as well. I think ownership of the economy, right? Ownership of the assets, ownership of the things in your neighborhood, in your community, is an important reparative step. What are the things we need to do to own it and run it? I think on the wealth building front, Crenshaw Rising, I think is a really good example for us to pay attention to. Crenshaw Rising was a group of community members that saw Crenshaw, predominantly, overwhelmingly Black and historically African-American neighborhood, saw once land speculation and real estate started to heat up, they began to say, hold on, everybody is buying everything around me. Everybody is buying everything around me, and it's almost like a colonizing kind of thing. So these group of residents said, what can we do? How can we get together? And for their downtown mall, there was a developer bid. This group of residents pulled themselves together, predominantly Black residents, pulled themselves together, put together a bid of $115,000. $115 million, pardon me. Sorry, millions. We need M's and B's and trees for this, and T's for this reparations work. They put it together to acquire the property. They had the highest bid, a Black-led, fundamentally Black group who were trying to open 2 grocery stores, an urban garden, a hydroponics farm, a commercial kitchen, a community solar project, 6 acres of parkland for cultural events to showcase Black culture, a senior center, a daycare, and a community fund to power community programs. They had $115 million that represented people that say, yeah, do that. Black people should have that. We believe in it so much, we have the highest bid. And guess what? They didn't win the bid, in spite of having the highest bid. I think the story here too is, so what did they do next? And what they did next was they decided, you know what, we're not gonna stop just because we didn't get the bid. And I think further, they also said, we're not gonna solely rely on a legal strategy to unpack the bid. We're gonna do a community land trust. We're gonna do a cooperative food business. Like, we're still gonna do what's in our hand, right? Those of us that know what's in your hand, what can you do? We're gonna use what's in our hand, and we're still gonna move forward. And I think that's what many of us, and something like the Red Hook Initiative, my day job, right? That's what we do. But I think the bigger story and the bigger lesson is meeting the moment and repaying the historical debt of something more bold, something more powerful, and ultimately something just and equitable. And so I hope the stories of Red Hook and the stories of those folks' persistence and the stories of what others are doing in other communities in this country set a framework for our movement and discussion around reparations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If you can stay for a couple of minutes. So first of all, we want to thank again Mr. Michael Partis, and he's the Executive Director of RHI, the Red Hook Initiative. We have a few questions for you, but thank you for helping us as a commission understand the role of environmental injustice, infrastructure harms, and gentrification. And so I will yield the floor to, I know that there are commissioners that have questions. And so if there's a commissioner that has a question, okay. Commissioner Daniel Favors.
Once again, thank you for your presentation. Really enjoyed learning from you. You'd mentioned at the early part, if I heard you correctly, that of the population that resides in Red Hook, that they were overwhelmingly drawing their roots from the Great Migration. Can you elaborate a bit more on that, please?
Yeah. So one of the things about Red Hook as an economic site has been known for industrial, and we kind of went through that history, also as a working waterfront. And so by the part of the history is really interesting. In the early 1930s, right, there was a number of encampments of white immigrants, predominantly Scandinavian and Eastern European, who had worked on the docks, been abandoned by the Great Depression, and had a Hooverville. You could Google this, like a Hooverville, where they were creating those kind of encampments. And because of that, there was a policy response. Surprise. And the policy response was, we need to build affordable, stable housing, one, for the slum, quote unquote, encampment issue. And two, I don't know, they thought these workers had dignity and needed it. And so that was some of the impetus for the creation and building of the Red Hook houses by 1939. Now people migrate to opportunities, right? So now with this, as the industrial opportunities, and this is Red Hook and beyond, of like a Tops, the old, baseball, but like, the old baseball card chewing gum company that was just above in Sunset Park, or some of the other waterfront development, working jobs, which is, our IBZ, industrial business zone, one of the few left in New York, that drew many of the Black folks who were migrating from the South to come to Red Hook. So as the white flight began in the 1950s, you began to see more and more of those African Americans coming because they heard about those jobs. At the Red Hook Initiative, currently, about 60% of our staff are from Red Hook. And so their parents were part of starting it. And when I talked to their parents, when I talked to Ms. Joyce came from South Carolina. When I talked to Ms. Harden, her family came from North Carolina. So they came from the South looking for those opportunities. And, some of the more famous churches and et cetera were there. So they came looking for that. And of course, I think we know the story. As deindustrialization occurred, those jobs in manufacturing and industry continue to go away and or not exist. And some of the story is, by the time you get to the deepest parts of deindustrialization and economic isolation, by the 1970s and 80s, all the kind of indicators around, particularly the public housing in Red Hook and the poor outcomes in education, on employment, health, become compounding. And, you think about the promise of moving and how that promise is a debt unfulfilled. When I look and I think about those elders, luckily you're still here, it's not lost upon me. And so that's the directionality of the migration and why they came, and many folks still there. And I think the question of what we're going to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions?
I have a question. So much appreciate all that you shared. And like my fellow commissioners, I learned a whole lot from the two of you, and we'll probably be leaning in to ask more questions as we continue along this journey. Thinking about, there's been some talk in this conversation and other conversations about who is eligible, and then what types of reparations would be, recommended. When I think about what you shared, I think about communal reparations. I think about community restoration, redevelopment. Do you have any thoughts about what would be appropriate reparations if you were looking at a community impacted by discrimination and injustice, racial injustice, in the way that Red Hook has been impacted?
So I'll answer this one as Michael Partis, individual.
Okay. I do a lot of that too.
I'll draw a little boundary around Michael Partis, individual. Okay. I will address this. I think Sandy Doherty, the professor at Duke, has his book about reparations. There's a lot of conversation about it. One important point, I think, from his literature is the United States cannot grow its economy out of inequality and injustice.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not going to work. If you try to say economic growth, like cut taxes, let businesses do more, let people have more money in their pocket by cutting taxes, subsidize corporations. I'm not talking about it as a development strategy whole. I'm talking about it as a way to address social and economic inequality. He says that's not going to work, right? The United States economy cannot grow its way out because the structures will just keep leaving the gaps. Yeah. And the tax code is actually the greatest example of that, right?
Indeed.
That economy grows, you're primarily a wage earner or you're a salary earner. The tax burden for you is different than the tax burden for someone who makes their money in finance or investment or shelters it somewhere or whatever
wealth.
else. And predominantly, many African American and Black people, and we see this in Brooklyn, right, who came up and created some of their generational wealth doing civil servant jobs, right? Taking themselves to Woodhull Hospital every day, taking themselves to run those public hospital systems and doing all those other things, built their wealth, whatever wealth they did have, through wages and salary. And if the tax structure that's supposed to create growth doesn't address that, they just start losing more money and their money in the economy, but like they are not getting an equity. There's not the same step ladder. Dorothy Brown, a great law professor, she has a book on this. So anyway, to the point, right? We can't grow out of this, which means what other ways should we think about? And I, individual, like Partis, think that more community-oriented solutions like what I described at the end of my short presentation. I hope it was short for y'all.
It was good.
You know, look at like community governance. Think about shared ownership, right? Cooperative ownership. Go back to those principles. You know, we about to be in December real soon. So coming back to cooperative ownership principles, coming back to collective ownership of assets, of property, that's really important, right? That protects many of the property theft orientated things we see today. Deed theft, gentrification, all those things, right? Communal ownership, I shouldn't say absolutely presents, but makes it much more difficult to do. I think that in addition to individualizing though that compensation and that restoration is important too, but we have to start thinking about the larger size of the economy because ultimately that is the solution in this kind of context.
Thank you.
Very helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Partis. We are grateful for your leadership and your expertise. We're almost out of time. Okay. We're gonna make some time for the commissioners to submit questions to you, but we certainly want to get to the presentation, your part, right? Most importantly, we want to hear from you. But I also want to thank Marquise Taylor. Thank you both for your presentations. It was enlightening. We certainly have more questions. We just can't get to them all. So thank you all. We're going to take a 10-minute break and we're going to come back at 6:05 and begin with our testimony through the public. If you have not signed up, please do so at the front. We look forward to your testimony. Minutes as a reminder. We also will prioritize new voices, but certainly welcome all voices here today. And so we thank you again for being here in Brooklyn. We are at Bethany Baptist Church, the historic Bethany's Baptist Church, and we are honored to be here. First of all, I know that we have Ms. Eljoy Williams here, and I want to make room for her to provide public testimony first, and she would have the podium. Everyone else, if you would grab a mic, I don't know if I just see one mic. So if there's one mic, what I'll do is I'll call your names first. I'll call two people at a time. So one person would be at the mic, and the other person would just be waiting. So when that person moves, we'll have the next person step up. All right. And so is Ms. Eljoy Williams. Are you ready and prepared to take the stage? Yes. We appreciate you being here in the support of the NAACP. Okay, you can be there. Well, thank you for being here with us this afternoon.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I think we're good. Okay. Thank you so very much, Madam Chair, and to the members of the commission who are present and virtual. My name is Eljoy Williams, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as the president of the NAACP New York State Conference, following the legendary leadership of Mother Hazel N. Dukes. And we represent 54 branches across the state, from Buffalo to Long Island. And I am pleased to testify here today as I had the privilege of helping to lead the coalition that organized, advocated, and ultimately secured the passage of the legislation that actually created this commission, which is not a gift. It is the result of community organizing, coalition building, and the political will exercised by people who are steadfast in ensuring that New York's role in racial exploitation not remain hidden or unresolved. And it is born out of a clear demand that this state, which profited richly from the trade, labor, and disenfranchisement of African people and their descendants, must be accounted to its debt. I've submitted a formal written testimony for the record that details our analysis and recommendations. And I, just as every other community member, want to offer the recommendations that I'm putting forth today and emphasize that NAACP will also be submitting materials from our historical archives, which document more than a century of campaigns, legal actions, and policy recommendation to confront the very harms this commission is now studying. For 116 years, the NAACP has documented and fought against these issues in New York, from housing, education, employment, and the justice system. And next year, as we celebrate 90 years for the New York State Conference, but as you know, the NAACP being birthed here, we have a number of things that could be beneficial to this commission. Historic papers that are preserved at the Library of Congress, which are filled with letters and reports from New York branches that are volunteer-led, community-led institutions of campaigns as it pertains to redlining, exclusionary zoning, and racial terror, all pointing to the same truth, that these inequities were not accidental, but they were specifically designed. So I want to get directly to our recommendations that I'm proposing today. You have the full testimony that was submitted. And as I mentioned, there are a number of other civil rights organizations and organizations that exist in the state of New York whose archives could prove useful for the commission in doing this work. And I would urge the commission to formally request those materials from those institutions who documented very detailed documents of how, particularly in places like Long Island and Western New York, the governments, be they state or local governments, conspired along with businesses that specifically excluded people of African descent, as well as being able to provide the basis of the recommendations that this commission will report on. So here are my recommendations. First, the commission should include the following recommendation: to establish a permanent reparations implementation office. We have models of this in the state of New York, via the Holocaust Claims Processing Office. That office would investigate property and housing claims, trace lineage, administer restitution, and maintain a permanent archive. Without a permanent structure, this work risks ending with the report once it's done. And with it, repair becomes a living institution in the state rather than a report that the legislature and the governor only have one opportunity to address. Second would be to create a permanent funding stream for reparations through a financial transaction tax. Okay. Second would be to create a permanent funding stream for reparations through a financial transaction tax, even 5 cents per Wall Street trade. Those trades would generate enormous wealth built on the labor and exploitation of enslaved Africans and their descendants. A portion of that profit would be reinvested to build the communities and be earmarked for those who are descendants of those who were enslaved here in the state of New York. Third, the commission should recommend a policy redress and reform framework to identify and repeal laws and practices that continue to drive inequity, from tax lien sales and exclusionary zoning to environmental sitting and infrastructure placement that specifically target Black neighborhoods. Fourth, the state must take responsibility for formal recognition and documentation of descendants of those enslaved here in New York State. They can do this in partnership with SUNY, CUNY, and other state archives, managed through the new implementation office that I proposed. The burden of tracing lineage should not fall on families. It is the state's obligation. Those descendants should receive prioritized access to reparative programs, including housing and land grants, tuition-free education, and business development support. Lastly, the commission should recommend a permanent state endowment for Black-centered educational institutions, particularly those born out of community struggle and created to serve African people, such as Medgar Evers College. A dedicated endowment would secure their missions, allowing them to expand programs, research, and leadership development that advance racial equity for generations to come. New York's moral leadership will not be measured by how much we study, but how much we build. On behalf of the new NAACP New York State Conference, I thank you for your service and reaffirm our commitment to work alongside this commission, providing our archives, our expertise, and our organizing power to ensure that repair in New York is real, permanent, and transformative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Williams, and we thank you for your work. We appreciate the support of the NAACP. First, we'd like to begin with Daytwan Madam, and I apologize, or Madam. I apologize for any mispronunciation. I am also reading handwriting, so I want to make room for everybody. As a reminder, invited guests, we always give invited guests an extended time. You all are coming on as signups, and so everyone has 3 minutes. So when the buzzer stops, we just ask that you please stop. And then you can have an opportunity to extend your testimony by either calling in. And so you can call into that number 518-473-3997. You can finish your testimony there, or you can email the commission. And so either way, we'd like to hear your extended testimony if the timer goes off. So thank you.
Yes,
And the next person that will go behind you is going to be Herman Francis. All right.
Yes, my name is Dewan Madion. I'm a member of the Afro-Descendant Nation, and I appreciate the work that the commission is doing. However, I disagree with the forum that this commission is on for this reason. I believe that the Reparations Commission that has been established I'm a member of the Afro-Descendant Nation, and I appreciate the work that the commission is doing. However, I disagree with the forum that this commission is on for this reason. I believe that the Reparations Commission that has been established by Governor Hochul, as well as the Reparations Commission that is being established in other states, I believe that it is a stratagem, a ruse, if you will, to deceive our people into accepting a watered down form of reparation when in reality, we deserve full and complete reparation as a result of the destruction of our human rights as a people. We need to be restored as a people. And I will suggest that the commission meet with Black leaders such as Silas Muhammad and other grassroots Black leaders that have taken our case for reparation to the international community, because we see in the domestic realms of America that they're taking us for a joke. And it infuriates me that you take us for a joke, because for John Conyers' bill to be on the floor for over 30 years and it only collected dust as a result of a study. That's all, just a study. I think that's an insult to us. And therefore, it's indicative that America is not taking us serious. Here's the reason why we need to take it out of the domestic realms, like Mr. Silas Muhammad have said and has done, and bringing it to the international arena. I don't know if our people is aware of this, but Mr. Silas Muhammad and 18 other leaders throughout the diaspora have established an identity for us, and that identity is Afro-descendant. This identity has given us the right to self-determination. We're no longer known as Negroes, colored people, Black Americans, or African Americans. If we accept the term African American, when we get reparations, and we will get it, then that term African American opened up the door for anybody coming from Africa. If they were born in Africa as a Chinese, as a Japanese, they can come right over here and become American citizens and claim to be African American. There's nothing we can do about it. But the name Afro-descendant.
Thank you. Thank you. You can continue your testimony by calling in or emailing, but we thank you for being here today. And if you could state your name when you begin your testimony. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Herman Francis. I'm a former school board member of District 7, also service vice president for Bloomberg Step in Zone Majority Control. Charles Hampton Houston, one of the greatest Black legal minds, does not get the credit he so aptly deserves, said it best. An attorney must be a social engineer. Otherwise, an attorney is a parasite, because every case breaks new ground. This issue on reparations is a nationwide issue, has to be brought before, as all 50 states, the whole United States, has to be involved. This is why the law of the land clearly states, Article 1, second paragraph, that our ancestors were 3/5 of a person. It took a war of 1861 1865 to lay the groundwork for the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 19th Amendment. And also, when you look at Executive Order 9981, which is very interesting, it got signed July 26, 1948 by President Harry S. Truman. And when you read it, you be prepared to take a cold shower. Why? Sergeant Isaac Woodward, going home after being charged for U.S. military, World War II Army veteran, got called the nature happening. So we got the Greyhound bus. The bus driver called the police. The chief of police arrived, one of his deputies. And next thing, Sergeant wouldn't realize he's waking up in the jail cell blind in both eyes. So when the Executive Order 9981 was signed July 26, 1994, it desegregated the U.S. military and all the fighting we had done. So every time I look at this, yes. And the United States does not recognize the World Court. Why? The war of 1861, 1865, when our only pay was a bite to eat and a place to sleep. And yes, we laid the groundwork for the Immigration Act of 1965, which came out of the Voting Rights Act of 1865. Now, keep on going back to Charles Hampton. Why? Brown versus Board of Education. He said it best. We cannot take this fight county by county. We got to unite these cases. It took 4 cases. So we got to unite this whole mess. Because Abraham Lincoln said it best. He did not believe black and whites could live together in 1861. So he cut a deal with England that all blacks would be taken out of the United States and taken to British Honduras, now known as Belize. But the deal fell through, and we're still here. So grasping that particular concept when the emancipation in 1863, when we finally got the opportunity to free in the front line and fight for our freedom. Yes, we are entitled to this. Why? Every immigrant that come here is coming for one reason only. Keep in mind, this part of this hemisphere was the last place to be settled by Europeans. We fought, our ancestors fought, we still fight today. Those who are coming right now are piggyback because they refuse to fight. And keep in mind, Columbus did not make it to the mainland, right off the coast. I'll leave it to this. We got to take this before the court, Supreme Court. It's the whole national-wide issue, not just in one state.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. We are grateful to you. So we're going to go ahead. It looks like, first of all, many of you have returned, and we thank you. If this is your first time providing a public testimony, if you would raise your hand. If you're signed up to present today, if you would raise your hand. We appreciate you being here for the first time, your first timers. And so we want to prioritize you, and we want to make sure that we make room for you. So I apologize to those that have already spoken. You're going to have an opportunity, but as we said, we want to prioritize those first timers. And so Mr. Earl S. Bell Did you raise your hand? Yes, if you can come to the mic, please.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Okay, so it's ready to speak. I'm from downtown Brooklyn. I like to say my address a little bit different. By the way, thank you for your service. Thank you for everything that you're doing for the community. I'm from the foot of the Gowanus Creek on top of the Lenape burial ground next to a central location called a Warpost. I put that as my address because I want to talk outside of this state's and this nation's jurisdiction. I'm talking within Lenape-Hoking. This area, where we are was called Marichkowick King. The Dutch burnt it down during the Kef Wars, turned it into Brooklyn. So from that context, I'd like to speak. My apologies if I'm offending anyone. I think reparations is needed for our people. I was accosted in corporate America working on the JFK airport. I was called a Bantu pickle. At that point, I said, enough is enough. I need to focus myself in a different direction for my people. And I published this book, New Greenwood City. And it pretty much just shows what we would need in order to succeed. So let me get straight to the point, and I know I'm running out of time. Let's see. I wrote down a couple of solutions. So what I think in terms of the African, like in terms of the capacity that we are as a people, I think if we think about this as house Negroids, we miss the point. So in terms of our trade capacity, during the 1600s, we had independent little settlements. We had trade capacity with Native Americans as well as white settlements. When we ask for repair, what are we repairing? I think that we need a free trade zone. There's over 200 free trade zones in the United States, and not one of them is controlled by African Americans. In terms of asking, we need to trade with our brothers and sisters on the African continent. That frees us from this corporate and debt monetary oppression that we're living in now. We also need, in terms of what we're asking for reparations, we need it to be in a non-inflationary instrument. Gold, et cetera, et cetera. Also, what happens when we receive reparations? Is that instrument lienable? What if somebody contrives to take it from us? We need some type of trust instrument that is reparations orientated, that no one can swindle it from us. Also, I think we need to talk about this on a level of statecraft and county craft, in a sense of something akin to a tribal jurisdiction or a home rule county for us, so we don't fall into the same.
Mr. Bell, we want you to be able to continue. You can email us, you can speak with us after, or you can call the number 518-473-3997. And it won't end. It's continuous.
Will do.
Thank you. And if you can share with the admin, just so they can take a picture of your book, so we have that as well. So thank you very much. Next, I would like to call Regina Robinson. Is this your first time, Regina? Welcome, and thank you for being here today.
Hi, first I want to thank the commission for having everyone here tonight, and I am appreciative of the attempt that's being made at reparations. However, I'm very concerned about the language that's being used, in particular when we're saying African descent, because African descent can mean anyone from the continent of Africa when we know that we're speaking about people that are Black and that racializes things. And I'm concerned about that because the Supreme Court has ruled against racializing reparations of any sort twice now. We see that through the dismantling of DEI and through affirmative action. So this commission needs to be very careful about racializing reparations. And the only way that reparations can be actually paid is that reparations is a specific monetary payment for a specific harm that was done to a specific people for a specific crime. It is not the responsibility of the U.S. to try to remedy every country that participated in slavery. That is for a separate agenda when we're talking about when we're talking about discrimination. But since this commission is here for reparations, that is a specific harm done to a specific people that comes through a specific lineage. I am an American descendant of slavery. My ancestors have been here for hundreds of years. We also have to consider the fact that at what point do people from my lineage become American? We cannot allow for other outside interference from, yes, we know that we are descended from the continent of Africa, but my homeland is here. I have been here for centuries. My ancestors have been here for centuries. We are American. This is the state of New York. It is a state within the United States of America, which means that it can only address and only has the authority to address reparations for those that were impacted by it, that by slavery. By putting that language in your mission and by tying it to slavery, because you know that it has to be a specific harm to a specific people. If you're in a car accident, unless it's your car that was directly hit by the other car, that is going to be who the insurance company pays reparations to. It's not going to be the people that are sitting in traffic and that saw the accident. That is how reparations works. We have to make sure that we are doing the right thing here and using the correct language. Now, if you want to propose an agenda for racial discrimination, that's separate.
Here's the deal.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson.
We
If you'd like to
don't
continue.
typically, if I may, we don't typically respond to people when they presented their testimony because we like to take it and give it thought and consider it. I do need to correct something for you. This is not the commission's language. Your issue, and everybody who is concerned about language that says persons of African descent should be considered with respect to reparations, your issue is with the New York State Legislature. No, let me explain to you why. The information on the website builds from what we are mandated by the legislation to do. May I finish, please? Just let me finish and then you can fire back at me. The legislation authorizing this commission to study the impact of slavery in New York State specifically, expressly states that we are to examine the impact of slavery and the impact of racism on people of African descent. It is the language in the legislation. We are not mandated or allowed, I should say, we are not permitted to do anything but what the legislation actually authorizes us to do. And so I appreciate the points that you're making. I'm not challenging your concerns. What I am telling you is that your issue is not with the commission. Your issue is with the New York State Legislature. So if you want to challenge the commission and what the commission is doing, you have to work through the state legislature. You're going to have to go and actually fire at the New York State Legislature. Those who actually wrote the legislation, the bill, and the legislators that passed it. We are authorized to do what is mandated. Anything short of, anything overreaching, actually may throw out all of the work that is done. So your issue, I'm not challenging you. I'm just telling you, if you really want to take this up, you have concerns about who is covered under this legislation, about it being too broad, you have to take that up with the legislature. We don't have the authority.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones-Austin. So just want to share that your advocacy with your legislator is going to be important. And so I want to thank you, Ms. Robinson, for your testimony, and we're going to continue on. As we said, we won't continue to provide commentary after the public comment, but we wanted to just provide that clarification. And next time, you can go to the website if you want to see the full bill, and that you can go to newyork.gov/reparations. So next, I'm going to go to the next person. I see Paris Green. Oh, no, I think this was not your first time, but one of the people that, can you raise your hand? Thank you. Are you, is this your first time? Yes, if you can please stand up. Thank you. What's your name? This is your first time for. Thank you. And you'll have 3 minutes.
So my name is Evangeline Byers, and this is actually my first time here. I was given notice that this was happening today. So one of the things I think we also need to know is that this bill originally originated with Charles Barron. Once he was out of the city council assembly, they stole his bill and they made it into what they wanted to. So if we really want to amend this bill, tell New York lawmakers to support bill number A5603 for corrective reparations. So everyone who has a problem with the language and the way that this bill is, you can support bill A5603. I also was very concerned listening to, he's not here anymore, but the young gentleman from Red Hook talk about communal reparations, right? This language and the fact that they take people they weaponize our people against us, right? They take those who are the heads of organizations or the heads of institutions, people who we respect, like Mr. Ron Daniels, and they put them before us. They give them their dirty work and they send them out before us because they know that we respect you, right? And if you say this is what it is and you recommend it, 9 times out of 10 we'll go along with it. So I just want us to be very aware that don't allow them to weaponize you. If you know that they gave you a legislation that is flawed, why would you bring it to the people and represent it? When this is very, very serious. And so being a Black American, a foundational Black American from here and understanding all of the issues and nuances that come from the whole discussion around Pan-Africanism and us just recognizing Blackness throughout the world, that we are all Africans, but also understanding that our relationship to America is very complex and that we are owed reparations as those who worked and tilled the lands here. My grandmother, up until we can record, right, were slaves and then sharecroppers, right? And so it is a disrespect to our lineage, right? And who we are and the work that we've done for everyone else to come here and benefit and then to put that type of language. So I want you all to understand, because we're living in some serious times where they're using our leaders, the people who we respect, and weaponizing you all against us in the forms of grants and funding and giving you seats at the table, right? And then for those of us who respect you, we have to then start to fight against you. So I want us to be very aware of what's going on.
Thank you. Thank you. So next we have Edwards Darrell. Is it your first time presenting?
No, me right here.
Okay, if it's not your first time presenting, I'm going to ask that you yield the floor to someone that's your first time presenting. So I saw 2 hands, this woman in the beautiful sweater and the scarf, if you can please stand. And then the next, the gentleman behind in the fatigue, you'll come next.
Good evening. My name is Shanae Lee. I'm the president and co-founder of Friends of Abolitionist Place. I'm the daughter of Mama Joy Chattel, who was the owner, the late owner of 227 Duffield Street, also known as 227 Abolitionist Place. And I am here today to tell a personal story. I'm here to tell a story of resilience and resistance against the terrorization of gentrification. I feel that gentrification is a form of warfare and that my mom was subjected to it. She was also the victim of an eminent domain attack, which she fought against and defeated the city and reversed eminent domain and saved her home and the 6 other homes because she proved that it was part of the Underground Railroad. So while she was going to court fighting against the city, she was also fighting against deed thieves by herself. And she got that turned without prejudice. So During the course of that time, she was raising 5 grandchildren on her own, my niece and nephews, carrying them to different meetings and protests to try to save her home, to prove that that home needed to be preserved because it was a part of American history. It was owned by Thomas and Harriet Lee Truesdale, who were abolitionists, but also a third abolitionist, which was my mother, who also lived there longer than the Truesdales, but also brought attention to the Black rich history of the free Blacks and the Black suffragists in downtown Brooklyn, New York. Now, we, right now, the city owns 227 Duffield Street. We, as Friends of Abolitionist Place, are the caretakers and stewards. We've been fighting to keep this home for over 21 years. So whoever comes into office, we're not going nowhere. We're going to still be there fighting to make sure we preserve the history of the Blacks and the suffragists in that community. And right now, they're not giving us the chance to create the heritage center that we need to. So we're doing walking tours to let our people know that education is important in regards to their history and how it just liberates us all. So what you don't know could kill you. And that's education. And we're making it our duty to know our history. Ida B. Wells lived around the corner. Ida B. Wells. So this is history that we will continue to push. And if you want to know more, come on our tour, abolitionistplace.org.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lee. If you could introduce yourself at the microphone.
My name on the joint is Mike Blackman.
Okay, thank you.
You got me?
Yes.
All right, hello, good evening, everybody. If everybody, including the commissioners, could do me a favor, if you, your parents, and or your grandparents immigrated from somewhere, please raise your hand. Anyone on the commission, ma'am, raise your hand, please. Immigrated, came from somewhere else. No, ma'am, don't project that onto me. Pardon me, quiet, please. You're taking up my time. Pardon me. So, ma'am, raise your hand, please. All right, so we have one lady that's part of the commission that for some reason is ashamed of her heritage. And that's, ma'am, reparations isn't a remedy for racism. Reparations is a debt that's owed from slavery. Reparations is more than a check. But the very first thing it is a check. And that goes to the living descendant survivors of slavery here in what we now call the United States of America. I need you commissioners to have the same energy for us, for our lineage, that you have for these illegals that come over here with $0 in their pocket, no shoes on their feet, and then within 24 hours, they got Jordans, the newest cell phone with the watch to match. So I need you to have the same energy for us, because you don't have them doing a million studies and commissions all over the city and state. You don't have studies and commission all over the city and state when it's time to give millions, billions, and trillions to Israel. Netanyahu, he's setting up drones. My man right here, he got a drone, but Netanyahu, he has guns and bombs on the drones, and they're killing people out there. Y'all don't have studies and commissions when it comes to send money to Netanyahu. Y'all don't have studies and commissions when it comes to send money to Ukraine and all this other stuff. So stop playing with our money, get us our money. And if the language isn't right, everyone get one of these papers. It takes 2 to 3 minutes to fill out the QR codes, and it'll help disaggregate the information and the language and get everything right. And Kathy Hochul, I know you're listening. If you don't give me my money, I'm gonna land right there.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Blackman. Any other first-time testimony? Okay, if you can stand and come to the mic, thank you. And then gentlemen in the plaid, if you can stand and come to the mic. And then please make sure you introduce yourself. He's going to go first, the gentleman before you. Oh, he's yielding to you. So go ahead. Thank you all. We appreciate that. If you can just repeat your name.
I'm a Wale Adewale, and so I represent a few entities. Well, one, myself first. I'm from, and I'm gonna be really short. I expect to come back. So I'm from Brooklyn, New York, Crown Heights. If you ever came to Black Veg Fest, I do that. My team does that for our community. And I really want to communicate just a little bit about dairy. How many folks, know that dairy is mandated, in our schools? It's the only food that's mandated, right? How many folks know that 70 to 90% of our community, indigenous people, are lactose intolerant? Where am I going with this? Partly why we have to address racism or colonialism in our system as well as we address in reparations, because our children every single weekday receive dairy milk, right? And we're talking about 1 million cartons of milk every single time at lunch. During breakfast, that's 2 million cartons of milk. We don't get anything in terms of subsidization as well. I'm also a farmer as well. We get none of those resources. 99% of all the dairy farmers in the US are white. 100% of them are in New York State. When we consume dairy or defend dairy every single time, it's killing us. National Institutes of Health, also Dr. Milton Mills says dairy is racist. He works in critical care, urgent care. And I wanted to bring up those particular pieces. And that's it. I only have 40 seconds.
Can you repeat your name again?
I'm Omawale Adewale. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. My maternal side is, from the US. People hear my name and all of a sudden they know. But if I hear you say John Murray and you don't look white, I won't be able to understand or know anything. So my name was changed. I've been to the continent. And so in the last 10 seconds, I also represent or are part of New York City Commission on Racial Equity, which will also be.
Thank you. And if you want to finish your testimony, you can call in. We appreciate you being here, Mr. Tomewale. All right, next.
Greetings, good evening. My name is Rashawn Stovall. How are y'all doing today? I'll make this as simple as possible. Recently, I've traced my lineage to this land. I'm just cracking into the 1700s on my father's side. And we're back to Henry County, Alabama, the county that was created 1 month before Alabama became a state. We're talking tracing directly to territories here. Foundational on both sides, eight sides. 8 sides. This is lineage based. Now, I may say something, a hot take here. Not all Black people deserve or will get reparations. I'm gonna repeat that. Not all Black people will get reparations. If you have not traced yourself to harm in a lineage-based trace in this nation, then it was a privilege and a choice to come to these here United States. After the Civil War, my family aggressively got property from ex-slave masters, 1,521 acres in Henry County, Alabama. I'm gonna repeat that. Got property from the slave masters, take that right up off of them. for it to be half of the property right now to be taken up under eminent domain through Montgomery, Alabama, as my family, fast forward to now, as my family moved up here at the tail end of the Great Migration. Again, not all Black people will get reparations. I'm bringing you tidings from New Jersey right here in support of people who are foundational in New York seeking reparations, while they have people who have chosen to come to these here United States of America and asking for reparations as well. Now, you may receive reparations from where your lineage traces from, and I recommend that you seek that path. Because this path here is for people that can trace their lineage to before America was America. You're looking at the realest American you've ever seen in your life. It's a difference between an American and a U.S. citizen. It's a difference between an American and a U.S. citizen, and it is an abomination to my ancestors, the Kynes and the Ingrams on my mother's side, and the Stovall's and the Frasers on my father's side. We had no choice. We had no choice. We stayed ground and fought. What's the reparations for if you chose to come here? I land.
Thank you. Mr. Stovall, can you please, Mr. Stovall, can you sign in? I don't think you signed in. Okay. Oh, it's on that one. Okay, so can you all bring me the other forms as well so that we can have him added to the record? Thank you. So next time, I think we've got all the new speakers. Any other speakers for the first time here today? All right, if you can come up. You signed in, right, gentlemen? Okay, come on up to the microphone.
I want to first thank the commission for coming to Bed-Stuy, coming to Bethany Baptist Church, and for the community coming out. So give yourselves a hand clap.
Thank you. And can you state your name, please?
Oh, my name is Kazembe Bats.
Thank you for being here.
My voice is a little.
We appreciate you being here.
Respectfully, I'd like to say Black people, no matter where they're from, deserve reparations. I know we're not here to talk about that, but since it came up, we have always traveled back and forth. The borders historically haven't meant that much. Of course, we're proud of wherever we were born and grew up. Of course, why not? Being a nation, state, or region of this country. But I sincerely believe that we, before we even get paid, can't divide ourselves up about who should and who should not. We should all get. Anti-Blackness is universal, worldwide. And so I just wanted to say that real quick, because I'm a Pan-Africanist, I'm a Garveyite. And I respect other beliefs, but that's what I am, and I believe that we are all in this together, all of us. So I just want to say that.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. I think that was the last new person. Another new voice. If you can please stand and come to the mic and repeat and share your name. Thank you for being here. Did you get a chance to sign in?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thanks.
Brother Carriot, peace, peace. Grace, motion, and peace to the tribe. Reparations here in the great state of New York are for Black Americans only. Reparations consist of one component, and that is direct cash payments. Bottom line, thanks to Flying United, get off the plane. Keep your programs, your housing vouchers. We've seen this movie back in California. We as Black Americans can trace our lineage pre-1776, where we can prove our harms with legal documentation, slave schedules, wills, and U.S. Census records. Our ancestral homeland is the South. We migrated up from Georgia, Alabama, Virginia, and the Carolinas. We didn't immigrate from the Caribbean and definitely not Africa, Ron Daniels.
Come on, Carrie.
This isn't divisive. This is delineation, and it's here to stay. Reparations for Black Americans only here in the great state of New York. Gratitude.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Carey. Did we hear from Rashid Littlejohn yet? Is this your first time, Mr. Littlejohn? It's your second. Okay, so we're going to go ahead with the list in order now, since this will be their second time. So we thank you all for coming back. So we have Morel Ben Ear, and I remember you you were in Ithaca. So thank you for traveling. Thank you. And then we have Zachariah Persall. So you will be next.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Morel, and I am an Afro-descendant and a part of the Afro-descendant nation. I'm from Brooklyn, New York, Bedford-Stuyvesant, raised. And after looking over Governor Holtro's bill for remedy for reparations on behalf of African Americans in the state of New York, I did some research on my own. And I found that, number one, reparations is not paid to states. It's paid from one nation to another. So what are we really trying to accomplish here? Number two, the name African American no longer applies to us here in America. We are UN recognized by our new identity, Afro-descendant. But the American government doesn't want you to know that. Because once every Black man, woman, and child declares themselves Afro-descendant, we will be recognized as a nation within a nation, and we can then sue every nation that benefited from the 400 plus years of chattel slavery that our ancestors endured, and we're still suffering the lingering effects of. I advise every Black person here today to log on to afrodescendant.org and see what qualifies you as an Afro-descendant, and then declare yourself Afro-descendant. Let's get off of this hamster wheel of proposed bills that's been in Congress for over 30 years to no avail. For remedies for a problem we already have the solution to. From the year 1998 through 2002, a man named Silas Muhammad and his wife Harriet Muhammad would travel back and forth to the United Nations, working to establish an identity for Black people in America. Silas Muhammad, Harriet Muhammad, along with other delegates, gave Afro-descendant definition. Defining the term gave power to it. So today we offer to you African Americans, Black people, a just people, your new global identity, Afro-descendant, a name for us, by us, and given a definition by us as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm an Afro-descendant. My name is Zachariah Parasol. I got a little speech that I want to read. Black nation of America, kings and queens of the planet Earth, and the original people of the planet Earth. We are far more greater than we limit our minds to believe. This is due to our false home, a home that we became so comfortable in that we settle for the crumbs that are given to us, a home that inflicted nothing but fear and trauma to our ancestors who were brought here from our original homeland in Africa for the purpose of enslavement. The fear and trauma that was installed in our beautiful people during the time of enslavement has been passed down generation to generation, bloodline to bloodline, eventually landing on this current generation. We call this the generational curse. Inside of this generational curse, we have been disunited and misled to believe that one day we will finally be equal in this false home of ours called America. We've been given an identity that we didn't choose for ourselves, but accepted. This identity is the well-known African American, an identity that has nothing but blood and pain attached to it. We've accepted this identity because through the course of slavery, everything that made us who we was taken away from us through ethnocide. We've been brainwashed and made less than human beings in this false home of ours. No matter how loud you scream and cry and no matter how much blood is shed, you will never truly get the justice you deserve as long as you choose to stay in this false home and keep the identity that came with it. Let us remember, we never asked to be here, but was forced. Today is a new day, and today, a new identity has been set upon us. I want to thank Silas Muhammad and his wife Harriet Muhammad for having the courage to travel to the UN and establish an identity for us. This identity gives us the key to a new home and a new beginning. By accepting the name Afro-descendant, we finally bring justice to our beautiful ancestors who were forcibly brought here and given an identity that didn't belong to them nor us and never will. We finally have the opportunity to become an independent nation and seek reparations to begin building a new home that we can call ours. A home that will break this generational curse that we live under and unite us once again. A home that will be full of peace, justice, equality, and love. Something that we have always longed for, but was never fully able to reach. But now that opportunity is in reach. So I ask, will you grab it and start building the life and future that you deserve, or walk past it? This choice is entirely yours to make. Submit it.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Before we bring on the next testimony, I just want to point out for the audience, we are now approximately 10 witnesses into the process. And of the testimonies that we have heard this evening, we have received approximately one set of recommendations for what reparations should look like. While you are free as community to use your time on the microphone as you wish, and we appreciate that you have organized and made your way here, and we are grateful for you being here. This process will conclude with this body preparing a report of recommendations for what reparations should look like. That report will then be sent to all of the members of the state legislature, in the state Senate, and in the state assembly. And if we use all of the time to discuss who we believe should get access to reparations, that is certainly a choice. But what that means is, at the end of this process, there will be very little in terms of what reparations should look like. And so it would be perhaps a consideration, after identifying your specific lineage and claims, if you could then also include your recommendations on what reparations should look like. Because if the report does not have that meat from the community in it, we as commissioners will be forced to look at the research that was presented, the information that the scholars provide, but it is going to not necessarily be as reflective of the needs and the desires of the community. Now, while that may be troublesome to some, I get it, I understand it, but if we spend all of the time discussing who should not get without your recommendations, then the report will not have one of the most important elements of it. And I believe that if we are organized enough, some of y'all have come to every single hearing, and it is dope to see people organized around something we believe in. It is a beautiful thing. It would be really helpful if we could also get some sense, in addition to everything else you want to share, as to what you think reparations should look like at the end of this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, if you can come onto the mic and just repeat share your name. Thank you for being here.
Good evening. My name is Sean McCauley. I'm a Black American. I think that the forefront of this should be done by everyone, wherever you are from. Sue that country that imposed this upon you, right? My recommendation would be not only for cash payments, but also for no taxes for however amount of years we're claiming for. I don't think it's only just for slavery. I also think what needs to be accounted for is the Jim Crow era, because that's where your red lining or your redistricting, all those things occurred from. Now that we were free, we were not allowed to compete. So any businesses that we own, no taxes. Individuals pay no individual taxes as well. Now we're able to compete and have those who want to invest with our businesses, they get tax-free money as well. So we make the economy come through us, right? Any one of us that want to attend any local state city colleges, we go for free. If they have the budget to do these welfare to work programs and send people to trade schools, things like that, we get that for free. Our Black farmers get those same subsidies for free. So those are laws that we can enact, we can put in place, because everybody debates around if we get cash, no one else get cash. That's really what it's about. However, if we fight for some of those laws to be put in place, now we can level the playing field and actually make it more advantageous for us, which is what we look to do. We were successful after slavery, we were successful before slavery and during slavery. We have the ability to do. We just being attacked when we do become successful. Those are my recommendations.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Mr. Sean, did you sign up? Can you please sign up so that we can add that to the record? We appreciate that. Okay, so maybe they didn't bring it for me, so I apologize. Okay, all right, no worries. So we thank you for being here and sharing recommendations. Next, I apologize if I mispronounce your name. So Naeem Al Yakuda. I'm so sorry, but help me with the pronunciation. Say it again.
My name is Naeem Al-Ukda.
Thank you.
Thank you for
I
having me tonight.
apologize.
Commission for doing the great work that you're doing. Excuse me. I talk all day. My name is Naeem Al-Ukda, and I do reside in Brooklyn, New York at this time. The term Afro-descendant refers to people who descended from people who were, 1, forcibly dispossessed of their homeland, Africa, 2, were transported to the Americas and slave diaspora for the purpose of enslavement, 3, was subject to slavery, 4, was subject to forced mixed breeding and rape, 5, has experienced through force the loss of mother tongue, culture, and religion, 6, have experienced racial discrimination due to the lost ties from their original identity. Enslaved people generated immense wealth for the US economy, more than was invested in the railroads and the factories in the 1880s. Yet their descendants received none of that benefits. After slavery, policies like the Jim Crow laws, redlining, and discriminatory education and the criminal justice system continue to suppress economic mobility even today. The United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights has accepted the term Afro-descendants from Silas Muhammad and Black leaders from 19 countries from Central through South America from the time of 2001 to 2006. The UN has helped us identify to our new global identity of Afro-descendant. We have established our own constitution, our own legislative, executive, and judicial branch of the Afro-descendant nation. Silas Muhammad has made many oral statements before the Commission on Human Rights from August 1998 through 2006 to restore our human rights. As stated in Article 27 of the ICCPR in the UN, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which the United States has ratified, the United States government has ratified. I can leave information behind to go to the website of the afrodescendant.org for more information regarding reparations. Submit.
Thank you. Next, we have Mikira Shabazz. And then after that, it will be Paris Green.
How are you, Commissioners?
Thank you. Thank you for being here today.
You're welcome. I would like to correct a statement that I made last month in Ithaca, New York. And I had said that the Honorable Silas Muhammad had hired a group of attorneys to travel to Geneva, Switzerland to see if there was a legal claim to charge America for reparation. That was not true. He hired an attorney by the name of Ted Theodore Egan's. From 1989 to 2006, Mr. Muhammad have made several oral and written statements at the United Nations. What I would like to say is this, is that when I'm in the field in Harlem and I'm passing out these leaflets, these young kids that are 19 and 20 years of age, when you get to talking to them about reparation, they don't want health care and educational grant. They want gold, land. That's what they want. A lot of them would like to leave America. A lot of them would like to leave. When you talk to the youth, they really don't want no part of America the way they are treated. I'm just saying, when you get to talking to the youth in Harlem and in Brownsville, Brooklyn, you will hear their mind. You can look at their mind. They're tired. They're tired the way their ancestors was treated. They're tired the way they're being treated. And so when you get inside of the mind of them, they'll tell you what it really is. Right. And so reparation is very important for us. And my conclusion, we was only brought here for slavery, not to remain here. Thank you. Submit it.
Thank you. So next is Paris Green, and then Brooke is next.
Reparations for U.S. chattel slavery and the systems that replaced it is an unpaid debt owed to Black Americans. Our ancestors were enslaved in the United States by the United States. This is an in-house lineage-based matter. Genealogy connects us directly to our ancestors from the North or South in this country as their living descendants. Each generation was born into a legacy of inherited debt and harm. The harm spans lifetimes, so the repair must too. That means direct lifetime cash payments are owed. It's always been about money and land, but let's talk money. New York abolished slavery in 1827, but the business never stopped. Cotton Belt states remain New York's business partners. Enslaved people planted and picked cotton. As a middleman, this empire state amassed wealth by financing, brokering, and exporting the product. Cotton was sent to New England textile mills and turned into fabric. That fabric went to New York companies like Brooks Brothers, which sold enslaved household worker uniforms to enslavers. You can't make new money here without the old money. The foundation of the U.S. economy was built on the stolen wealth from our ancestors. It's our money. For generations, the U.S. government has enriched immigrant families, businesses, entire countries, and economic pipelines they call the American dream, all while paying Black Americans and dehumanizing laws, policies, and practices. This task force was given $5 million and commissioned to partake in theft by loopholing people of African descent into a justice claim they have no right to. This is New York State sanctioned harm, violates the 14th Amendment, and is a curse stain on your legacy. Lifetime direct cash payments are owed to the descendants by proven lineage. I recommend you bring in economists so we can talk numbers for our lifetime generational inheritance.
Thank you. Next, we have Brooke. Is Brooke here?
I didn't think y'all was gonna let me speak, okay? Reparations are not about redlining or gentrification. These are symptoms. The root cause is slavery. The harm to freedmen in New York City began with chattel slavery and wounds that remain open. Let's be clear. Puerto Ricans were enslaved by Spain. Jewish people were persecuted by Germany, and Caribbean nations were colonized by various European powers. But only Black Americans were enslaved on this soil by this government, and for centuries it was enshrined in law. Today, someone mentioned Haitians migrating after the revolution. What they didn't mention is that Black collaborators who sided with the French were being killed by the formerly enslaved in Haiti. Those who escaped fled with their white owners and lovers to Louisiana, where they owned plantations, enslaved people under a different legal system. That group owes reparations too. Yet we're constantly told to unify behind struggle narratives that erase ours. In 1951, Ricky Ricardo, a Hispanic man, was married to a white woman on national TV. Meanwhile, Black entertainers couldn't even use the same bathrooms as their white colleagues. In a 1963 article in the Negro Digest by Lennox, I think I got that name wrong, by Lennox, describes how West Indian immigrants were treated better and given more opportunities than foundational Black Americans. Some were even classified as white. He cited a Trinidadian who was given a home loan, then refused to rent to Black Americans, mirroring America's exclusion of the freedmen. The book Back of the Hiring Line by Roy Beck outlines how immigration surges over 200 years created a loose labor market, suppressing wages and blocking Black Americans from economic mobility. It highlights how immigration policies have widened the racial wealth gap. Even Frederick Douglass and Barbara Jordan supported tighter labor migration to protect Black workers. Now we hear talk of co-ops and housing opportunities, but as recent testimonies have shown, Black New Yorkers have already been displaced. So who are these co-ops for? They not restoring what was taken from the freedmen. To this commission, if you were truly interested in studying history, please hold a hearing presentation on how immigration has harmed foundational Black Americans. Too often, other groups benefit from our struggle, then move on while we remain stuck. I've watched y'all nonprofits spin y'all heels, reports, grants, promises, no real change. We don't need no handlers. Look at the Asagi Nation and their good.
Thank you. Thank you, Brooke. Next, we have Dr. Jackie Cody. Is Dr. Cody here? After Dr. Cody is Kahir. Do I have that name right? Then after Kahir is Divine Prince.
Good evening, everyone. Hi, how you doing? My name is Dr. Jackie Cody. I'm gonna try to keep it light. Hi, big sis. And I'm representing New Yorkers for Reparations. I'm also the Vice President and Education Committee Chair for National Action Network's Brooklyn chapter, who the pastor of Bethany Baptist Church, the Reverend Dr. Lacey, is the president of the chapter as well. I didn't come up here to talk about me, but I just needed to throw it out there. I'm third generation in Concord Baptist Church. And you know, my pastor emeritus, Gardner C. Taylor and Commissioner Jones' dad, they used to run the show over here in these areas, in these parts. And also my grandmother mentored Shirley Chisholm. And there's so much history here. On my dad's side, going back 5 generations, my great-grandfather founded Amy's Chapel over in East New York, and my father's side by way of Georgia. So I just wanted to throw some out there because there's a lot of history in this sister. But let me first thank the commission for their due diligence in hosting these public hearings and coming back to Brooklyn, because I know what happened a couple of months ago, where there was one of the largest slave holding places in the nation, right here in Brooklyn, Flatbush. New Yorkers for Reparations supports the Commission's mission and purpose as it is aligned with ours. To succeed, we need the following from the Commission. We need you to establish a calendar so that the consistency of meetings and public hearings can foster and increase grassroots movement for reparations. In addition, a clear timeline outlining key milestones and uphold what is written in the law, or if you want to change it, that's fine too. From July 2024 forward, a graph showing each milestone as well as a directory of events. The graph should also show when public hearings will conclude, when a draft report will be released for public comment, the overall process between now and the extended December 2026. Having a calendar and a timeline enables the public to follow along and provide educated input. Advice to the public for all of us. The Commission is here and functioning, and if you support the fact that reparations is needed, then I suggest we all lend artifacts, information, recommendations, and suggestions that will help get us there. I want everyone to concentrate and focus on the 2026 New York State
Thank you,
gubernatorial.
Dr. Cody. We are grateful to you. Dr. Cody, you can send an email, which we know you have the email address, or you can call us to finish your testimony, because we certainly want to hear the rest of your testimony. So thank you. All right. So next is Kahir. Thank you.
Greetings.
Good evening.
And I'm glad to be here.
Can you repeat your name for us?
Kwahir.
Kwahir. Thank you.
I'd like to say a couple of things, but first I'd like to remind everyone to please Google Afrodescendant.org or Afrodescendant Nation. It's very important. Now, I was going to give you some history about the Afrodescendant Nation, but after what my sister to the left stated, I decided to change what I was about to say. Number one, reparations was paid to the descendants of slaves already, but it was reneged. Yes, 40 acres and a mule was paid to us. However, after Lincoln was assassinated, look it up.
We're gonna let him finish, please. Let's keep a respectful environment.
It's called Field Order Number 15 by William Tecumseh Sherman under President Lincoln. After Lincoln was assassinated, they took the land back. Okay? Number one, give us back that land. Number two, give us machinery or whatever we need to till the soil. Give us money, go whatever we decide we want. Now, I noticed there's some kind of it's a little tense in here, and I understand. I've been fighting for reparations since 1991. In 1992, I knew that I was not going to get reparations from America because I'm from Haiti, but I fought harder. Because I know once America pays reparations to the slaves here, and it will happen, I will get my reparations from France. So there shouldn't be no disunity here, okay? Afro-descendant means that we all are united. And if you count the Afro-descendants, it's about 250 million of us. Imagine 250 million Black people standing together. Once America pays reparations, France will pay reparations, Portugal will pay reparations, all of them will pay reparations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kwahir. Next we'll have, after Divine, is Chantel Williams and Kamara Hudson.
My name is Divine Prince. I'm the president of the U.S. Freedmen Project, and I'm a Brooklyn boy. And I heard a Brooklyn songwriter say, every day I wake up, somebody got a problem with Hov. Who knew that somebody would be the entire New York Reparations Community Commission? Ain't no love in the heart of the city and in the heart of this commission. Imagine voting to punish the most committed members of the community to this process, voting to Jim Crow us to the back of the proverbial bus, the back of the speaker's line, when you're supposed to be honoring our ancestors who were Jim Crow survivors. I'm disappointed the vote passed unanimously. See, we expect these underhanded tactics from Dr. Daniels and Daniel Favors Esquire. They're here to fight against the Black American community in favor of their Pan-African American community. They advocate for our ethnocide. Dr. Ron is on record at a Fulton County reparations hearing saying that today's Afro-immigrant is tomorrow's African-American. And Commissioner Lurie is on record saying that Black Americans need to fight for immigration because we can and could be deported like the Jamaican side of her family. You know what we don't hear though? Anyone citing all the studies and reports dealing how immigration as a whole, including Afro-immigrants, negatively affect Black Americans and help to usher in gentrification. Based on the racial of African descent language of this bill, that's a conflict of interest. Frederick Douglass, A. Philip Randolph, Barbara Jordan, and Coretta Scott King all advocated for the protection of Black Americans from the negative effects of immigration. Today is the Statue of Liberty's birthday. She was gifted to the USA to honor Black Americans that forced this country to recognize our emancipation. In 1987, Reagan and right-wing white supremacy takes our day and makes it National Immigrant Day. It helps to propagate the narrative that America was built by immigrants, thus erasing our connection to Lady Liberty. Now we're dealing with the same erasure from left-wing white supremacy. So we're stuck on the ABCs because this commission is built on a faulty foundation, and you refuse to change it even though the legislation allows it. And we were told by the authors of both bills that you would change it once you saw fit. So I sound the same because the truth don't change. Race-based reparations are morally, legally, and historically unjust. Global unity based on melanin has never meant let's follow a religion that claims we're all just Africans in different countries. The U.S. Freedom Project created a presentation that details the reparations movement has always been lineage-based. It's not until Dr. Ron's modern Pan-African org show up that you get this conflation of Black Americans and Afro-immigrants. It's why Callie House's org fought for ex-slaves in the USA to get a pension. Queen Mother Orly Moore fought for slavery descendants to get reparations and had a separate organization dedicated to the interests of Afro-immigrants and the diaspora. Malcolm X gave a speech at Michigan State advocating for reparations for those that built the country. Dr. King called us descendants of slaves and said we were going to Washington to get our check since this government was propping up immigrants to our detriment. Randall Robinson, founder of Trans-Africa, advocated for the continent and Caribbean and wrote The Debt, what white America owes blacks, where he lays out a lineage-based claim. So when it sounds like I'm saying the same thing over and over again, while you're focused on the ABCs that you missed the nuance that would have taken you to ABCD. D is for the damages and debt. Oh, I got 2 seconds left.
Thank
D
you.
is, don't we see
All right.
2 seconds?
All right, Mr. Devine. We
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Chantel, you are next, and then Kamara is next.
Madam Chair, for the record, that was a false statement attributed to me. Just clarifying for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna continue. Thank you,
I have an
Commissioner.
extensive public
Chantel-
record, and you can check.
Okay, we're gonna pause so that we can make room.
Thank you.
And we thank you. So Chantel, we're gonna continue with you. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Chantel Williams, and I represent the New York Civil Liberties Union's Racial Justice Center in partnership with the New Yorkers for Reparations Coalition. For centuries, New York has not only oppressed Black individuals, it has sought to suppress Black collective thought and action. In 1730, the state enacted a slave code that prohibited enslaved people from gathering in groups larger than 3 without permission and supervision. This was not only about controlling bodies, it was about controlling minds. It was an attempt to destroy the power of shared ideas, to criminalize Black assembly, Black communication, and Black resistance. That legacy did not end with slavery, it simply evolved. Through policy making and public education, housing, labor, healthcare, and the criminal legal system, Black voices have been excluded from the very conversations that shaped our lives. And that's why the space that these public hearings provide is so important, and why it must be used to cultivate Black collective thought. As it stands, community members are allotted 3 minutes to speak. In that time, people are expected to summarize their generational traumas and give policy recommendations in isolation. This structure does not invite collective thought. It fragments experiences that were meant to be shared and connected and understood together. We need space for collective analysis and honest disagreement. And that's why I urge the commission to continue to engage with the community. This means collecting not only policy recommendations, but stories, because it is these lived experiences that will ground this work and guide this work. In Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard, the US Supreme Court made clear that general claims of racial injustice are not enough. To survive constitutional scrutiny, race-conscious remedies must rest on factual records of specific harms. Building that strong record requires more than testimony created in isolation, it requires conversation. I propose creating facilitated group sessions where commissioners, experts, and impacted community members sit together, not in debate,
but in dialogue, spaces where experts respond and help build out community testimony, and community members can question and challenge experts in return. This is how policy is co-created. If New York is serious about reparations, then we must build a process that uplifts stories of individual harms, not just policy, and create a record strong enough that will carry us through the courts. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, we appreciate your recommendations. And next is Ms. Hudson, and then next will be Ms. Simpkins and Kathy Dean.
Good evening, members of the New York State Reparations Commission. My name is Kamara Stokes Hudson. I'm a third-generation New Yorker. I was born in Brooklyn. I attended New York City public schools, and currently I'm a Bed-Stuy resident. I'm speaking today not just as myself, but also representing the New York Civil Liberties Union and in partnership with New Yorkers for Reparations. Tonight, I am here to highlight the legacies of slavery in our education system, which continue to prevent Black Brooklynites from receiving an equitable education. For over 2 centuries, New York State has systematically denied Black New Yorkers access to quality education through policies, legislation, and state inaction. This discrimination began immediately after slavery ended, when the New York African Free School opened in 1794. It faced opposition and was forced to relocate. In Brooklyn, the building that housed the colored school number 1 was described as a dilapidated old wooden building. These patterns established a precedent. Black students would be relegated to unsafe, inadequate facilities. This legacy persists today in Brooklyn and across New York State. Black students are overwhelmingly concentrated in schools with environmental hazards. More than 1/3 of all New York schools located within 500 feet of a highway are in Kings County, making it the county with the highest concentration of schools in close proximity to major roadways. In neighborhoods like Brownsville and East New York, more than 900 elementary school classrooms have tested positive for deteriorating lead paint. The state has also systematically underfunded schools serving Black students. Despite court orders dating back to 2003 requiring equitable funding, New York didn't fully fund its foundation aid formula until 2023, leaving Black students in Brooklyn with decades of educational funding deficits. The harm extends beyond facilities to exclusionary practices. Between 1989 and 2017, the percentage of Black students enrolled in Brooklyn Tech dropped from 50% to just above 10. This isn't about ability, it's about a system designed to exclude. The state must acknowledge that educational segregation and disinvestment are direct legacies of slavery and that require direct and distinct reparative action. Black Brooklynites and all Black New Yorkers deserve schools that are safe, well-funded, and designed to help them thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to continue taking testimony. I want to establish that the public comment sign-up section is now closed. We have enough room to go until 8 o'clock for everyone to have an opportunity to have signed up. So next will be, we thank you, Ms. Hudson, right? And now we'll have Ms. Simpkins, if you can come on up, and then Kathy Dean.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Claudio Simpkins. I'm a New Yorker, 4th generation. I'm a resident here in Bed-Stuy. I'm an attorney. I'm a union member. I'm a city government employee. I wear many hats, but I'm here in my capacity as the co-chapter leader of the ADOS Advocacy Foundation's New York chapter. I'm here to speak to those recommendations that the commission wishes to hear from the community members. I've heard many great ideas from other interested parties tonight, and I would say that at the ADOS Advocacy Foundation, we definitely would entirely support efforts to create an office within the state government that would be responsible for helping with lineage study, to be responsible for coordinating the efforts of those Black and ADOS New Yorkers who are seeking to see what they might qualify for in terms of a remedy. Separately, I want to speak to the testimony, the expert testimony of Mr. Marquise. I'm not sure if he was Taylor. I don't want to misname him, but I want to note out that I didn't hear anything in his testimony, though it may have been submitted in paperwork or otherwise, that established him as either an expert on demography or establish that he viewed all relevant demographical documents from the period of time he was speaking to when he spoke to the quality and the quantity of Black immigrants who were or foreign-born Blacks who were living amongst those who were US-born in the 1870s. I would also say that he hasn't established that he's an expert or what his opinion would be based on if he expressed any opinion on what the quality or quantity is of the discrimination that those Black folks might have experienced, or whether those 10% of the Blacks that were not US born at that time, whether it's their descendants who still live in the New York State right now. I know that there's some efforts to parse whether US folks who descend from chattel slavery were enslaved in New York State or elsewhere. That's a very thorny topic. If we're going to go into the weeds on that, I suggest we also go onto the weeds on those who are Blacks who descend from immigrant backgrounds. Were they here at a specific time period where they would qualify as having been the unfortunate victims of some kind of state policy that would require some kind of recompense? I would acknowledge that yes, the authorizing legislation does require and charge you to study the impact of de facto and de jure segregation and discrimination on all types of Black folks who descend from African descent, whatever the language may be. But what I would say is that it's not that we're saying that you shouldn't study those things. It's about the measure. It's about how you study these things, right? In the end, it's clear to many of us in this room that the true purpose behind this is reparations, and reparations has always had a very specific context. Yes, it's contested. Yes, there are ways in which we can account for discrimination that Black folks have suffered. My family is ADOS, and my grandfather, great-great-grandfather came to Bed-Stuy at some point before 1930 and lived on Hancock Street. But my other side of the family is Cuban, and they lived in the projects in the Bronx.
Thank you. Ms. Claudio Simpkins, we appreciate you. You can submit your testimony, continue that. If you want to just continue, you can call the number 518-473-3997, or you can submit it via email, but we certainly want to hear the rest of it. So thank you. We just want to make room for each person. So Kathy Dean and then Edwards Darrell. If Edwards Darrell can come on up so that we can make sure we can get everyone. Is Edwards Darrell here? If you're not here, we're going to go to the next person. And so that will be Clauzelle Pan after Kathy Dean. So thank you, Kathy Dean.
Good evening, distinguished members of New York State Community Commission on Reparations.
Someone fix that mic for her, please.
Okay, all right.
There you go.
Good evening, distinguished members of the New York State Community Commission on Reparations. My name is Kathy Dean, and I am a Global War on Terrorism disabled woman veteran. I proudly stand before you as a veteran and a present-day direct descendant of two American freedmen, Hill Cherry, also known as Hill Cherry Jr., and his father, Hill Cherry Sr. Both served honorably in the 14th Regiment of the United States Colored Heavy Artillery during the Civil War. On January 7th, 1865, they enlisted in Plymouth, North Carolina. Though born in North Carolina, their service was credited to New York State to meet its troop quotas. Hill Gillam's service was credited to Casanova, Hamilton County, and Hill Cherry Sr.'s service to Henderson, Jefferson County. In total, 40 men were credited to New York in this way. New York State benefited from their sacrifice, and now it is New York's debt to repay their descendants. As a Global War on Terrorism disabled veteran and a direct descendant of these freedmen, I urge you to recognize their contributions and strongly admonish the New York State Legislature to pass a disaggregation law that pinpoints the needs of present-day direct descendants of American freedmen, just as they have done for Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, and Middle Eastern and North African communities. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Dean, and thank you for your service. So next we will have Clauzelle Payan, Eva Butler, and Keisha Forrester. If you can come on up to the microphone. Are you here? Clauzelle Payan, Eva Butler, and Keisha Forrester. Are you here? If not, I'm going to go to the last and final sheet. Litter DJ. I can't read. Or Hardy. I'm sorry. Ellie Hardy. Laura, your script was real hard for me to read, Laura. I'm sorry. All right, thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Laura Harding. I'm here to represent New Yorkers for Reparations, but I am a Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn Tech, Satellite East, PS44 grad. Nonetheless, there are two things I want to talk to you all about tonight. First are the policy recommendations. There needs to be an office, there needs to be a fund. It needs to come from not only the government, whether it's the cannabis tax or not, but also from the corporations who benefited off of the backs of enslaved African Americans. We know money is important. We know low interest rates or no interest rates on mortgages, loans for mortgages. There should be down payment assistance that are grants, not loans. Having said that, we need to also look at the systemic issues. So while money reparations are important and should be there, we also need to start dismantling this system to the point where things like MWBE, instead of waiting 2 years, if you are a Black person who starts a business, you immediately should be a MWBE. Why are we waiting 2 years? There are little things like that that really are disenfranchising us. And the last thing I want to get to is y'all, because y'all need a good talking to. Listen here, this 4 to 8 is not going to cut it. I organized the Long Island thing. No one from Long Island, really no one in the city who works can get here at 4 o'clock, especially if you have children, you're traveling. Really what it's signaling to us is that you don't care about what we have to say and that you're not interested. Because if you're interested, what you do is you make it available for a time where working class people who have families and children can get here. Second, this timeline, you don't have an executive director. We don't know when y'all gonna have a timeline to get this report out. Literally, you're asking us to do research. You need to be collecting stories. Evanston in California already have laid a pipeline for what you can do. So really, I need you all to be responsive, get the calendar, change up these times, really interact, do the interactive communication so we all can sit around the table and really do what you're supposed to do. Because us coming up here in this way is not going to be helpful for you. It's not going to let you get that report out in time. And it really is shooting the entire New York State reparations movement in the foot if you all can't get it together.
Thank you. Ms. Hardy, this quick question. What times do you suggest?
If you're going to do it, I would say from 6 on. The only reason they want the people said 7. The only reason I would say 6 is because I know that.
Wait a minute. I just wanted to get this really quickly. Yes, thank you.
Okay. I will give you 6 o'clock because I do realize that you have electives and all of that. It seems that the majority of people here are saying 7, so let's rock with 7.
They're saying Saturday.
They're saying Saturday.
Thank you.
So I would say start at 6 so you can do all that you usually
Starting at 6 o'clock on a Saturday, that's what you all are saying?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Time out. Can I say it? If you're going to do it in the evenings, it needs to start at 6.
And end what time?
At
And end what
6
time?
p.m.
And end what time?
I think people are willing to roll to 9 or 10 if they can get here. But look at this turnout. This is Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. Historical Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. There's no reason
Thank you,
why
Ms.
this
Hardy.
looks like that.
I appreciate
Saturday, so
you.
evenings and weekends.
Thank you. So next we're going to have, can you share your name? Thank you for being here.
Keisha Forrester.
Okay, Keisha, thank you.
First, before I get started, I just want y'all to know, I wish the communications secretary would not have left because the majority of the stream on YouTube, the sound has been out. So, and it's been out. And I'm still listening, it's still cutting in on and off. Also, from the business meeting, she talked about legacy media reaching out to Amsterdam News, maybe Our Time Press, but that's dead. New Independent Black media like Doggy Diamonds TV, All Viral Access Media would have had this place filled in a matter of minutes. You gotta use what's in your hands, as Adam Clayton Powell Jr. once said. Y'all not using what's in your hands. But it's been a while since I've been to this church. The last time was in 1988 when the Brawley family sought refuge in the sanctuary here, and their attorney was Alton H. Maddox Jr.
Clarification, the Brawley family did not seek refuge here. Reverend Dr. William Augustus Jones Jr., when the Brawley family was being kicked out of a church up in the Bronx, literally drove up there when Al Sharpton called and said, I have nowhere to go, and the police are coming for her. He drove up there, put them in his car, and brought them back here.
Facts.
He took care of them.
Facts. And I'm also aware of your uncle Lewis Clayton Jones as well, because I was around back then. So just to let y'all know, I am Brooklyn thorough. From my head to toe, I am dressed with garments and footwear created by foundational Black Americans. I just don't talk this, I live it. My great-great-grandmothers are buried right here in Brooklyn, exactly 2.5 miles from where I live. One of my great-grandmothers was an employee of mobster Lucky Luciano. I don't claim to be gangster, but I am thorough. So I'm just letting y'all know that. Prior to gentrification, there's always an influx of immigration. My grandparents and great-grandparents had to deal with the Irish, had to deal with the Italians and the Puerto Ricans, who became landlords and kicked them out. My grandmother and great-grandmother had to physically fight them because they called them the N-word every chance they get. So the precursor of gentrification is always immigration. And I'm gonna land there. The next time y'all come, be Brooklyn thorough, you heard?
All right. So thank you. Keisha Forrester, if you don't mind leaving us the list of the names of media, we would appreciate that. And we're asking for that. We're asking for your support. So if you have emails that you want to share with us, we will certainly reach out. So thank you. Are you Payan? Is your last name Payan?
No, I'm Darryl Edwards.
Okay, thank you. We called you a while ago, but thank you for being here.
All right, thank you. I'm so sorry. I stepped out, went to the store real quick. I lost my speech, so I'll make it real quick. Hi, everybody. Hi, task
Hello,
force.
thank you for being here.
My name is Darryl Edwards. Most people know me as Fish and Grits, so I'm gonna make it real quick. I'm not black. Me no black. Black like you, I'm not black. And that's what I hear all the time, living around all these foreigners, anybody with a hint of melanin in their skin, whenever they want to be identified with us, that's the first thing that comes out their mouth. These reparations is only for Black Americans. I lost my speech, so I can't, I'm trying to remember some of the things I had on it. Cut the check, cut the check, cut the check, cut the check. Cut the check now. I don't know. I don't care if it's prepaid debit cards, stimmies, what else? Direct cash payments, tax credit. Like I said, but we need it now. Can we get it like before the end of this year? I'm trying to have a good Christmas. What else? What else? Like that commercial. Like I said, yeah, we need cash now. Can we cut some cash now soon? The government shut down, so you can send the money this way. And last but not least, my recommendation. My recommendation is. Bring back the protections from the Freeman era, all the Reconstruction laws. Now you can start there. All the laws they took from us during Reconstruction, you can start right there. Reenact all the Freeman, the Reconstruction laws reenact the laws from Reconstruction for us. That's it. All the protections, all the stuff taken away from us. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Can you share your name?
Yes, my name is Monifa Bandele. I'm with the Malcolm X Grassroots Movement and the Movement for Black Lives. I did have a statement today, but I put it away because I feel like this is an important moment to talk about what it means to be family and what it talks about to win in this moment. And I've heard a lot of people talk about history in this space. And one of the things that history has always taught me is that Black people have never won anything by fighting within the boundaries drawn by colonial powers. There is no way If you go back to whether or not when it was we were enslaved here in the United States, yes, I'm from Brooklyn. Yes, my ancestors are from here, but also they benefited from the Haitian Revolution. In South Carolina, they benefited when Haitians got on a boat to come and free Africans in South Carolina. When Haitians traveled to Louisiana. I'm not Haitian, but I benefit a great deal from the Haitian people. There's a storm barreling down on Jamaica right now.
Yes.
And it just like Hurricane Melissa doesn't care if you're from Jamaica, Texas, Georgia, Alabama, neither does white supremacy. And yes, it is important to make very specific legal claims. We understand reparations. We've been studying reparations. Our organization is named after Malcolm X, who is the son of a Black immigrant, Louise Langdon Little from Grenada. That's right, together. Both. So the wedge that is being pushed here will sink our movement. If we don't stand up and stand up together, again, I'm not talking about the specific legal claims. We have specific legal claims. The Haitian people, the Jamaican people have specific legal claims. People from Barbados, the US Virgin Islands right now has specific legal claims. That is also America. And it's the Caribbean. Stokely Carmichael. Like all of our movements, every organization that you have named this evening had Afro descendants from the diaspora in them. You have not named a single formation. And when you go back before 1865, it was the collaboration between people who had been multi-generational on those plantations and people who had just arrived from the triangle within the Caribbean. So you can't name a single movement.
Thank you very much.
I love y'all all, and I hope we can talk together.
Thank you. So next we have Dr. Werled Group. The Dr. Werled Group. All right, we're gonna.
Greetings,
Thank
everyone. Sorry for my appearance. It's
Share your
cold
name.
outside.
Please share your name.
Sure. My name is Honorable Sasha B. Eel from Dr. World Group. We contribute to overcoming dehumanization. I'm a delegate of the World Conference of Mayors, in addition to doing national, regional, and international work. Our story is not monolithic, so I'm gonna stop there with that. And now, with that said, there are some resolutions that Dr. World has put forward in the areas of human rights, in the areas of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, that is very important to this atmosphere of reparations. Some people will state it's restitution and other things. All the experiences that we have had as a people, whatever shade you are, needs to be recognized, because we also have been Holocausts. And we should remember, we shall never forget, and we should never repeat what has happened to us. And in doing that, we must come together to be able to address it appropriately. So I say this, we have several resolutions. One, that the commission can come and join us in contributing to overcoming dehumanization. Two, to find a space where in this work we are addressing the United Nations of Mayors 6th Region Red Card Campaign, Sanctuary and Asylum. And I want y'all to not get thrown off by Sanctuary Asylum, because they've redefined it incorrectly. Sanctuary Asylum should be a safe zone, a safe place where your human rights is not subjugated. That is what a sanctuary asylum space is. That is where you agree that the environment that you want to be in is a safe place for the children, has programs and projects, has housing, has health, and has a prevention of health apartheid, AI apartheid, and all that. Those are your sanctuary asylum spaces until we can gain it to be all our spaces that we walk through. We need to put a stent in the vessel of existence for the heart to continue pumping that blood and heal. We are a people that need to heal, but in that, our actions can be supported by work that has already been done in the soil now. Our people that have been in areas of leadership are passing away, and they're recognizing one of two things. One, they didn't do enough, or two, they want to be able to leave something behind for someone to carry on. We are in a special place, and we ask you all to join us. We're going to have an engagement Friday at 125th Dumont addressing human rights. Yes, there's only 3 minutes. In the United Nations, the countries get 5 minutes. The people that come and gather from all over the world gets 2 minutes. This happens, but this is not the deciding spaces. The meetings that you have outside of here, when we come together in the spaces, like, for example, I just invited you to, is the workshop and the work. So come.
You. Thank you. Thank you. And you can share that information with us as well. So we have our last testimony is Victor Roberi.
The fuck?
Okay, Rashid, then you'll be last. I'm sorry.
How y'all doing?
Rashid, I called you earlier. I did, but we'll make you last. Oh, I'm sorry. No problem. Go ahead, Rashid. He's yielding to you, so let's go ahead. All right. Thank you for doing that.
Amen. Okay. Peace and love. My name is Rashid Little John, founder of a group called the Green Campaign, also a member of New Yorkers for Reparations. I'm gonna start with my recommendations. Me and my team, who are all descendants of those enslaved in this country, are raising funding to get a community center that's been shut down since COVID. And we need funding to do that type of work, right? Because we don't have the welfare. So a part of that is direct cash payments for the descendant community is a recommendation, and it should be seen as one. Community block grants is a recommendation for descendant communities. So buildings like this, we can access millions of dollars to be able to get the buildings that are being held in our communities by people that are not like us, and not willing to create reasonable terms for us to even lease properties that sit in our communities abandoned until we get gentrified out. We would also like lineage specificity when it comes to business ownership, right? Because we understand that there's a big issue with being Black-owned businesses. You have a lot of people utilizing the term Black to harvest and to steal from Black Americans. So we would like to see descendant-based communities, and we know we're the supporting businesses that are for descendants of those enslaved. We would also like a easier pathway for organizations that are established by the descendants, like nonprofits, to be able to get upfront capital and not have to rely on reimbursements. Because if you get a grant for $50,000 to $100,000, but you have to spend that money first in order to get it back, we're talking about communities that already don't have the equity in the neighborhood, right? So descendants need access to those funds. And lastly, of the recommendations of many that I have is a state endowment fund for Black historic sites. We're talking about business district reestablishments that are able to sustain the 400 years that Black people have been in this country. The timeline starts in 1624 in this country that Black people have been here. So I want to say that those are the recommendations that far.
Thank you.
I'm not done.
Mr. Littlejohn.
That's just my recommendations. I got 28 minutes.
Go ahead, 28 seconds. Go ahead.
So again, my name is Rashid Littlejohn. I'm a 12th generation descendant. 12 generations. The 4th governor of this state was Sir Edmund Andros. He enslaved my descendants' family and brought them to New York, then trafficked them to Maryland and then to South Carolina. My last name is Littlejohn Pinckney. The other one is Charles Carsworth Pinckney, a signer of the Declaration of Independence. My family has been
Mr.
here,
Littlejohn.
and we are looking
Thank
for a
you.
repair.
Thank you. And so we want to take the last testimony, but Mr. Littlejohn, you know that you can email the rest of your testimony to the commission. So Victor Roberi, thank you, Victor. This is the last testimony. We thank you all for being here. Let's give Victor the floor.
Thank you. I just put this together, proposal, because I haven't really been hearing too many proposals from anybody. So I proposed a reparations package that would facilitate Ujamaa, cooperative economics. And I'm building off what Michael Partis had said earlier in his presentation. So simply to, so say families families are getting ready to go buy a house, usually go to a bank to get the house. Instead of going to a bank, let's go to the community. And where does the community get the money from? Well, let's get that. Let's get a big, huge trust or funding to have our communities maintain our communities. If a house is for sale, the community should be buying it. The community decides how to renovate it and what to do with the equity. Let's put the equity into that community center that you was just talking about. Now, when the family wants to buy the house, they buy it from the community. And then the community decides what the interest rates are. Why are we dealing with banks? We're getting reparations. Let's solve our own problems. What else? So we decide we're building large, okay, so that family, they buy the home from the community. The family is now paying back the community. So that money is still building, it's not going away. We have to trust one another and we have to move purposefully in order to succeed in what we want. Investing, we can invest internationally, we can invest in our communities with all of this money. We could just, I don't know how we would decide how communities could be allotted the funding, but we could figure that out. But this could solve a lot of problems. We could build our own community centers with the money. This is what the Jews are doing. This is how they maintain their communities. We can prevent gentrification by controlling our communities through the funding. So that's my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to thank you all on behalf of the commission for coming today, for sharing your expertise, your ideas, and your comments. And we hope that you join us. We will be back for another public hearing in Utica, New York on December 9th. So we invite you to Utica, New York. So thank you, everyone. We did find someone's, I don't know if this is their earpiece.
Okay. We're officially ended for today. We at the 7-hour mark, and this is something that I'm gonna try to stay. I'm gonna try to stay on. Just like they had a lot of hearings, and it's kind of good to hear the people talk about, different Black people talk about what they got going on in America. And I heard a dude earlier. I would get on there and said that he was kind of like a councilman or something like that. He was kind of within the politics, but he said that his family said that he was a Moor, but then he said that his last name is Carter, but he said that it went back to Cherokee. So it was some interesting things that I was hearing today. And it's like I say, I think I'm gonna kind of stay on this little wave right here, that's kind of like listening to what the people saying, because I only think that it's only 2 states that's dealing with the reparations right now, or that's even having a conversation. I think it's New York and California. So I'm gonna go and try to put a highlight to that to kind of see what's going on. Another thing I'm gonna try to do is whenever I do have a panel, if I can get a panel going, motherfuckers coming up and shit, if motherfuckers can share, I guess, like family lineage, you know what I'm saying? FBA lineage is kind of like, talk about their family a little bit and how they, how they feel like that they from America, and, why we feel the way we feeling, and kind of put that out more instead of, debating folks. But, that's always a good thing to converse with people about, because, it's always going to come up as far as what's the origin. And that's the thing, is as far as having a conversation with the people that's coming from all over America, because everybody ain't got the same story. And, just see what they saying, see what everybody's saying. And see what everybody's saying, and, that'll be a gathering of information of the people. And I think that'll be good for it. But, man, I'm finna get up out of here, man. I appreciate you tapping in. Definitely all the legends tapped in. We got Milestone Thoughts at the mall, everything he bought. We got OG Philly coming through, Beat 3 Willie. Who else we had come through? We had Mulatto come through. Mulatto still the show though. Who else slid through? We had some new people slide through. Chris Cotton, he ain't stopping. Who else slid through? Somebody named User, the Abuser. I appreciate y'all sliding through, man. It's your boy, we know the most, man. Make sure you stay pulled up and rolled up. I'm definitely gonna be coming back with more content. I did hit my 3,000 mark. I am proud of myself for that. So all I need is 500 subscribers, and I'll be monetized. And you know, just never know where the channel might go. But you know, this is where I'm starting at right now. This is my grassroots with it, and we're gonna keep it going. That's the Fizznack. Yeah, I thought this was a good one, and I'm gonna go on and try to keep this little wave going, this little series going for a cool little minute, as far as gathering all that information and see if we can get some other information from live information from the FBAs and the Black Americans, the Black Indians, the Black Aborigines of America. So we can just chop it up. All right, man. Y'all have a good one. I'm going to tap in the next time. One.
Let me have a double burger, some fries, with cheese, nigga. Hey, yo, make that double burger with cheese. See, y'all let me shoot your stupid ass over nothing. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. But what, you trying to get smart? Nigga, are you trying to catch some knowledge? Nigga, fuck that, nigga. Give me your motherfucking jury, nigga. Take that shit. You gotta pay it to your father, huh? Your mom? Yo, this motherfucking shit. Better be than the motherfucking cops, nigga.
As I'm on, as I'm on. Oh, yeah. I'm on now.
I'm getting crazy. Times are getting crazy. Times are getting crazy. Times are getting crazy.
Slow down.
I'm getting crazy. Times are getting crazy. Times are getting crazy. Times are getting crazy.
Times are getting crazy. The grind is getting lazy. So instead of grinding, I've got this bitch that pays me. Conscious fat. The jealous got me strapped. I'm a cold pressed cripple with a gift to rap. Born in the O in 1970. And ever since then, I've been soaking game, ho. Now my game is strong. The dollars come low. Not only from my bitch, but from my rap song. Suckers stay back, cause they know I'm not weak. Especially when they heard me in the 9 o'clock beat from the VPD. I steady get harassed. Those damn black and whites and that motherfucking tash. They steady sweating me. They ain't letting me live my young life. And they smooth rejecting me because of young brothers from a black minority. They wanna lock you down in the youth authority. Homie, please, I'm out to stack cheese. Flip me a yacht to cruise the 7 seas. A Benz with a hump. That beats good. A drop top Jag or a damn Fleetwood. Caddy, fool, a nigga wants to roll. Straight high side with his pockets full. Cause money makes the world go around. That's why on the mic, you hear me throwing down. I get paid, cool in the shade with a big fat stick and a gang of bootleg. They get tipsy, or should I say hurt? Times are getting crazy, I'm gonna go berserk. Jealous motherfuckers trying to keep me at the bottom. Cause funky fresh rhymes, they know I got them. And jealous fools white older than 20 wanna sweat because they broke, man, they must be young grips. Sweat, young brother, I'm 17. If you live in the crash lane, you know what I mean. And I want to grow up. Shit is making me sick, about to throw up. Listen to the games I put in my jams. Cause times are getting crazy for a young black man. Living a life with a felony record. If you try to get a job, you smooth get rejected. Come on, my brother, let's get some shit right. Get it right. Get it together and get your shit right. Cause times are getting crazy. Times are getting crazy. Times are getting crazy. Times are getting crazy.
Times are getting crazy,
man. You done heard what you said 100 times. You gotta say it so. Boy, it's dope, boy. You know what time it is. Times are getting crazy.
Times are getting crazy. Times are getting crazy.
Time, they getting crazy. I say time, they getting crazy. I say a time.